Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Son of the Sea Part 159 Chapter 1 AN. I rewatched the Aquaman movie and decided to write this, so here you go. Prince, two worlds divided by water, one evolved to live on land while the other in the sea. Atlanteans, as they would be called by the surface, were proud, powerful people who thrived with the help of advanced technology. As is the nature of all things, war soon broke out between the two worlds. Ultimately the Atlanteans were victorious, but it came at a cost. The losses on both sides were massive, each hating the other. That hatred grew until they had cut off all communication with each other. For 40 years neither side would dare speak or contact with each other. The only interactions they had with each other would be sailors getting lost at sea or oil spills that happened in the ocean. Only after the old king died his son took over. This king knew that it would be better to establish good relations with the surface world. This king's name was Nero. He fought against the surface world as a soldier before becoming king. He ruled with an iron fist, but his people knew he had a soft side. Especially when it came to his wife, the Queen of Atlantis, her name Testa. Together they worked hard to establish relations with the surface world but made little progress when it came to most countries. China, Russia, USA, Germany, France, and Great Britain all refused to open talks. For these great powers still hated the Atlanteans, only one small island nation would step up. Japan was the only nation not to harbor such grudges, however that is not to say their relationship was not fragile to say the least. King Nero would be the first king since the war to once again go on land. Time passed by and the king and queen had a son, their firstborn and rightful heir to the throne. Izuku Kaito Midoriya. This young prince would grow to be a fine man and in the future a fine king. Now 14 years of age the young prince grew a sense of adventure. Come on Pearl, you're falling behind, he said as he swam past a coral reef. Pearl was a young girl that the king himself appointed to be Izuku's bodyguard. She was trained alongside Izuku in the ways of the sword. Once she proved her skill she became his personal guard. Your Highness, please slow down. You know we aren't supposed to be out here. We are too close to land, Pearl said, swimming close behind. She wore green-scaled armor and carried a long sword at her hip. Izuku stopped and turned to Pearl. How many times do I have to tell you, Pearl, it's Izuku to you? We've known each other since we were kids. Pearl looked away. I know, but still you are the prince. I can't address you in such an informal manner. Izuku swam towards her. Alright then, what if we go back to our nicknames, like when we were kids? He said with a smirk. What do you say, my little angelfish? Pearl began to blush. Please don't. She hated it when Izuku called her that. She was a warrior and wanted to be treated as such, but Izuku called her an angelfish because in his eyes she was as elegant as an angelfish. Come on angelfish, you know what to call me, Izuku said, swimming around Pearl. If you don't call me by my nickname I won't stop calling you angelfish. Pearl pouted. Alright. My little seaweed. The nickname was chosen because of Izuku's green hair. Izuku laughed. See, was that so hard? Pearl's blush grew as Izuku teased her more. Can we just go? The king said he wanted to talk to you after lunch. Pearl's blush disappeared as she reminded Izuku. He sighed. Yeah, he did. Alright, let's go back. The two swam back into the city. Izuku wore a skin-tight green and blue full bodysuit that showed off his arms and feet. He also carried two twin curved water blades on his back. As they swam past the people they all cheered and called his name. Izuku waved at them as he swam by. So what does your father want to talk to you about? Asked Pearl. Don't know, he said we were having a guest today, a surface worlder in fact, Izuku said as they swam towards the direction of the royal palace in the center of the city. A surface dweller? That would be the first time since the war that one has come down here, Pearl said, swinging past the royal guard at the front gate. You're right, but I'm not sure why father would want to speak to me about this matter. I guess we will find out right now. Making their way through the palace they soon came upon a giant door covered in shells. Pearl knocked on the giant door. My king, the prince and I are here. From behind the door a powerful voice was heard, enter. The two entered. The throne room was grand. Giant white pillars lined the room, the floors and ceiling were covered in designs, and in the back were several steps that led to the throne. On the throne sat King Nero, a golden crown on his head and holding a golden trident. My son, you are here, he said, looking down at Izuku. Izuku and Pearl stopped just shy of the first step and kneeled. Yes father, we are here. You wished to speak to me. At ease, you too. The pair stood up. Yes, I did wish to speak to you, but before that I want you to meet someone. Enter, he yelled towards the door. Turning around, Izuku saw what appeared to be someone in a small diving suit. The small suit made its way to the stairs and kneeled. Your Majesty, thank you for this opportunity, a voice said. Thank you for coming, Principal Nezu. We are honored you accepted our request to come here, King Nero said. Of course we both stand to gain something during my time here, Nezu said, still kneeling. I would like to introduce to you my son Prince Izuku and his bodyguard Pearl. King Nero pointed his trident to them. Nezu turned towards the two. It's an honor to meet you, Prince Izuku, you too, Lady Pearl. Izuku nodded. Thank you for coming, Nezu. We welcome you to our home. Well now Izuku, this is the matter I wish to speak to you about. You see, Principal Nezu here actually runs a high school to develop the world's next heroes. I'm sure you've heard of these heroes, King Nero said. Yes father, I have. The one called All Might is said to be the best there is, said Izuku.
He is actually going to be a teacher at my school starting this semester, Nezu said.
Really? That's good. Having such an experienced hero would do good for the future generation, Izuku said. Oh, and please stand, it's hard to talk to people when they kneel. Nezu stood up. That is why he is here today, my son. I want you and Pearl to attend his school. Izuku's and Pearl's eyes went wide. I'm sorry, what?
I want the two of you to go to the surface world and attend his school. This way you can learn and experience what life is like on the surface, King Nero said. You are free to say no, but think of this as a diplomatic mission. I see, if we go, we can prove to the other nations that we are not hostile. It would also help us establish a foothold in the surface world, Pearl said, thinking out loud.
Izuku smiled and Nezu was surprised at this girl's intelligence. But you are a smart one, aren't you? Nezu said with a smile. Pearl's face turned pink. Well, what do you say, Pearl? Do you want to attend Nezu's school? Asked Izuku. She thought about it. If that is your wish, your highness, I shall follow you wherever, Pearl said, bowing. Well, Izuku looked at his father and then to Pearl. It will help establish relations with Japan, so I don't see why not. Alright Nezu, we will go to your school.
Splendid. School won't officially start for another 2 weeks, but I would like the two of you to tour the campus ahead of time so you can familiarize yourselves with the school and make accommodations, said Nezu.
Izuku nodded. Very well, I'm not very picky anyway. As long as I am with my prince, then that is enough for me, said Pearl. King Nero stood up. So be it. In 2 weeks' time my son and his bodyguard Pearl shall attend Uo High School. I shall return in 4 days' time, to escort you both to my school. There you shall see where you will be staying and talk with some of the teachers, Nezu said, bowing. Very well, I will have my personal guard escort you to the surface, King Nero said, standing.
Nezu was escorted out of the throne room. Now, Pearl, I wish to speak with my son alone.
Pearl bowed. Yes, my king. She swam out of the throne room. This left only the king and Izuku.
So what is this really about, father? Izuku asked.
You caught on, did you? Well, I expected nothing less. King Nero said, walking down the steps. Now in front of Izuku he placed a hand on his shoulder. There is another reason why I want you to go. I fear we may have another war brewing. Izuku's eyes went wide. Another war? But the surface world knows they wouldn't stand a chance against us if we fought again. No, this time they might have a chance. According to intelligence reports, the military is starting to train people with quirks to fight us, King Nero said. But what does this have to do with Japan and the school? Unless, Izuku came to a conclusion that he did not like. It is as you think. The militaires are recruiting heroes from Nezu's school. It is important to note that a vast majority of them do not join. However, this is something we cannot ignore. I want you to find out why they are doing this. Some in the Senate are trying to convince me to launch a first strike, but I will hold off on it until we have more information. King Nero said as he tapped his trident on the floor. Suddenly a wall appeared from the ground. King Nero reached and grabbed what appeared to be a shark tooth wristband. Take this, you may need it, he said, handing it over to Izuku. What is it? Izuku asked, placing it on his wrist. That is a present from our war room, the latest invention. It uses the moisture around you, be that in the ocean or on land, to create an invisibility cloak. While invisible you are undetectable to thermals, radar, and most people. However, it has a finite charge of 10 minutes. Once the 10 minutes are over you need to recharge it a whole 24 hours before you can reuse it, explained King Nero. I understand, father, I won't let you down, Izuku said with a smile. King Nero smiled. I know you won't. Now to prepare for your trip. Izuku turned and began to swim but stopped just before reaching the door. Hey dad, mom loved the surface world, didn't she? That she did. Even though she was a warrior she always had dreams of reuniting the two worlds. King Nero said, thinking to the days when she was still alive. Then I will carry on her dreams and one day our two worlds will be one, Izuku said as he left the throne room. King Nero's eyes went wide. My son, if only your mother could see you now. She would be so proud of the man you are growing into. Looking at the doors to the throne room, Nero's eyes wandered up. There in all its glory was a picture of Izuku's mother, the queen of the Atlanteans, Testa. 4 days later Izuku and Pearl were ready. Today was the day they were meant to reach the surface. They boarded an Atlantean warp ship and off they went escorted by several guards. Well, Pearl, are you ready? Izuku asked. Not really, I'm a bit nervous, she said, giving him a weak smile. Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand. This caused Pearl to blush. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Pearl laughed. That's what I should be saying to you, dummy. I'm your bodyguard after all. Yeah, remember Pearl, on the surface there are no kings, no royalty, and no highness. So at least try to talk to me casually when we are alone, said Izuku. I will try, your highness. I mean Izuku, said Pearl. That's going to take a while to get used to. After an hour they arrived at their destination. The warship surfaced and from the side out came a platform. First one out was Pearl donning her armor. She insisted to check the area first before Izuku walked out. Looking around she only found Nezu and a few pro heroes waiting for them at the shore. It's clear, she said, stepping aside. Izuku came out dressed in his royal attire, yet he still had the twin water blades on his back. He began to walk down the platform with Pearl right behind him, as well as their luggage. As he was walking down he noticed a glimmer off in the distance but decided not to give it another thought. Your highness, it's a pleasure to meet you again, Nezu said, bowing. The pro heroes beside him quickly followed suit. Please raise your head, there is no need to be so formal. Thank you Nezu again for inviting me and Pearl to your school, Izuku said nodding. You are very welcome, now let me introduce to you some of the hero teachers at my school. Nezu motioned to his right. This is Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. Your Highness, he said bowing slightly. Next to him is Hisashi Yamada, known as Present Mike, he teaches English, Nezu said. How do you do? Present Mike said bowing. And to my left we have Namori Kayama, known as Midnight, she teaches art history. It is an honor to meet you Prince Izuku, Midnight said bowing. Last but certainly not least, we have Toshinori Yagi, you may know him as All Might. It's a pleasure to meet you Prince Izuku and you too Lady Pearl, we welcome you, All Might said bowing. Izuku smiled, the pleasure is ours, since you already know who I am, let me introduce you to someone as well. This is Pearl, we've known each other since we were children but she is currently assigned as my bodyguard so please forgive her if she does anything rash. Why your highness? I wouldn't dare, she said blushing. Izuku snickered, I'm sorry I couldn't help myself.
Nezu and some of the teachers snickered as well, we'll keep that in mind, now shall we get going? Please lead the way, Izuku said, taking a step. Oh wait, I almost forgot, turning around Izuku raised his hand. As he did the Atlantean warship began to turn and sail back out to sea. Now let's go.
Izuku was escorted to a limo. Nezu joined the two in the car. We have a place set up for the two of you near the UA campus. It may not be a royal palace but I hope it will suffice. Don't worry Nezu, anything you provide will suffice, after all my father has a lot of faith in you, Izuku said with a smile. After about an hour's car ride, they arrived at the house. Here we are, this will be your place of residence starting today, Nezu said. Izuku and Pearl stepped out of the limo to find a modern-looking, two-story house. As I said, it's not much but. Izuku stopped Nezu, this is perfect Nezu, and I'm sure Pearl thinks so as well. Right Pearl? He got no response. Pearl? He turned to find the hero Midnight whispering into her ear. Izuku couldn't hear anything they were saying but Pearl suddenly exploded red. What did she say to you? Izuku asked. And nothing, don't worry about it, Pearl said, embarrassed. Alright, so shall we go in? Izuku said, picking up his luggage. Izuku and Pearl went inside, there they found everything they ever needed. This is not bad, nice and simple. I like it, Izuku said while exploring the house.
Yes it is really nice, Pearl said inspecting the house.
Just then Nezu and All Might walked into the house. How is everything? It's great, Nezu thank you for this, Izuku said nodding. Excellent, are you up for a tour of the campus, or would you rather rest? I do believe some students are about to take our entrance exam, said Nezu. That is correct sir, the second part of the exam is about to start. What do you say your highness would you like to see, said All Might. Izuku thought about it, well why not, Pearl you up for it? If that is what you wish then I have no objection, Pearl said, standing in attention. Well alright then, let's go. And with that Izuku was taken to walk around the school, he was impressed to say the least. The campus wasn't as big as the palace but it was nothing to laugh at. Izuku was ushered into an observation room. Inside they found a bunch of the teachers and a lot of monitors. This is the observation room. From here we judge the candidates and give them points. This year we are having them run around a fake city, destroying robots. Each robot has a point value. The more they destroy the more points they get. Simple, explained Nezu. I see, that sounds like fun, Izuku said. You think I can join them down there? He asked. Nezu gave him a smile, but before he could say anything Pearl pulled on his ear. No, your highness. What if you got hurt? Pearl let go of his ear. OWWW, it was just a suggestion. Besides, it's not like some robots could hurt me, Izuku said, pouting. Did you say something? Pearl gave Izuku a death glare. No, nothing, I'll just sit and watch then, Izuku said, taking a seat in the back of the room. Nezu laughed. Well it looks like that it is settled. He then turned to Aizawa. Let's begin shall we? Aizawa nodded and pushed a button on the control panel. Izuku watched as the candidates were let loose in the fake city. They all had such a wide variety of quirks. These quirks are something else aren't they? Izuku asked. Yes, they come in all shapes and sizes. Most of the surface world has a quirk but there are some who don't. If I remember correctly there are no quirks in Atlantis, said Nezu. Pearl nodded, that's right, our bodies adapted to life under the sea. That being the case our bodies are a lot tougher than your average human. Interesting, we are both humans but our environments have switched up our genetic makeup, Nezu said. Sir, I think it's time we move on to the final part of the exam, Aizawa said. Very well, release the Titan, Aizawa smiled as he pressed a red button. Just then the whole observation room began to shake. What's going on? Asked Izuku. Watch, Nezu said pointing at the monitors. Izuku looked up to see a giant robot appear from under the city. Isn't this a bit overkill? Pearl said feeling bad for some of the candidates. Nah, all they had to do is run away. This robot is worth 0 points, Nezu said, turning around. Wait, where's the prince? Pearl turned to her left to find an empty seat. Son of a, he did it again. Did what again? Aizawa asked, confused. Back at the palace he would always sneak out undetected. He most likely is headed to where the giant robot is, Pearl said. disappointed but not surprised. I'll go get him. Can you tell me where that place is? Down the hall to the right, you should find a metal door. Take it and you should be able to see the Titan robot from there, Nezu said. Thanks, Pearl said, running out of the room at lightning speed. So they are fast too, huh? Who knew? Nezu said. Sir, I found our runaway, Aizawa said, turning back to the monitors. Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? Nezu turned to the monitors. Yes he is, testing field. Ochako Uraraka, 15 years old, quirk, 0 gravity. Uraraka was a short girl with warm brown eyes and short brown hair. Right now she was taking the entrance exams and things were not looking good. Our release, she said, touching the tips of her fingers together. Suddenly one of the 2 pointers fell to the ground.
Man, this is a lot tougher than I thought it would be, she said, holding back the feeling of wanting to throw up. I think some rest would do me some good. Walking over to the side of the building, she sat down on the curb to catch her breath.
Just as she did, the ground beneath her began to shake violently. What's going on? She said, standing up. Just then the Titan robot rose up from the ground. What the H*LL is that? Uraraka yelled out. Swinging its giant the Titan destroyed a building. Uraraka and a bunch of other test takers ran for it. However, unlucky for Uraraka, a piece of a building fell on her leg. Yelling out in pain, she looked back to find a piece of wall had smashed her ankle. She tried to use her quirk but found that she was at her limit. To make matters worse, the Titan was making its way towards her. Help me, she said, but the running test takers didn't even notice her. Uraraka tried to push the slab off of her but it was too heavy for her. See, come on. Please someone help. Uraraka watched as the Titan robot looked down at her, then pulled back its massive arm. Uraraka closed her eyes when she saw the Titan starting to throw the punch towards her. I'm sorry Mom, Dad. Just as the metal fist was about to hit Uraraka, she heard a loud boom, followed by the creaking of metal. Opening her eyes, Uraraka couldn't believe what she was seeing. Someone was holding back the Titan. Turning around, Izuku smiled at Uraraka. Hey, mind if I take care of this? Uraraka shook her head. No, go right ahead. Izuku smiled. Awesome. He turned around to the Titan and squeezed its hand, crushing it. He then pulled, ripping its giant arm right off. Nice, now this could work. Holding the severed arm like a baseball bat, Izuku then swung, hitting the Titan. The candidates watched as the robot was sent hundreds of meters into the air. Tossing the arm aside, Izuku jumped onto the roof of the building. Oh, if that falls, it's going to cause a lot of damage. You want to take care of this, Pearl? Izuku said as something jumped into the air behind him. Why can't you just sit still for just a few minutes? Pearl said, drawing her sword. Now face to face with the Titan robot, she slashed it. For everyone else it was as if she didn't move, but Izuku saw everything. Everyone below suddenly watched as the Titan robot began to disassemble, crashing into the ground. It was nothing but a pile of scraps. Pearl landed beside Izuku. Good job, Pearl, he said, smiling. Raising her sword, Pearl hit Izuku with the handle. Don't go running off like that. How many times do I have to tell you? Izuku rubbed the top of his head. OWW, that hurt. I just wanted to fight the robots, he said, looking away. You just ruined the exam for everyone, Pearl said, scolding Izuku. Oh, that's right, the girl. Izuku jumped back down towards Uraraka. Hey, are you still good? He said, lifting the piece of the building off of her. Why yeah, I think my ankle is broken though, Uraraka said, holding her leg. Izuku bent down to examine her. Do you mind if I take a look? She shook her head. With her permission, Izuku began to feel her leg. He then moved down towards her ankle. As he did, she winced in pain. Yeah, it's definitely broken. Hold on, I got just the thing. Reaching into his pocket, Izuku pulled out a small container. This is medicine. All I need to do is apply it and you should be good as new. Opening the container, Izuku poured it on Uraraka's ankle. It looked like slime, but it was blue in color. After a few seconds, the slime disappeared. There you go. Here, try applying pressure, Izuku said, offering her a hand up. Uraraka grabbed it. Now on her feet, she noticed her ankle was no longer in pain. Whoa! It's all better now. Thank you. Oh, my name is Ochako Uraraka. No problem, Miss Uraraka. Just then a buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exam. Well, that's the bell. It was nice talking to you, Uraraka. Izuku turned to leave. Wait, I never got your name, she yelled out. Izuku turned around. The name is Izuku. Uraraka watched as Izuku walked out of the arena. She then saw Pearl land beside him. She could tell she was yelling at him. Uraraka was surprised when Pearl turned around and gave her a glare. What did I do? Is that his girlfriend? She must have gotten jealous. After apologizing for his actions, Izuku and Pearl made their way back to the house. As they did, Izuku got a call on his cell phone. Looking down at his face turned to one of worry. Hello? Son, it was King Nero, his father. Father, Izuku. I heard what you did, King Nero, Pearl, Izuku. Pearl, King Nero, figured as much. While I saved someone in the process, Izuku. That's good, but listen, Izuku, please be careful with your actions. You're representing the entire kingdom of Atlantis. One slip-up can result in severe consequences, King Nero. Yes, sir, Izuku. Well, that aside, how was your first day on the surface, King Nero? Izuku smiled. It was awesome. Everyone here is so nice and their powers are amazing. That's good. Well, it's getting late, so do get some rest, King Nero. I will. Thank you, father. Izuku. With that, Izuku hung up. He liked talking to his father. He could be mean at times, but that just meant that he cared. Now Izuku had to deal with something. Pearl, he yelled out. Suddenly the door to his room exploded open. Yes, your highness. What's wrong? She said in a panic. I just got off the phone with father. Pearl's eyes went wide. You told on me? Pearl began to walk back. Oh. That. King Nero said to report if anything happened. So diligent, but I got scolded, so now it's time for a bit of payback, Izuku said, jumping at Pearl. No, she yelled out, running away from Izuku. Come back here, Pearl. No, I refuse. Well, what do you guys think? Should I continue this? IDK. Let me know. Thanks for reading. 59 Chapter 2. Introductions. Thank you so much for all the support. Since I'm writing this chapter, it means that I will continue this story. Yay. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Introductions. Izuku and Pearl were starting to get adjusted to living on the surface. Only one small problem: they would regularly need to completely submerge themselves underwater to stay hydrated. Drinking water helped, but they were creatures of the sea after all, and they really needed a good swim. Today was the first day of class and Izuku was excited. Pearl, not so much. Come on, Pearl. I know we live close to the school, but still, Izuku yelled out. He was already dressed in the school's uniform. I feel ridiculous. My armor has better mobility than this, Pearl said, walking down the stairs, wearing the uniform. Both uniforms for girls and boys had a gray jacket with a white shirt and red tie. The difference being the guys had pants and the girls wore skirts. You look amazing, Pearl. Now come on or we are going to be late, Izuku said, grabbing his backpack. Pearl blushed. Do I really look good? She thought as she ran towards Izuku. Now on campus, Izuku could feel people staring at him and Pearl. Do we stand out? He asked Pearl.
I don't think so. I mean, we are wearing the same uniforms as everyone else, Pearl said as they entered the main building.
Izuku and Pearl were supposed to be in separate classrooms, but after some fierce protesting by Pearl, they were allowed to be in the same class, in this case class 1A. Walking down the halls they passed classrooms until they got to a giant door that said 1A. So this is the famous class 1A, Izuku said, looking at the giant door. So it seems, but does the door really have to be this big? Pearl asked. It probably has to do with people's quirks. Regardless, before we enter, Pearl, I want to go over a few things, Izuku said. I know we went over this several times. No fighting, no taking action unless you say so, prioritize myself over others, make friends, and don't address you as your highness. Blah blah blah, I get it, Pearl said, sighing.
I'm serious, Pearl, just please don't do anything rash, Pearl nodded. Well, alright then, let's go.
Izuku opened the door to the classroom. Once inside he found some of the students were already sitting down. Scanning the room, Izuku took note of everyone's faces. We have a pink-skinned girl with horns, a French guy, glasses-wearing guy, spiky blonde kid, and a guy with multiple arms. I wonder what kind of power they have. Oh hey, it's you, a voice said behind them. Turning around, Izuku saw a face she recognized. It was Uraraka. The girl from the exam, right? Ochako Uraraka, right? Izuku said with a smile. She nodded. Yup, and if I remember, your name is Izuku, right? Pearl's eye twitched when she heard someone call Izuku other than your highness. Yeah, that's right, so it seems you passed the exam. Congratulations. Thanks. Oh yeah, I was wondering. I didn't see you during the written exam. Did you maybe get in by recommendation? Uraraka asked. I guess you can say that, Izuku said, unsure on how to answer her. He didn't want anyone to find out he was a prince, or at least not yet. He feared if they found out, they would treat him differently. Just then a tall girl with long black hair stood up from her seat. That's impossible. Me and Todoroki were the only two who received recommendations. So tell me, how did you get in? And who are you? Pearl asked. The name is Momo Yaoyorozu, daughter of Kin Yaoyorozu, who is the head of Japan's largest tech company, she said with pride. Never heard of you, or your father as a matter of fact, Pearl said simply. Momo was in shock. What? Never heard of us? Have you been living under a rock? We are the biggest tech company in Japan, be that military, civilian, or commercial tech, you name it, we have it. Just then Aizawa walked into the room, in a sleeping bag. If you are here to socialize, I suggest you leave. If not, please take a seat, I need to get class started. Everyone quickly sat down. Good morning, hello and welcome. I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. You can call me Mr. Aizawa. Now that's out of the way, go get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me outside in the field. The class looked confused. Sir, what about the orientation? Uraraka asked. We don't have time for that. If you want to be heroes, then you should spend more time training. Now hurry up and get moving. You have 10 minutes. And with that, Aizawa zipped up his sleeping bag and hopped out of the class. Everyone quickly went to get changed, and 8 minutes later everyone was on the field. Their uniforms were blue and had the UA spelled out in white. ITAT ran from top to bottom. Good, everyone is here. Now we can begin. Today I am going to test your quirks and decide if you are qualified to become heroes. I won't lie to you. Right now we are one person over capacity, so that means one of you will be leaving. The student's eyes went wide. But that's not fair, said a pink-skinned girl. Life isn't fair, kid, especially when it comes to heroes. Now, Bakugo, think fast, Aizawa said, throwing a ball at him, which he caught with ease. Step inside the circle and throw it. You're allowed to use your quirk, just don't leave the circle. Bakugo, a blonde-haired kid, smiled at the prospect of using his quirk. You got it, man, I'm going to destroy all of you in this test, he said, walking into the circle. Pulling his arm back, Bakugo clenched the ball. As he threw his arm forward, a loud explosion was seen coming from his hand. The ball rocketed into the sky. Die! He yelled out as it slowly disappeared from view. Die, really? That's the best you can think of, both Pearl and Izuku thought. Not bad, Bakugo, 705.2 meters. So you all get the point, just try your best, Aizawa said, addressing the class.
Alright, this looks fun, said a yellow-haired student.
Just then Izuku and Pearl could sense the air around Aizawa shift. Fun, you say? Hero work is not fun. We put our lives on the line every day to save others. If you won't take this seriously, then you can all leave. No? No one. Let's begin, shall we? Aizawa said with a smile. The class fell silent. It was do or die time. If they messed up, they would be out. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Izuku was paired up with a tall blue-haired kid with glasses named Iida. From the looks of it, his quirk has something to do with speed. Let's see how he does against me, Izuku thought as he lined up. Bang! The gun fired and off they went. Iida took off, but as he took his third step, Izuku zoomed past him. All he heard was the time, 2.4 seconds. Iida finished in 3.04 seconds. Pearl was the next to go and she got a time of 2.7 seconds, completely blowing away a small boy named Mineta.
The next part was grip strength. Izuku grabbed the machine and applied pressure. However, he put a little too much power into it. 999.99 kilograms was the final reading before the machine broke.
Jesus, how strong is this guy? Kirishima said, surprised. Just then the sound of another machine breaking was heard. Looking to his left, Kirishima saw Pearl holding the broken machine. We have two powerhouses in the class.
Next was the standing long jump, which Izuku and Pearl cleared without a problem. The test also had sit-ups, push-ups, side steps, distance running and seated toe touches, all which they both cleared with ease. Every time those two did anything, Bakugo would glare at them. Finally, it was time for the remaining people to throw the ball. One by one they went, no one got anything too impressive. Except for Uraraka, who got infinity. Alright, Pearl, you're up, Aizawa said, tossing her the ball.
Yes sir, she said, walking into the circle. Gripping the ball, she threw it with all her might. She even managed to kick up dust as she threw it. Impressive, you may have just beaten the first-year record, Aizawa said, turning the device that showed the number. The whole class jaws dropped when they saw the number, 2,649 meters, they all yelled out.
Izuku smiled, here I thought it was going to be more.
That's amazing. How did she do that? I didn't even see her use her quirk, Mina said, flabbergasted.
Pearl went back to the line and smiled at Izuku. Beat that, she said, puffing out her chest.
Last but not least, Izuku, Aizawa said, calling him over. Izuku nodded and entered the circle. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the ball. I bet you he won't throw it past the fence. Look at him, he's a wimp, Bakugo said, scoffing at Izuku. Pearl overheard and glared at him. Watch what you say, or I'll cut your tongue out. Bakugo flinched. Tisk. Dumb B****, don't talk to me like that, unless you're looking for a fight. Please, you couldn't even touch me, Pearl said, scoffing. This only pissed Bakugo off. What the hell did you say? I will C can kill you, he said as small explosions rippled in his hands. Pearl saw him coming and swiped his legs from out under him. Now on the floor, Pearl was about to punch him in the face. Pearl! The voice of Izuku rang out. Pearl stopped an inch away from Bakugo's face. That's enough. Pearl backed away. Next time I won't be so merciful. Bakugo growled, that's enough out of both of you, fight again and I will kick you both out, Aizawa said. Backing away, Bakugo went back to his spot, while Pearl crossed her arms. Now Izuku, throw the ball, we've wasted enough time. Yes sir, Izuku said, focusing on the test. Clenching his whole arm, Izuku pulled his arm back and at full force he threw the ball. The ball had so much force to it that it created a small dust devil around him. The class shielded their eyes from the dust. Man, who exactly are these two? Kaminari said, amazed. Aizawa looked down at the device, 4,828 meters. Wow, that's 3 miles. I expected nothing less. You can go back, I'll post the standings in a second. Right, Izuku went back. Pearl smiled, as expected of his highness. Izuku, that was amazing, Uraraka said, getting close to him. Stepping back, Izuku with a slight blush on his face. It was no big deal. Your score was even more amazing, Uraraka. Alright everyone, these are your scores. Just then Aizawa pressed a button on the device and out popped a hologram projection. The projection had everyone's names on it followed by rank. Izuku had taken first place, Pearl was in second, Momo was in third, followed by Todoroki and Bakugo. Hey, I got first place and Pearl, you got second. Guess that means we are safe, Izuku said, looking at the rankings. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their ranking. Well, all but one student. I failed. A short boy with purple balls on his head fell to his knees. Mineta, you are hereby being kicked out of the hero course. Pack your things and head over to general education. Let's go, Aizawa said. Why yes sir, Mineta said, picking himself up. Alright, everyone else, Go get changed and head over to the gym. The orientation is about to begin. Except for you two. Aizawa pointed at Izuku and Pearl. Nezu wants to speak to you before the orientation, so get to it. Izuku and Pearl looked at each other and shrugged. What could he want with us? Pearl asked. Don't know, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's important. Izuku then turned to Uraraka. See you in the orientation? Uraraka nodded. I'll save you two a seat. With that, Pearl and Izuku went to go get change. Who the hell are those two? Everyone asked themselves. Principal Nezu's office. Nezu was going over some paperwork when there was a knock at the door. Nezu, it's us, said Izuku. Come in. Opening the door, Izuku and Pearl walked in. Please have a seat, this won't take long.
They took a seat in front of his desk. So what is this about? Asked Izuku.
During the orientation there will be a camera crew from the local TV station. With your permission I want to introduce you as the Prince of Atlantis, Nezu said. Are you sure that's a good idea? Asked Pearl. Yeah, I agree with Pearl. Won't this bring unwanted attention to the school? Izuku asked, wondering why Nezu would do this. Besides, doesn't everyone already know we are here? No, actually, your father, the king, asked to keep your arrival a secret until after you entered class, Nezu said. However, you are right, this will bring some attention to our school. Not to mention the government, that is why the choice is ultimately yours to make. Besides, UA is the best hero school in all of Japan, so we are no strangers to attention. Izuku thought about it. The whole point of this was to establish a good relationship with Japan and this school. If people knew we were here, then I can accomplish my mission faster. Very well, Nezu, you can introduce us, Izuku said. Pearl was shocked. Why, your highness, are you sure? Izuku nodded. Yes, this is the perfect opportunity to establish relations with Japan's government. That is the main reason we came here anyway, so it's a win-win for both of us. Pearl was still unsure about this, but if this is what Izuku wanted, she would not dare go against him. Nezu smiled. Perfect. If you'd like, you can change into your royal attire. Yeah, that would be probably for the best. Alright Pearl, let's go, Izuku said, standing up.
We shall see you in a few minutes then. Izuku and Pearl quickly went back to the house and changed into their royal attire.
UA Gymnasium. Uraraka and the rest of the class were front and center. It was a boring introduction. They went over the rules and regulations at UA, typical for any school. Uraraka looked over to see two empty seats she saved for Izuku and Pearl. Where are those two? She asked Mina. Don't know, they should have been back by now. The orientation is almost over, Mina said. Just then Nezu himself stepped up to the podium.
Alright, one more final thing before we let you all go. As any of you have seen, there is a camera crew with us today. This is due to the fact we have two very special guests attending the school this year. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce Izuku Kaito Midoriya, Prince of Atlantis, and his loyal bodyguard Pearl. Nezu motioned to the end of the stage, and out walked Izuku wearing his royal attire. Closely following behind was Pearl wearing her armor. Class 1A all blinked. What did he say? Did he just say Prince? Uraraka said, pointing at Izuku on stage. Yeah, he said Prince of Atlantis. No way, Mina said in disbelief. Izuku stepped to the podium. This may come as a shock to you all, but it is true, I am the Prince of Atlantis. I came here on behalf of my kingdom, to help establish relations with the surface world. I believe I can achieve this by living amongst you. I have a lot to learn about life above the sea, and I hope that you can come to me to learn about life under the sea. So I send this message to the government of Japan and any who are listening, come and talk to me. Let us not be bound by our past. I see a world where we can all prosper, and the only way to do this is together. And to my fellow classmates, I hope we can be friends, and I know Pearl does too. I look forward to the time we will be spending together. With that, Izuku bowed to the camera and walked off. The whole gym was stunned by this sudden development. Even online, the hashtag Prince Walks Among Us was quickly climbing the ranks. This announcement, however, didn't escape the ears of the government. Inside her office, Prime Minister Yui sat in her chair looking at the TV. She then pressed a button on the phone. Schedule a meeting with the prince as soon as you can. Also contact UA and have them explain why they didn't see the need to tell us this beforehand. Yes, ma'am. A voice said on the other side of the line. After so many years. Why would Atlantis send the prince over to UA of all places? Regardless, we need to be careful with him here. We do not want another war with them. I will do everything in my power to make sure he leaves. No matter the cost, I will protect my people, Prime Minister Yu said. Back in UA, Izuku knew this would happen after he made his little announcement. Everyone was avoiding him. This happened in his class, in the halls, and even in the bathroom. It was now time for lunch, and it was the same thing. Don't let it get to you, Izuku. They just don't know how to process the information yet, Pearl said, trying to cheer him up. I know, Pearl. Come on, let's go find a place to sit. Grabbing their trays, Izuku and Pearl sat down at an empty table. As they were enjoying their meal, a voice was heard. Mind if we join you? Looking up, they saw Uraraka and Iida standing in front of them. Izuku smiled. Sure, please sit. Uraraka sat beside Izuku and Iida sat beside Iida. So you're a prince, huh? Uraraka said nervously. Izuku laughed. Hey, no need to be so nervous, and yeah, I am. Sorry for not telling you sooner. Let's start over, shall we? Izuku Kaito Midoriya, Prince of Atlantis. Ochako Uraraka, just your typical high school girl, she said, introducing herself once again. Tenya Iida, brother of the pro hero Ingenium.
Iida said, bowing slightly. It's nice to meet you both. As you know, this is Pearl. She can be a bit rash, so watch out, Izuku said, winking at Uraraka. Pearl smacked him over the head. How many times do I have to tell you, don't give people a bad impression of me? Uraraka laughed. Wow, you two really get along. So how long have you two been dating? She asked. Pearl choked on her food. We aren't dating, she said, blushing red. Really? The way the two of you acted, the whole class just assumed you were together? Iida said, adjusting his glasses. And no, that's not right. I'm his bodyguard, nothing else, Pearl explained.
It's as she says, Pearl is just my bodyguard. We have known each other since we were kids, so I guess that explains why we are so close. Why did you ask Uraraka? Are you interested in becoming queen of Atlantis one day? Izuku said, teasing her.
Uraraka blushed red. And no, of course not. Someone like me could never be a queen. Izuku laughed. I'm just kidding, but don't sell yourself short. You're an attractive young woman. Any guy would be happy to have you as their girlfriend. Uraraka blushed. Pearl on the other hand took a jab at Izuku's side. What? Nothing, Pearl said, going back to her food. The rest of the day went smoothly. After some more awkward moments, the class began to open up to Izuku and Pearl. After school they even hung out for a while. The class asked about how Atlantis was and about its people. Izuku and Pearl were more than happy to answer their questions. If you like, then maybe one day I can take you all down to Atlantis.
Really? That would be awesome, Mina said, jumping for joy.
Of course, in exchange I would like you to teach us about life on the surface world, Izuku said. Oh, we can do that. Easy, said a school uniform. It was Hagakure. Thanks to her quirk she was always invisible. Then it's settled. When we get the chance, please teach us, Izuku said, nodding. For now it's getting late and I'm sure people are going to want to speak with me. Alright, later, Izuku, Uraraka said, waving them goodbye. Pearl and Izuku left. As they did, Mina turned to Uraraka.
How did you get so friendly with the prince? Mina asked with a smug look on her face.
Uraraka turned red. We just talked during lunch, that's all. Sure, whatever, although fair warning, I don't think that Pearl girl likes you that much. I've seen her give you the eye more than a few times, Mina said. Uraraka sighed. I saw that too. I get the feeling she likes Izuku. Atlantis King Nero sat on his throne watching the TV broadcast of his son. Well, it seems you really are doing well, my son. Let's see if you can make good on your word and reunite our two worlds. Just then the doors to the throne room were pushed open. My king, we need to talk. It was Malum, the highest-ranking general in the Atlantean army.
Ah, Malum, what is it? King Nero said. Malum kneeled just shy of the steps. Why did you send the prince to the surface?
Why? Because I wish to open relations with the surface world again, King Nero explained.
Sir, with all due respect, the surface world will never accept us. May I need to remind you what happened to the queen, Malum said. This infuriated the king. Just then the water around Malum began to swirl. Choose your next words carefully, Malum, for they could be your last. Looking up, Malum saw King Nero's eyes glowing white with energy. Malum lowered his head. I meant no disrespect, my king. Leave, King Nero ordered. The choice was mine to make, the prince simply agreed. Yes, as you wish. Malum swam out of the throne room. King Nero slumped back into his chair. I knew there would be backlash from this decision, but I didn't think it would come from Malum. I guess it's true what they say, war really does change people.
Outside of the throne room, Malum was mad. Damn King Nero, doesn't he know that the surface world will attack us once again? We need to attack them first before they attack us. Just then one of his guards came up to him. General, we acquired the reactor. All we need now is a power source. Malum smiled. Good, have the troops hide it, and as for the power source, I know just where to get it. However, we must show King Nero that the surface world truly is out to get us.
And, the word is out, Izuku, Prince of Atlantis, is attending UA. What will the world think? And what is Malum going to do? Also, no one said anything about a pairing, so I guess Ima choose, unless someone says something. Anyway, find out what happens next time. 59 Chapter 3, Experience.
And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all for the support, so here's another chapter on my birthday, so yay. Without further ado, let's just jump into it. Experience. Izuku knew this would happen. He knew that the Japanese government would want to talk to him. After spending most if not all of his weekend in meetings, all of which ended in the same way. Every nation wanted to know if Atlantis was getting ready for war, and Izuku would always answer with, we don't seek war, but we are always ready for it. It was Sunday night as Izuku was finally home. As soon as he got home he threw off his royal attire. Man, I didn't think we'd spend all weekend just at meetings. How does father do this? He asked, throwing himself on the sofa. Pearl sighed, if you're tired then I suggest you go to bed. Remember we have hero training with All Might tomorrow. Izuku pricked up. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, at least we have something to look forward to. But you were right, we should get some rest. Good night, Pearl. With that Izuku went upstairs. Pearl stayed behind and opened up a laptop she had on the table. The screen showed a picture of everyone in Class 1A. Most of them don't pose a threat to His Highness, but there are these three. The picture of Todoroki, Bakugo and Uraraka showed up on the screen. Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero. Quirk, he can conjure fire and ice. He can prove troublesome if we have to fight him. Katsuki Bakugo, can cause explosions from his hands thanks to his sweat being like nitroglycerin. Disabling his hands should do the trick. Pearl then scrolled down to a picture of Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka. Nowhere near the strongest person in the class. However, it seems His Highness has taken an interest in her. I will have to be cautious around her. I will not let her get too close to His Highness. I just won't. Pearl closed the laptop and went upstairs to sleep. As she laid in bed, she couldn't stop her heart from feeling uneasy. The following day class was going smoothly and it was finally time for hero class. As the students sat around waiting for All Might to arrive, Izuku sat at his desk staring out the window. "Hey Midoriya, are you ready for some hero training?" Uraraka asked, tapping him on the shoulder. Snapping out of his little daydream, Izuku turned to her surprised. "Sorry, I got lost in thought, and yeah, I am. I heard a lot about this All Might. It seems like he's the #1 hero?" Uraraka nodded. "Yup, he's super cool, just wait until you see him in action." Just then a voice was heard coming from the door. "I am." Coming through the door like a normal person, the doors suddenly swung open, revealing All Might striking a pose. How is that normal? The students asked themselves. "Alright everyone, welcome to Hero Studies. As you can see, I am now a teacher here at UA and I hope to teach you a thing or two," said All Might. The class applauded. "Thank you, now that we have that out of the way, let's jump straight into today's lesson. Today we are going to do some battle trials. However, before I explain anything, you all need to look the part of a hero." All Might pressed a button on the desk. The wall behind him suddenly began to open up, revealing suitcases with numbers on them. "These are your hero costumes, now grab your respective number and head over to ground beta." With that, All Might ran out of the class. Izuku grabbed his number and went to the locker rooms to go get change. Pearl did the same. This would be the first time they showed off their skill to anyone but their trainers. His hero costume consisted of a skin-tight green bodysuit that had black streaks coming from the midsection. He also wore tight black pants that had the symbol of Atlantis as a buckle. Topping it all off, Izuku wore black boots that had a small dorsal fin coming out of the calf area. As for his weapons, he had the twin Atlantean water blades on his back. Think of Aqualad's costume from Young Justice. Pearl wore a skin-tight light pink-colored tank top that showed off her midriff, outlined with an emerald green color around its edges. Around her waist she wore a long sarong cloth that was fastened with the symbol of Atlantis that held her long sword. She also wore light pink, short, fingerless formal gloves. To top everything off, she wore a green gem around her neck and pink boots that also had dorsal fins. Think of Aquagirl's costume, also from Young Justice. The gem was a gift from Izuku. It was given to her to celebrate the completion of her training to become his bodyguard. She cherished this gem and always looked at it when she felt sad or helpless. The class all came out wearing their costumes. "Wow, you all look like pro heroes already. Most impressive," All Might said, looking at his students. Izuku stood off to the side, still trying to get comfortable with his costume. "Man, I didn't think they would make this so fast. I gave them specific measurements and told them it had to be made of cloth from Atlantis." "Whoa, is that you, Midoriya?" a voice said behind him. Turning around, Izuku found Uraraka wearing her costume. "Wow, you look amazing." Izuku blushed slightly. "Uraraka. Wait, are you wearing a spacesuit?" he said, looking at her. "Nice, that suit shows off her curves nicely. Wait, what the heck am I thinking? Why yeah, it looks like there was a mistake making it though. I didn't mean for it to be so skin tight. I probably look weird, don't I?" she said, embarrassed. Izuku shook his head. "No, you look amazing in that. I think it works for you," he said with a smile. Now it was Uraraka's turn to blush. Thanks." Pearl watched as the two spoke. She scoffed and went to the front of the group to wait for instructions. "You may all look the part, now it's time to see if you have the skills. As I said in the classroom, we are going to do some battle trials in an enclosed space. There will be 2 teams of 2, one will be heroes, the other villains. The villains will be defending a bomb inside the building. The heroes will be looking for this bomb. In order to win, the heroes must touch the bomb. In order for villains to win, they can run out the clock or capture of the heroes. Now it's time to decide on the teams." All Might pulled out a box. "Inside I have everyone's name. I will pull out 2 names and that will be your team. Let's start with the heroes." He reached inside and pulled out 2 slips of paper. "Alright, first team will be Izuku Kaito Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka." They both looked at each other and nodded. "Now for the villains, let's see Katsuki Bakugo and Pearl." The class gasped. The 2 Atlanteans were going to go head to head, prince versus bodyguard. Izuku smiled. "It's been a while since we fought, huh Pearl?" "Oh yeah, and if I remember we are tied at 346 wins each. Get ready to get your butt kicked, Izuku," Pearl said with a smug look on her face. "Yeah right. You only got those wins because you picked on me when I was little. Things have changed since then," said Izuku. "I appreciate the enthusiasm, you too, but remember this is just a trial, so please don't go overboard," All Might said as a sweat drop fell from his face. "Now you each get 10 minutes to plan things out, so head over to the testing area and get ready. The rest of us will be in the observation room. Good luck." The 2 teams split up. Izuku and Uraraka were going over the building's layout. "Hey Midoriya, how good of a fighter is Pearl?" Uraraka asked. Izuku thought about it. She is easily top 3 in all of Atlantis. She trained since she was very little. Her whole life she's known nothing but fighting. It wasn't until she became my bodyguard that she started to show her other side. Uraraka's eyes went wide. Wow, but you can beat her, right? Maybe. Pearl is special. She can analyze people, find out weaknesses and exploit them mid-fight. Not to mention she's the best swordswoman in Atlantis. Also she is one of the best hand-to-hand fighters. I'd say we are about equal in most things, but I do have the advantage in one thing. However, I'll need your help to win. You with me? Asked Izuku. Uraraka nodded. Of course. So what's the plan? With Pearl and Bakugo, the two didn't say a word to each other when they were heading towards the bomb. Hey, fish girl, between you and the fish guy who's stronger? Bakugo asked. He has a name. And to answer your question, it's hard to tell. I usually don't go all out against him when we fight, and neither does he. But there is one thing that I am better at. Pearl pulled out her sword. Stay here and guard the bomb. I will handle those two. This pissed Bakugo off. Huh? No way, fish girl. I can take both of them myself, so you guard the bomb. Pearl turned to Bakugo. If you think you can take down Izuku, then you are a bigger idiot than I thought. Why you? Just as Bakugo was about to confront Pearl, a bell rang out signaling the start of the test. Knowing Izuku, he's going to come not from the entrance, he's going to look for another way in. The girl's quirk can make things float, so they are going to start from at least the 3rd floor, Pearl said, walking towards the door. Stay here or come with. I don't care, but just stay out of my way. If you want to win, then you'll do what I tell you. As she walked away from the bomb, she pulled out her sword. Tisk, acting all cocky. I'll show you all. Bakugo followed Pearl. Izuku did exactly what Pearl thought he would. With the help of Uraraka's quirk, they floated up to the 3rd floor. Once inside, Izuku pulled out his twin blades. Looks like there are a lot of turns here. Perfect spot to get ambushed. Stay behind me and watch our back, Izuku instructed. Uraraka nodded. Got it. Slowly they made their way through what seemed a maze of sharp turns. Do you think those two will attack or wait at the bomb? Pearl will most definitely come for us. Bakugo not sure. He is hot-headed and rash. Don't really see him thinking things over. Just as they turned the corner, Izuku saw a hand appear from the shadows. Uraraka, look out, he said, putting his swords in front of him. The explosion caught the blades, but the shockwave knocked Izuku back into Uraraka. They both tumbled back. You okay, Uraraka? Izuku asked. Uraraka picked herself up. Yeah, I'm good, just shell-shocked. Are you good? You took the blast head-on. Yeah, I'm good, my swords got the worst of it. I didn't think you'd come for us first. Tell me, where is Pearl? Izuku asked, looking at Bakugo. I wouldn't worry about her, I'd be more worried about you too, Bakugo said, clearing the smoke from his explosion. Something is wrong. Pearl wouldn't just leave. She has to be somewhere, but where? Unless, turning to Uraraka, he pushed her out of the way. Crossing his twin swords together, he created an X. Just then the sparks of metal hitting metal was seen. Izuku grunted as he fought against the sword. How did you get behind us, Pearl? On the other side, Pearl was seen holding her blade with one hand. You have a bad habit of not looking up, Izuku, she said, pulling her sword away. There Pearl stood, sword by her side, and behind them was Bakugo ready to blast them. Midoriya, this isn't looking good for us, Uraraka said with her back to Izuku's. I know. Do you think you can take on Bakugo? Izuku asked. And no, he would blast me before I even got close. Not to mention this place is too closed off to move around. We need more space to move around or else we are done, Uraraka said on guard. Izuku looked around and smiled. Well, if we can't go forward or back, guess we have to make our own path. Putting the blades on his back, Izuku punched the wall beside them, shattering it. The area was soon covered in a dust cloud. Let's go, Uraraka, he said, reaching and grabbing her hand. Together they went through the hole in the wall. Damn it, they are getting away, Bakugo said, covering his mouth. They won't get far. Let's go, Pearl said, running after them. Bakugo followed close behind. Izuku and Uraraka ran up a few floors before stopping at a wide open room. Alright, we should have some time before they get here. Catch your breath, Izuku said. Thanks, Midoriya, but can you please let me go now? Uraraka asked, embarrassed. Looking down, Izuku saw that he was still holding her hand. Sorry, he quickly let her hand go. It's fine, so what's the plan? Uraraka asked. The plan is for you to go after the bomb. They are both chasing us, so that means the bomb is unprotected. I'll stay here and stall them, said Izuku. That's crazy. You can't expect me to leave you here to fight both of them, Uraraka said. I may not look it, but I can fight too. Oh, is that right? Let's see if you can. A voice said. Turning around, Izuku could only see a blur passed by him. Uraraka never saw it coming. She heard the voice followed by a sharp pain in her stomach. Pearl had appeared and punched Uraraka hard in the stomach, sending her flying to the wall. Uraraka! Izuku yelled out. He charged at Pearl only to be blasted in the back by Bakugo. Where do you think you're going, fishboy? Your fight is with me, Bakugo said, firing another blast at Izuku. Izuku shielded himself the best he could, but the blast prevented him from helping Uraraka. You want to fight? You got it? Pushing past the explosions, Izuku made his way towards Bakugo. Bakugo watched as Izuku walked towards him. Fall, damn it. With a quick motion, Izuku appeared in front of Bakugo. What? Grabbing his hands, Izuku began to squeeze. Managing to fire off one final blast, Bakugo hit Izuku in the face, causing his head to whiplash back. Got him? Bakugo boasted. But as soon as the smoke cleared, his boasting quickly turned to one of worry. Looking back at him was a pissed-off Izuku. Blood poured from above his eyes. "Get out of my way," he said, bashing his head against Bakugo's with enough force to break his nose. Blood poured from Bakugo's now broken nose, letting him go. Izuku went to help Uraraka. Pearl stood over a now injured Uraraka. "Pity, I thought you'd be more of a challenge." "Yield, I do not wish to hurt you any longer," Pearl said, pointing her sword at Uraraka, who was on her knees. Uraraka struggled to breathe, and never. "I have to prove to them that I can do it," she said, pushing herself up. "So be it, I'll just have to teach you a thing or two," Pearl said, raising her sword. As she did, Uraraka saw her chance. Pearl didn't know it, but Uraraka was secretly touching the rubble around her. "Got you!" Uraraka yelled out, throwing her hands forward. Several medium-sized rubble flew at Pearl, creating a dust cloud. Not expecting it, Pearl could only watch as the rubble hit her. "And now who's the pitiful one?" Uraraka said. "Sadly, it's still you." Slicing the cloud with her sword, Pearl made the dust cloud disappear. "It's game over for you," she said, bringing the sword down towards Uraraka. Uraraka's eyes grew wide. She put her arms up as a last-ditch attempt to stop the blades. Suddenly the familiar sound of metal against metal was heard. "Sorry I kept you waiting, Uraraka," Izuku said, holding back the blade. "Midoriya, if you're here, does that mean Bakugo is down?" Uraraka asked. Izuku managed to kick Pearl away. "Yeah, now go find the bomb and win this for us." Uraraka nodded. "You got it, just be careful, alright?" "You got it," he said as Uraraka took off towards the stairs. "Now then, shall we continue this?" Izuku said, looking at Pearl. Pearl smiled. "Let's, after I deal with you Izuku, I'll stop her," she said, going into her battle stance. Izuku did the same. Observation room. The class couldn't believe what they were seeing. Izuku destroyed the wall like it was nothing. He then took down Bakugo like it was nothing, and Pearl. She managed to do significant damage to Uraraka with just one hit. Sir, isn't this going too far?" asked Kirishima. "Normally I would agree with you, but it seems those two weren't serious. If they wanted to really hurt Uraraka and Bakugo, they would have. Now they get to face each other. We get to see them with no restraints," All Might said, glued to the monitor. "It's not every day you get to see two Atlanteans fight each other, so let's watch," said Mina. Back with Izuku and Pearl running at each other, they began to slash and stab at each other. Every strike was countered and dodged. They were moving almost too fast for the class to see. Cut marks began to appear around their body as they clashed in the middle. Everyone could see a smile on both of their faces. "You seem to be enjoying this, Izuku," Pearl said, pushing her blade. "Of course, everyone in the palace would always go easy on me during practice, but you never went easy on me. However, those were only practice. How about we kick this up a notch?" Izuku said with a smile. "I couldn't agree more." Sliding the blade down, she managed to shatter one of Izuku's swords. "One down, one to go." "Thanks for that, now I have a free arm." With his free arm, Izuku managed to punch Pearl hard in the ribs. A small shockwave was seen as Pearl was sent to the nearby wall. Pulling herself out of the wall, she managed to stay up. "Well, it seems you've gotten stronger since the last time we fought." "Good, I would expect nothing less from you. However, I'm still the better swordsman, and now that you are down one blade, it's my win." Izuku looked at the broken blade. "As I thought, I'm no match for you when it comes to swords." Tossing it aside, he jumped back to gain some distance. "I never told you, did I?" "Told me what?" Pearl asked, curious. "Father has been secretly training me. Can you guess for what?" Izuku said, putting the other blade on his back. Pearl was puzzled. "Training with the king? What for, unless, no." Closing his eyes, Izuku took a deep breath. "Yup, you guessed it right." The whole building began to rumble. Uraraka, who was still running up the stairs, stopped when she felt the shaking. What's going on?" Suddenly a crack on the wall began to appear, followed by rushing water. Pearl looked around as the shaking intensified. "Guess I have to beat you before you do anything then," she said, running at Izuku ready to slash him. Izuku stood still as she approached. "I win," she yelled out, gripping her sword. Just as the blade was about to hit Izuku, a stream of water appeared from behind Izuku and knocked Pearl's sword away. Looking up, Pearl saw Izuku's eyes glow green. "To think you would possess the same powers as the king." Pearl smiled, before throwing a punch at Izuku. Waving his hands, Izuku controlled the water to shield himself from her punch. Water wrapped around her arm, and with another quick motion he threw her across the room. Pearl tried to get up, but water suddenly seemed to grab her, pinning her against the wall. Pearl struggled to free herself but found that she could not. "Guess this is my loss then," she said. Izuku walked up to her with an arm raised. "Guess so, you fought well, Pearl. Now I have to wait until Uraraka touches the bomb." Just then the wall on the other side of the room exploded. "Why, you bastard, I'll make you regret breaking my nose." Bakugo had finally composing himself. Izuku watched as Bakugo raised his arm, showing the grenade-shaped gauntlet. "You don't know this, but inside all the sweat I've accumulated is stored. If you thought my explosions were big before, just wait and see," he said, pulling the pin on the gauntlet. "Bakugo, stop this now. If you fire off that explosion, it will kill them. Not to mention your teammate is in the way of the blast," All Might yelled from the observation room. "Not if he dodges. As for the fish girl, anything to win, right?" Bakugo said, firing off a massive explosion that shattered every window in the entire building.
Izuku watched as the blast got closer. Raising his hand, he controlled the water and launched it at the explosion. Only to have it evaporate in the air. T.
He knew that this blast would do some damage to himself and Pearl. I never actually did this successfully in practice, but I got to try, he said, letting go of Pearl. Get behind me, he commanded. Pearl did as she was told and got behind him. As the water he controlled swirled around him, he suddenly closed his hands and pulled them close to his chest. This caused the water around him to form a shield. Got to hold this, ha. In the observation room, the class watched as the explosion engulfed Izuku and Pearl completely. No, All Might yelled out. This exercise is over. Have the medical bots take out the injured Ed. But before he could finish, Kirishima pulled on his cape. "Yes, sir. Look," he said, pointing at the screen. "My God." As the explosion smoke faded, Izuku was seen still standing, but his eyes were now flickering with the glowing green color. "I did it. Pearl, you alright?" he asked as his nose began to bleed from overusing his hydrokinesis. "Why yeah, I'm fine." Just then Izuku fell to his knees. "Izuku," she said, catching him before he hit the floor. "Fine, just a headache from using it," he said, grabbing his head. Ichi stopped it. How did you stop that?" Bakugo screamed out, as he stomped towards him. Just then another bull was heard. "Bomb has been secured. Hero team wins," All Might said through the loudspeaker. Izuku smiled as he knew what this meant. "She found it. Good work, Uraraka. Well done, you four. Now head up to the observation room for your evaluation. After you're done, you can head over to Recovery Girl." The green glow of Izuku's eyes began to fade away. "I think that's 347 wins for me," he said, still feeling the backlash of his powers. Pearl smiled. "Don't go celebrating just yet. Your swordsmanship still needs some work. That means you'll be practicing with me some more." Izuku frowned. "And no. Please," he tried to walk away, but Pearl grabbed him by the shoulder. "Where do you think you're going, Your Highness?" she asked, giving him a stare. "You're going to train some more, am I clear?" Izuku slumped his shoulders. "Yes, good. Now let's go to the observation room and receive our grade," Pearl said as they walked out of the building. Now in the observation room, both teams awaited their results. "Amazing work, all of you. The heroes may have won, but the villains almost came out on top. Can anyone tell me who the MVP would be?" All Might asked the rest of the class. Momo raised her hand. It would have to be Midoriya. His planning gave the heroes a slight tactical advantage, not to mention his strength. However, Pearl could also be a candidate. She correctly assumed Midoriya will enter from another entrance and even used Bakugo as a distraction to get the drop on the two heroes. All Might was stunned. That's correct. Well done. Now let's hit the next teams. Ready, shall we?" Bakugo was quiet as the evaluation went on. "Damn those two. Treating me like I'm nothing. Just wait. I will become stronger and then I'll beat you." The rest of the class went up. Izuku and Pearl watched as they displayed their power. Izuku was particularly interested in a dual-colored haired boy's power. Ice power. Interesting, but the heat I felt coming off of him. He also has a fire quirk. Why isn't he using it? It was the end of the class. "Alright everyone, great work. Please go get changed and head back to class. So long," All Might said, running off. As he turned the corner and out of view of the students, smoke began to appear around him. He then began to cough out blood. "Damn it, I can barely teach one class. If I don't find someone to take my place. No, I can't think that way." Night Eye said he had someone lined up. The rest of the day went smoothly. Izuku and Pearl were heading home when Uraraka caught up to them. "Hey Midoriya, hold up," she said out of breath. "Oh Uraraka, what's wrong? Are your injuries healed up?" Izuku asked with concern. She nodded. "Yeah, I'm all good now thanks to Recovery Girl. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for saving me during the test." Izuku smiled. "You're welcome, but it was lucky for you." Pearl decided to hold back. As she was holding back, that hit felt as if it was at full force, Uraraka said, surprised. "If it was at full force, I would have killed you," said Pearl. "We Atlanteans are much stronger than your normal human, so we have to be careful. Besides, if Pearl did go all out, I would have stopped her from hurting you," Izuku said, patting Uraraka's head. Uraraka bushed. Thanks. Anyway, we should head home now. See you tomorrow, Uraraka," Izuku said as he turned around. Pearl stared at Izuku. "What is this feeling? My heart is getting all weird again." Atlantis King Nero was in a conference with his Congress and military leaders. "How goes the construction of the barrier?" One of his military advisors stood up. "Your Majesty, the barrier is almost complete. Once we activate it, the threats to Atlantis will be greatly diminished." "Good, now anything new about the surface world?" King Nero asked. "Sir, our scouts are reporting large amounts of forces massing at seaports. Most notably Japan's superclass submarine has been spotted. We believe this is the beginning of a first strike," Malum said, placing documents on the table. King Nero looked over them. "I see, this is most alarming. Have the warfleet patrol the area, but do not engage. You are free to attack if and only if we are fired at first. Also send this to my son and have him talk to Japan's leaders about this." "Yes, my king," Malum said as he left the conference room. Once outside he smiled. "Good, now I can enact my plan. Soon all of the surface world will face the wrath of Atlantis." So there you have it. A small showing of Izuku and Pearl's true power. Why is Pearl feeling uneasy? Malum is planning something, but what? How will Japan's government respond to Izuku knowing about the forces massing at ports? Find out next time, 59 Chapter 4. Full alert. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all for the support 4 chapters in and you guys seem to love it, so thank you so much. Enough typing, I need to finish my math homework, so without further ado let's just jump into it.
Full alert. Izuku was furious. Why the FCK would they do this?
Pearl has never seen Izuku this mad. Izuku, please calm down. I'm sure they will explain every. He saw the papers of military forces massing at the ports and of the superclass submarine in the area. They better, he said, storming into the parliament building. Prime Minister Yui, I sure hope you have answers for me. Prime Minister Yui was sitting down at the head of a long table. Ah, Your Highness, you're here. Please have a seat, she said, motioning to the chairs in front of Izuku. Cut the crap. Why are there forces massing at your ports? And why is the superclass submarine outside the city of Atlantis? Izuku asked, slamming his hand on the table. The guards all reached for their guns. Pearl saw this and reached for her sword. However, before anything could happen, Yui put up her hand, stopping them. Calm yourself, all of you. I know this looks bad, Your Highness, but you have to understand the relationship between our two countries has never been good. You can't expect us not to take precautions, especially when you came to Ua unannounced. You may have been sent here as a distraction, and that is something we cannot rule out. Pearl's eyes widened. We came here to establish good relations. If we wanted to, we could sink Japan to the seafloor. Pearl, enough, you are out of line, Izuku said, glaring at Pearl. This is one of the few times Pearl was scared of Izuku. She backed away and kneeled. Yes, Your Highness. Please forgive my insubordination, she said, looking at the ground. Izuku took a deep breath and looked back at the Prime Minister. We came here for one thing and one thing only, we seek conversation. Yet you give us a show of force? That is not a friendly act? Yui stood up. Show of force? You dare lecture me about that? During the war you and your people slaughtered thousands of our troops. You may not have been alive to see the carnage of the war, but there are many in this room who were on the front lines. If you wish to converse, then come back when you have cooled your head. Izuku growled before turning around. Pearl, we are leaving, let's go. He then began to walk towards the door, but stopped before leaving. You're lucky I don't consider your actions hostile. You wouldn't want the people next to you to relive the horrors of war, would you? Do not test my patience. Izuku slammed the doors behind him. Prime Minister Yui fell back into her chair and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank God he's gone. Have the forces leave the ports, but have the submarine stay outside Atlantis. If we can avoid a conflict with Atlantis we will, but we will not back down. Izuku got into the car without saying a word. Izuku. Pearl tried to talk to him but was quickly shut down. Do you think coming here was a mistake, Pearl? He asked as he stared out the window. Pearl thought about it. Well, if I'm being honest. No, we've learned a lot at Ua, and even made some new friends. Yeah, they can get annoying sometimes, but that are good people. I see, Izuku sighed. I've seen the online posts about us. Some are calling for our arrest. Others are trying to blame the war that happened on us. Is peace between our two worlds really impossible? The Queen didn't think so, said Pearl. Yeah. Anyway, what's the week looking like at UA? Izuku asked, changing the subject. Oh, apparently we are going to a place called the USJ. There they do rescue training in different environments. The exercise is to take place in 2 days, explained Pearl. Sounds fun, I can't wait, Izuku said with a smile. Now home. Izuku threw himself on the sofa. Oh right, I almost forgot. Your new weapons came in from Atlantis, said Pearl, tossing him a box. Izuku caught it and opened it up. Whoa, these are cool. Is this what I think it is? The swords were the same design but the metal used was completely different. Yeah, I had the blacksmiths use Royal Atlantean metal. The same material the king's trident is made of, virtually unbreakable. I won't be breaking these anytime soon. Grabbing the swords he began to slice and stab the air. Thanks Pearl, I owe you for this. Pearl shook her head. Think nothing of it. Now come on, let's get some rest. We got school tomorrow. Right, good night Pearl. With that the two went to sleep, excited for tomorrow. The morning came and the two Atlanteans had a bit of a predicament. Looking outside the window they could see a large number of people crowding UA's front gate. The news of All Might teaching got out. How the heck are we supposed to get through that? Pearl asked, peeking out the window. Izuku thought about it. Oh right, I forgot about this, he said, raising his hand with the shark tooth wristband his father gave him. What's that? Pearl asked. Izuku pressed the shark's tooth and to the surprise of Pearl he began to disappear. Izuku. Don't worry Pearl, it's new tech from the war room. Father gave it to me before we left. He said it was for my protection. Izuku said, walking around invisible. That's amazing, I can't even hear your footsteps. Ah, Pearl let out a girlish screech when Izuku touched her sides. Stop, don't do that. Izuku laughed as he deactivated the device. Well, I know it works, but will it work for two? He then extended out his hand. Here, take my hand. Pearl did as instructed and grabbed his hand. Reactivating the device, Izuku began to disappear. Still working for me. Oh Pearl, look, your body. Looking down, Pearl saw her legs and arms were starting to disappear. With this we can sneak out way past the reporters. You can see me, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I can see you. So I can see you since we are both invisible. Interesting. Well, whatever, let's go, he said, walking out of the house holding Pearl's hand. Pearl blushed as they both made their way past the reporters. As they did, Izuku saw the reporters swarming someone. "Hey, you're in class 1A, right? So how is it being taught by the number 1 hero?" the reporter said, stuffing the mic into Uraraka's face. Uraraka was starting to get overwhelmed. He's. Izuku saw this and changed course. "Hey, is that All Might?" he yelled out, still invisible. The reporters and cameras all turned towards the direction of the voice. "Huh? Where? Do you see him?" they all asked each other. Seeing a chance, Izuku reached out and grabbed Uraraka's hand. Taken by surprise, Uraraka jumped. "Shush, Uraraka, it's me," Izuku said, whispering. Midoriya. "Wait, what's happening to my body?" she asked as her body disappeared. "It's fine, it's just an invisibility device, come on, we can sneak past them now," Izuku said, walking towards the school. Uraraka blushed as she looked down at Izuku holding her hand. Pearl on the other hand kept her eyes forward. Making it on campus, Izuku deactivated the device. "Man, that was close, you alright, Uraraka?" Uraraka nodded. "Why yeah, thanks for that. The reporters suddenly swamped me." "Well, it's a good thing I found you," said Izuku. "Yeah, I'm Midoriya. Do you mind letting go of my hand now?" Uraraka said, embarrassed. Izuku looked around to see the other students staring at them. Sorry." Pearl rolled her eyes. "If you two are done, we should get to class." The three walked to class together. After some boring lessons, it was time for homeroom with Mr. Aizawa. "All right everyone, it's time to choose," he said, walking to the front of the class. The class all feared what was to come. "It's time to choose your class president." "That's so normal." The class all thought to themselves. "I want to be president, no, I want to be president." The class just started yelling out. "We should take a vote, it's the fairest way to decide who gets to be president," Momo proposed. The class agreed. "Doesn't matter how you do it. You can have a last man standing fight for all I care, just decide before the end of class," Aizawa said, zipping up his sleeping bag. "I would rather do that. Any takers?" Izuku said with his hand up. He looked around to find everyone just staring at him. "Fine, next time." "Alright everyone, I will pass out slips of paper. Please write down the person you wish to vote for," Iida said, passing out slips of paper. Pearl already knew who she was voting for. It only made sense she would pick Izuku. Izuku on the other hand picked Pearl. After a while Iida came around and picked up everyone's papers. The final votes were cast. "Alright, well, it seems Izuku is your class president and Momo is your vice president," Aizawa said from the back of the room. Izuku had 8 votes, while Momo had 6 votes. "I guess I'm president now. Thanks everyone for electing me." "I mean, you were kind of the obvious choice, with you being a prince and all," said Mina. "Yeah, you know stuff about politics and know how to govern stuff, so it makes sense," Kirishima said, agreeing. He couldn't argue with that. Pearl laughed. "You get the title of president before the title of king." Izuku could tell Pearl was making fun of him. "As president, can I kick people out of the class?" asked Izuku. Pearl was in shock. "Sadly no, you don't have that kind of power," said Aizawa. "Damn it, you lucked out, Pearl," Izuku said with a smug look. Just then the lunch bell rang. Izuku, Uraraka, Pearl, and Iida all went to eat lunch together. As they were enjoying their meal, Iida asked a strange question. "I get why Midoriya and Pearl are here, but why do you want to be a hero, Uraraka?" Uraraka stopped. Well about that. It's for the money," she said, embarrassed. "The money?" the group all asked. "Don't get me wrong, I also want to help people, but ever since I was little my parents have been struggling financially. They run a construction business and work has been declining these last couple of years. I want to be a great hero in order to repay my parents for everything they've done for me," Uraraka explained. "Well, that changes everything," said Izuku. "Your goals are honorable. What you do is for your parents and not your self-interests, and that is an honorable quality." "I agree with Midoriya. Your intentions are good and that's all that matters," Iida said, nodding. Uraraka smiled. "Thanks guys, that means a lot." Just then an alarm began to blare out. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, getting up from his seat. "Security threat level 2. Security threat level 2. All able-bodied personnel please respond," a voice on the speaker said. "Level 2? What the heck is level 2? Uraraka asked. "It means someone has entered the school that isn't supposed to be here," Pearl said, looking around. She then spotted the reporters coming in from the entrance. "It's just the reporters." Just then a wave of students all went running towards the exit. "Why is everyone panicking? It's only the reporters," Izuku said as he was being pushed by other students. "If we don't do something, people are going to get hurt," Uraraka said as she was being bumped. That's when Izuku got an idea. "Uraraka, make me float. Pearl, throw some water in the air," he said, reaching out to Uraraka in the wave of students. Uraraka reached out and after a final push she managed to touch Izuku, causing him to float. Using the wall he pushed himself toward the exit door and floated in the air. "Pearl now," he yelled out. Izuku's eyes began to glow green and Pearl threw water bottles into the air. Holding out his hands, Izuku controlled the water and used it to block the exit. Everyone stopped and looked at Izuku. "Everyone relax. It's just the reporters from this morning. I can see the teachers are already dealing with them, so let's all just relax and go back to eating, alright?" After some muttering everyone began to walk back to their seats. "Alright Uraraka, you can let me go now," said Izuku. Uraraka nodded and placed the tips of her fingers together, canceling her quirk. Izuku landed on his feet, waving his hands. He controlled the water to go back into the bottles. That was awesome, Midoriya, said Uraraka, impressed.
Yes, I must agree with Uraraka, you dealt with that situation calmly and effectively. Iida said, fixing his glasses.
Izuku blushed slightly, thanks guys. Anyway, let's get back to eating, I'm still really hungry. Pearl, being the bodyguard that she was, wanted an explanation as to why the security measures failed. She stuck around after school to get an explanation from Nezu. Izuku, on the other hand, was hanging out with his class. They decided to walk down towards a local shopping center that also had food stands. Izuku looked like a little kid on Christmas Day. What is that? He asked, pointing at a mochi stand. Oh, that's mochi. Wait, are you telling me you've never had mochi before? Uraraka said, shocked. Izuku shook his head, never, we don't have these sweets down in Atlantis. The class all froze, that's it, we are trying everything sweet, said Mina. Yeah, you have to try some ice cream too, oh and chocolate, said Kirishima. Well, sure, let's go, Izuku said, allowing himself to be dragged along. Stand by stand they went buying every single sweet thing they could find. After stuffing his face, Izuku was now full. Man, those were all so good. But if I had to say, I really like that mochi and strawberry crepe. I even got some for Pearl, I know she'll love it, he said, holding a bag full of sweets. Glad you liked it, Midoriya, next time we can go clothes shopping. Oh, or even the arcade, Mina said excitedly. I can't wait, well I think it's time I head home, Pearl must be worried sick. I'll see you all tomorrow, bye, Izuku said, waving. After a short walk, Izuku walked into the house. Hey Pearl, I'm back, and I brought some stuff you are going to love. Walking into the kitchen, Izuku saw Pearl on the laptop. What are you doing? He asked. Pearl jumped. Oh Izuku, you scared me, I was just going over the surveillance cameras. Oh, from the incident this afternoon. So did you find anything? Izuku asked, looking over her shoulder. Not a lot, the gate is made out of reinforced steel so it's hard to knock down. Whoever this was turned the gate to ash, most likely due to a quirk. Then there's also this guy, Pearl said, pointing to the monitor. Izuku narrowed his eyes and saw a tall man wearing a black hoodie, he looked suspicious. Pearl nodded, I agree, unfortunately the cameras didn't get a good look at his face. He was clearly targeting something or someone in the school. I narrowed it down to 3 possible candidates. First being Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero. Second, would be All Might. His number 1 status makes him a good target. And lastly, me, I could be a target, Izuku said. Yeah, Prince Izuku, son of King Nero and heir to the throne of Atlantis. Pearl said, looking at the mystery man. We need to be on high alert, whoever this guy is, they could pose a threat. Make sure to keep an eye out, Pearl. You've never failed me before and I don't expect you to start now, Izuku said, placing the bag in front of her. What's this? Pearl asked, grabbing the bag. Sweets, the class took me out to eat some. I figured I'd bring some for you to enjoy as well. Now close that laptop, eat, and get some rest. You'll need your strength for what's to come, Izuku said, heading upstairs. Today was the day Class 1A was going to the USJ for some rescue training. Alright, everyone settle down. So as you have already heard, we are conducting hero exercises at a place called the USJ. This location is outside of school, so we are going to take a bus out. The exercise will be supervised by me and 2 other teachers. More information will be given when we arrive. Alright, go get changed and meet at the buses, Aizawa said, walking out of the class. Everyone quickly changed into their hero costumes and began to line up. The bus had enough room for everyone and then some. Now on the bus, Izuku was talking with Uraraka and Sue. So Midoriya, I've been wondering, do Atlantans have quirks? Ribbit? Sue asked.
Izuku shook his head. No, actually, our bodies adapted to life in the sea, so we don't have quirks per se. However, our bodies are a lot stronger than normal humans. This is thanks to the pressure under the ocean.
I see, so that's how you were able to shake off Bakugo's blasts, Uraraka said. Yup, we have pretty thick skin. No normal weapons can hurt us. Look, I'll show you. Momo, can you please make us a knife? Izuku said, turning to Momo. I'm sure. Momo raised her hand and sparkles of light began to appear. After a second, a sharp combat knife appeared. Here, she said, tossing it over. Thanks, Uraraka, stab me in the chest, Izuku said, handing the knife over to her. Uraraka was stunned. What? No, this could kill you. It won't, trust me, besides if it could, Pearl would have stopped you, Izuku said, pointing at Pearl, who was staring right at Uraraka. Just trust me. Uraraka took a deep breath. Alright, here we go. Now the whole class stared as Uraraka brought the knife down into Izuku's chest. As the knife made contact, it shattered into pieces. See, not even a scratch, Izuku said with a smile. Whoa, that's manly, said Kirishima. If regular weapons can't hurt you, what can? Ribbit, Sue asked. Maybe if someone like All Might hit me, they might hurt me. Oh, and Atlantean steel can hurt me. Izuku reached behind his back and pulled out one of his blades. Bringing it up to his arm, Izuku sliced himself with it enough to draw blood. See? Uraraka's eyes went wide. Midoriya, your arm? Pearl flinched as she saw Izuku cut himself. However, Izuku simply raised his hand. It's just a scratch, relax. It will heal soon. The class watched as the cut began to close up. We also heal faster than you guys, so a little scratch like that is nothing. Super strength, enhanced durability, a healing factor, unlimited stamina, can control water, and he has badass weapons. Does this mean Pearl has the same power set? Kaminari asked. More or less, I mean we are both Atlanteans, said Izuku. Look alive everyone, we are here, Aizawa yelled out from the front of the bus. They arrived at what looked like a giant stadium. Walking in they were greeted by someone wearing a spacesuit. Welcome everyone to the USJ. Uraraka's eyes sparkled when she saw who it was. Oh my god. It's the Pro Hero 13. She's my top 3 favorite heroes. Izuku smiled when he saw how happy Uraraka was. Pay attention guys, we are not here for fun. Wait, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. He said he was running late and will join us shortly, said 13. Well, we can't wait for him, so let's just get it started. 13, take it away, Aizawa said, standing off to the side. Alright, as some of you know I am the Pro Hero 13. Here at the USJ you are going to learn how to handle different scenarios. We got floods, fires, earthquakes, you name it we have it. Also, if there is anything you should take with you today it's this: quirks are dangerous. My quirk black hole can suck up anything and break it down to its atoms. Very helpful for rescues but also very deadly. Don't take your quirks so lightly, this is why we have so many rules and regulations. And remember we are heroes to help people no matter what, said 13. The class applauded. You will be separated into groups and given different areas so, Aizawa was explaining when he sensed something. Turning around he looked down towards the center plaza. From the plaza a black cloud began to appear. What is that? Mina asked. Just then from the portal a man wearing several hands around his body appeared, followed by a tall muscular bird-faced looking thing. Are those more robots? Kirishima asked, stepping towards the stairs. Stop, those aren't robots, those are real villains, Aizawa said, pulling down his goggles. Pearl jumped in front of Izuku. Get behind me Izuku, she said drawing her sword. One by one several villains began to appear from the portal. However there was one of them that shocked Izuku and Pearl. From the back 2 henchmen came out holding a white-colored carbine rifle. Izuku, that's… Pearl's eyes widened. There's no mistake, that's an Atlantean weapon. How does he have that? Izuku said drawing his blades. But how? After the war we collected all Atlantean weapons the surface had. It was part of our non-aggression pact, said Pearl. I don't know but we are going to find out how they got that. Pearl, you are authorized to use any force necessary in order to protect yourself, myself, and the class. Am I clear? Said Izuku. Pearl nodded. Yes, your highness. Aizawa overheard what Izuku just said. Hold on Midoriya, you can't just order something like that. Sorry Mr. Aizawa but this is a much bigger problem than you can imagine. If that weapon is genuine, then this can cause a national incident. Pearl, grab that weapon, Izuku ordered. Pearl jumped down the stairs. As you wish, An. Here we go, the attack on the USJ is happening. Why do some of the henchmen have Atlantean weapons? The relationship between Atlantis and Japan is crumbling. What will happen? Find out next time. 59 Chapter 5. Fight An. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for all the support in these 5 chapters. Thanks to you I am really enjoying writing. So without future ado let's just jump right into it. Fight. Pearl jumped down several flights of stairs and landed in front of all the villains. Who the heck is this chick? One of the henchmen asked. Doesn't matter, take her down, another said pointing their hands towards Pearl. However before they could do anything Pearl disappeared from sight. So your highness do I have permission to kill them? She said appearing beside them with her sword at their throat. Aizawa's eyes went wide. I didn't even see her move, was she holding back this entire time? Izuku smiled as he walked to the edge of the steps. Normally I would say yes but we are on the surface so knock them out for now. We will have the heroes deal with them. As you wish. Pearl then moved her blade from their throat and sliced the tendons on the wrists. The henchmen screamed out in pain but soon their screams turned to silence when Pearl knocked them out. Alright, who's next? She said turning to the rest. Damn, Midoriya, call her back, I can't have students fighting villains, Aizawa said, looking at Izuku. She is performing her bodyguard duties, I see nothing wrong with this. Besides she is also protecting the students, if you want to stop her go do it yourself, Izuku said motioning towards the plaza. Aizawa scowled. 13 Get everyone out of here, I'll go try and stop Pearl. And you behave yourself, he said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku shrugged. Me? Always? Aizawa jumped down to fight alongside Pearl. Come on everyone we need to get out. 13 said pointing towards the door. The class began to leave but stopped when the black mist appeared in front of the door. Sorry but you aren't going anywhere. The mist suddenly began to take a human form. Greetings everyone, we are the League of Villains. The name is Kurogiri and you lot have the unfortunate luck of becoming our first victims in our quest to kill All Might. However before Kurogiri could say anything else Izuku came in swinging his swords. You talk too much, he said, but to his surprise his blades hit nothing but air.
Stupid boy, physical attacks won't work on me. Wait I know you, yeah you're that prince. Well I'm honored to be in your presence but if you don't mind I have a job to do, Kurogiri said ready to activate his quirk once again. Move Midoriya, 13 yelled out. Izuku jumped into the air and landed back with his classmates. Black hole, from her fingers 13 began to suck up the mist. Foolish hero, did you honestly believe we wouldn't think of a way to counter this? Kurogiri asked as he opened a portal directly in front of 13.
She tried to stop her quirk but it was too late. Kurogiri opened a portal behind 13. Her quirk ripped apart her costume and began to destroy her back. Fortunately 13 managed to close it but not before her back was left bleeding. Run, she said, passing out from the pain. The students watched in horror as Kurogiri then turned his attention back to them. Now for the students, my job is to scatter you and that's what I intend to do. Suddenly a giant black mist began to cover the students. Izuku saw this coming and pushed Mina and Uraraka out of the way. Midoriya, they both yelled out as himself and most of the class fell through the portal. Only Iida, Mina, Shiro, Seto, and Shoji were left at the UA entrance with the fallen 13.
Pearl looked up the stairs to see Izuku get swallowed up by the mist. Izuku! She yelled out, knocking out other henchmen.
Looking away, Pearl didn't see the henchmen ready to strike her. Just then Aizawa appeared wrapping them in his capture weapon. Watch your back, Pearl, he said, kicking them both in the face. Where did they go? Pearl asked frantically. I don't know but I'm sure they are fine. Midoriya can take care of himself. We on the other hand had to deal with these guys and go find them, Aizawa said going back to back with Pearl. You don't have to tell me that, Pearl said, blocking a punch from a henchman. Izuku saw nothing but black as he fell into the portal. Opening his eyes he noticed he was now falling. He then crashed into a large body of water. Huh? Why would they send me to water? Izuku asked himself as he floated in the water. Just then something swam towards him. Look, there's another one. Let's get him, a shark-faced looking villain said. He was accompanied by several other henchmen. Izuku wasn't worried. The shark-faced villain opened its massive jaws and was about to bite down. However, Izuku simply grabbed its jaw, preventing him from biting down. You just said another. That means some of my classmates are here. Where? Izuku asked, squeezing the shark-faced villain's jaw. Not like I would ever tell you, he said through the pain. That's fine. With his free arm Izuku swung his fist, shattering the teeth of the shark-faced villain. Good luck talking now. Kicking him away, Izuku then took care of the other henchmen. One by one he swam with incredible speed, knocking them out, faster than they could react. Now finished, Izuku looked around to find what seemed to be the underside of a large boat. A boat? Wait, is that? Izuku narrowed his eyes to find Sue swimming towards the boat. That's when Izuku noticed more villains behind her and took off towards her. Sue was swimming as fast as she could. I need to get out of the water and think about my next move, Sue said as she was just about to jump out of the water. However, just behind her were some henchmen. They reached out to grab her leg only to be knocked back by a water vortex. Sue looked back to see Izuku swimming towards her, Midoriya. Without saying a word, Izuku grabbed Sue and jumped out of the water. Landing on the boat, he put her down. You alright, Sue? She nodded. Yeah, thanks. I owe you. Izuku smiled. Don't worry about it. Was it only you and me who landed in the water? I think so. I really didn't get a good look but I'm pretty sure it's only you and me, Ribbit, said Sue. Strange, why would they send the two people most comfortable in the water here? Unless they don't know our powers, Izuku deduced. It makes sense. Now what's the plan, Midoriya? Sue asked. Let's see. However, before he could think of a plan, the boat they were on suddenly began to shake violently. Looking over the edge, Izuku and Sue saw some of the henchmen were shaking the boat, trying to overturn it. We need to get out of here. Sue, get on my back and don't let go. Ribbit, right? Sue went over and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ready. Izuku's eyes began to glow green as he raised his hands. Time to send these guys sky high, he said as he controlled the water, creating a massive wave around the boat. Extending out his hands, he held the wave in place. The villains turned around to see the massive wave around them. What is this? One of them said, panicked. Closing his hands, he brought the wave down towards the boat. It slammed against the boat, causing it to flip upside down and causing the villains to slam against the bottom. From the rushing water, Izuku began to rise with Sue on his back. You alright, Sue? He asked. Sue nodded. I'm good. So now what do? Do we go help Pearl? Yeah, she may be strong but I think that bird-looking thing is going to be some trouble. If they really came here to kill All Might, and if my guess is right, then that creature is designed to kill All Might, said Izuku. Sue's eyes went wide. That's not possible, could it? No one is unkillable. We all have our weaknesses. For the meantime, we will head to the plaza and do some recon. If Pearl and Aizawa seem to be losing ground, I will step in. If that happens, I want you to head back to the entrance. Do you understand? Izuku said, giving Sue a serious look. Of course. Sue took a deep breath. Alright, let's go. The two of them swam towards the plaza. In the plaza, Aizawa and Pearl had just finished taking care of the last of the henchmen in the plaza. These guys were nothing. Now for the weapon, said Pearl, tossing one of them aside. Making her way towards one of the fallen henchmen, she picked up what she thought was an Atlantean weapon. After inspecting it, she noticed it wasn't Atlantis. This isn't one of ours. This is a replica, but it has parts from the original. That shouldn't be possible. The surface world doesn't have the technology to replicate our weapons. Not to mention they shouldn't even have this type of weapon. That's when Pearl noticed a logo near the end of the gun. The logo was a circle with the letters YTC inside it. This symbol, it couldn't be. How did her father's company get a hold of this? Don't drop your guard. I get the feeling the real fight starts now, Aizawa said, turning to the creature and Shigaraki. Well, this is a surprise. To think you two would be able to take on that many henchmen at once. If I wasn't trying to achieve my goals, I would be impressed. Unfortunately for you, you just made things a hell of a lot tougher on me, and for that I think some payback is in order. Nomu, if you will. Shigaraki motioned the giant creature to attack. With a mighty roar, the Nomu ran towards Aizawa faster than he could track it. He only noticed it when it was already in front of him and ready to punch him. Look out! Pearl yelled out, pushing Aizawa out of the way. A loud boom was heard as Aizawa hit the ground. Looking back, he saw Pearl holding back the Nomu's massive fist. Pearl. Down on one knee, Pearl was barely managing to keep herself up. Man, this guy is strong, she said as the ground beneath her began to crack. Shigaraki smiled. Of course, he was designed to kill All Might himself. The fact that you managed to stop a punch is a feat in and of itself, however. The Nomu suddenly screeched as it kicked Pearl in the stomach, sending her flying to a nearby wall, shattering it. No one can compare to All Might. Aizawa's eyes went wide. This monster just managed to hit Pearl. You bastard! Aizawa activated his quirk on the Nomu. However, it did nothing to the Nomu as it ran towards him. Aizawa managed to jump out of the way but noted that his strength and speed was still active. I'm sure I looked at him, that must be his base speed. That thing really is a monster, Aizawa said, sliding to a stop. Now Eraserhead, you're getting distracted, Shigaraki said, running at Aizawa. Throwing his capture weapon, Aizawa managed to wrap Shigaraki in them and pull him towards him to deliver a power knee to his jaw. Shigaraki's head whipped back, however the knee did little damage. Shigaraki managed to reach out and grab Aizawa's arm. Suddenly his arm began to turn gray and break apart. As I thought, you can't use your quirk forever, can you? Once your hair falls, that means your quirk is deactivated. Horrified, Aizawa kicked Shigaraki away as his arm began to bleed. Damn it, I was careless. His arm went limp as he wrapped it in his capture weapon. Suddenly the Nomu reappeared behind Aizawa. Taken off guard, it grabbed his head and slammed it against the pavement. As I said, so easily distracted, Shigaraki said as blood poured down Aizawa's head. Alright Nomu, finish him and move on to the rest of the kids. We don't have all day. The Nomu nodded and raised its other hand. Its razor-sharp claws gleamed in the sunlight. As it brought down its massive hand, a slicing sound was heard. The Nomu looked at its arm to find it missing. What happened? Shigaraki asked as Nomu stood bleeding and missing an arm. Looking for this? A voice said beside the Nomu. Pearl stood there holding the severed hand in one hand and her sword in the other. Dropping the arm, she turned to the Nomu. Come monster, I will kill you where you stand. Why you bitch? My master made that for me, and you just ruined it, Shigaraki yelled at Pearl. Pearl smirked. You surface worlders really are weak. However, before she could finish, the Nomu began to regrow its arm. I stand corrected, this beast will be a worthy challenge. Nomu. Kill her, Shigaraki ordered. The two ran at each other. Pearl swung her sword and the Nomu clenched its massive fist. Back at the entrance, Uraraka looked around. 13 was down and everyone had a look of horror. This single villain managed to separate them from the rest of the class and now threatened them. That's when Uraraka saw the metal plates in the mist. What is that? It looks like some sort of container. That must mean he has a body somewhere in there. If I can get a hold of that, then maybe one of us can get away. Guys, I have a plan, said Uraraka. Everyone turned to look at her. See those metal plates? That has to be some sort of weakness. If we hit that, then we may have a chance. Iida, when you see a chance, head towards the door and run. Run back to the main campus and alert the teacher. Iida was shocked. If you think I would just run and leave you all here. Iida, you are the fastest one here at the moment. Only you can do this. If you don't, then we are all as good as dead, Uraraka yelled at Iida. Iida was taken back. That's when Mina and the rest of the class composed themselves. She's right, Iida, go. We got things covered here, Mina said, readying her acid. Taking a deep breath, Iida nodded. Alright, I'll do it. You kids really are dumb, aren't you? Planning in front of your enemy, not a wise choice, Kurogiri said, activating his quirk once again. Iida turned to run towards the entrance. Kurogiri was about to teleport Iida away when Siro wrapped his tape around the metal part of Kurogiri. Seeing a chance, Mina threw some of her acid at the metal plate, damaging it. That's when Shoji and Sato pulled on the tape, forcing Kurogiri to the ground. Uraraka, now. Uraraka ran in and managed to touch the metal part, causing Kurogiri to lose his gravity. Now guys. With all their might, the guys flung Kurogiri away from Iida. Reaching the door, Iida pried the doors open and ran out, kicking his engines into high gear. Wait for me, everyone. I will bring back reinforcements, he said, running towards the campus. No, Kurogiri yelled out as he saw Iida leave. Shigaraki will not be happy about this. Maybe bringing a hostage will make things right. He turned to Uraraka. Since you are the one who planned this, you're coming with me. Shigaraki opened a portal underneath Uraraka, causing her to fall in. Uraraka, Mina yelled out, trying to reach her but to no success. She was gone. Back with Pearl, the fight between Pearl and the Nomu was going back and forth. Pearl managed to cut the creature, but it would always heal. Pearl was taking hits and it was starting to show. Bruises were starting to appear around her body. Pearl clenched her teeth. I need to end this fight. Soon, she said as the Nomu's claws scratched her. Just give it up, there is no way you can win, Shigaraki said, watching them fight. However, Pearl had a secret though. With a powerful punch, she managed to push the Nomu away several meters. Holding her sword out, Pearl closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly Atlantean markings began to appear around her body, most notably her arms. The markings traveled up and around her arms. Opening her eyes, it was revealed they were now bright red, almost like blood. Shigaraki took a step back in fear. What happened to her? Nomu, kill her now, he yelled out. The Nomu ran towards Pearl. Faster than Shigaraki could track, Pearl disappeared from sight. Just then the Nomu roared out in pain. Standing behind it was Pearl. Nomu, get her. The Nomu didn't move. What are you doing, Nomu? Suddenly it fell forward, hitting the ground. Its arm and legs hit the ground, having been sliced off by Pearl. Sorry Izuku. I promised you I wouldn't use this technique ever, but if I don't stop the monster it will be able to reach you. That is something I cannot allow. Just then Pearl began to fall forward. Catching herself with her sword, she began to cough out blood. Damn, only a few seconds. The poison is starting to spread. Suddenly the Nomu began to regrow its arms and legs. Turning around, Pearl's eyes went wide. Shit, what's it going to take to finally bring this monster down? Now fully healed, the two ran at each other once again, but something was different. His movements, they're getting faster, stronger. What's going on? Is it responding to my movements? Gritting her teeth, Pearl began to hack and slash at the Nomu, but every time she would open up a new wound it would simply heal as if nothing ever happened. Using her sword to block its attacks, Pearl could feel the poison coursing through her body. Every punch she took only future spread the poison, shortening her time limit. Just then Kurogiri teleported beside Shigaraki. Shigaraki, I have bad news. One of the kids managed to get out. He's going to alert the teachers any moment now. Shigaraki began to scratch his neck. Damn it, that's game. If you weren't our way out, Kurogiri, I would have killed you by now. Oh well, time to leave. We can't risk getting caught by the heroes. Mid-fight, Pearl caught what he just said. Just like that. They're going to leave. Pearl dodged a punch. No, they can't leave. I won't let them leave just like that. Kicking the Nomu away, Pearl began to run towards Shigaraki. I will make sure you can never hurt anyone anymore, she said, swinging her sword. However, just as it was about to reach Shigaraki, a black mist portal opened up in front of him. From the portal out came Uraraka. Pearl stopped her attack just centimeters away from Uraraka's neck. Pulling her sword back, Pearl looked on in horror as she just almost killed a classmate. Just then Pearl's heart began to pound hard. Grabbing her chest, she began to cough out blood. Shit, the time limit. The markings around her body began to fade before completely disappearing. While she was down, the Nomu managed to get back up. Taking Pearl by surprise, it jammed its massive claws into Pearl's side. Uraraka watched in horror as the claws dug into her. Pearl, Uraraka yelled out. Pulling back its claws, blood began to pour down her side. Looking down, Pearl let go of her sword as she fell to the ground. Good job, Nomu. We will at least leave one body for All Might to cry over. Kill her and let's get out of here. The Nomu raised its bloody claws and prepared the final attack to end Pearl. However, before it could, someone came in, punching the creature across the face with so much force that it created a mini shock wave. The Nomu went flying, as well as Kurogiri and Shigaraki were knocked back just by the wind pressure. Uraraka was free as the shock wave knocked the mist away. You went and used it, didn't you, Pearl? I told you never to use that technique. It puts an immense strain on your body and leaves you weak after a few seconds. Izuku kneeled down beside Pearl and touched her shoulder. Why, Your Highness? Pearl's voice was growing weak. Rest now, I will deal with it myself. Uraraka, can I leave her in your care? Izuku asked, his eyes flashing green. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, of course. Just be careful, please. Don't worry about me, but I fear I won't be able to hold back against him, Izuku said with a smile. Uraraka quickly used her quirk on Pearl. Just then Sue appeared and grabbed Aizawa, who was still on the ground unconscious. Seeing that everyone was safe, Izuku reached behind him and pulled out his twin blades. Oh look, another one. Nomu, kill him, Shigaraki ordered. The Nomu roared as it ran towards Izuku. Pulling its arm back, it punched Izuku so hard that it broke the ground underneath them. As the dust cloud settled, Shigaraki was in shock when he saw Izuku still standing. Izuku's head was now slightly turned. As the Nomu pulled its hand back, Izuku spit out a bit of blood before looking back at the Nomu. My turn. Jumping into the air, Izuku gripped his weapon and punched the Nomu in the face so hard that it scrunched its face in. The Nomu went flying back into a mountain inside the USJ, causing the whole place to shake. Everyone inside felt the shaking and wondered what it could be. Shigaraki was in shock, first the girl and now him. Just then several water cyclones began to appear from the lake. Izuku was using his powers to control the water in the lake. I am going to make you pay in blood for what you did to her, he said as his eyes burned green in color. That's when the Nomu reappeared and stood beside Shigaraki. You are welcome to try, but with Nomu on my side you won't be able to touch me. Izuku readied his twin swords. We'll just see about that. Shigaraki's eyes twitched. Nomu, you're to hold nothing back. If you don't kill this brat in the next 5 minutes, I will turn you to ash. The two titans ran at each other. As this was happening, Iida had just made it to the school. Rushing in, he went straight to the main office. Bursting through the door, he found All Might and Nezu talking over some tea. B villains. Attacking. USJ. Need help. All Might's eyes went wide. Nezu, have every available teacher go to the USJ. I will go on ahead, he said, standing up. Nezu nodded and quickly made his way towards the loudspeaker. All Might took off running towards the USJ at top speed, but there was a problem. Damn it, I've almost reached my limit. If I don't get there soon. No, I can't think that way. My students need me and I won't fail them. Just outside Atlantis' borders, Japan's superclass submarine known as Typhoon was holding a perimeter just outside the border. Any word from command? Asked one of the sailors. The sub's commander shook his head. Not yet, we will continue to monitor the situation as need be, but for now we are to do nothing. Just then a loud thunk was heard outside the sub. What was that? Asked the commander. Suddenly all the lights turned red and alarms began to blare. Sir, weapon systems are coming online. What? That shouldn't be possible. The commander rushed over to a console. Computer. Manual override. Authorization code Omega Foxtrot 18462. Manual override rejected. Commencing firing sequence in 20 seconds. The commander's eyes went wide. What are we targeting? Sir, it seems we are targeting. Oh no, the sailor couldn't believe it. We are targeting the Atlantean Royal Palace. Contact Atlantis. Tell them we have no control over our weapon systems and have them evacuate, the commander ordered. Sir, the radios are not working. We can't warn them, the sailor replied. God help us. We are about to start a war. Sweat poured down the commander's face. Target locked, firing in 3, 2, 1. A hatch opened up from the top of the sub and out came a ballistic missile. As it fired, the power inside the sub completely died, causing it to sink to the seafloor. In the Atlantean Royal Palace, King Nero was in the throne room going over some paperwork. Suddenly Malum bursted through the door, followed by several guards. Your Majesty, we need to get you out of here. King Nero was surprised. Malum? What is going on? The Japanese, they just launched an unprovoked attack on Atlantis. They're targeting the palace. We need to leave, now, said Malum. Just then the palace began to shake. That's the palace defenses. Are they not enough? No, we have most of them offline to install the shield. If we don't leave now the palace will be destroyed, Malum said, trying to convince the king to leave. How long until it hits? King Nero asked. About 5 minutes, one of the guards responded. Very well, follow me, King Nero said while exiting the palace. The group went to the top of the palace. It should be coming into view now. Ah, there it is, he said, pointing. Cutting through the water was the ballistic missile. Your Majesty, what are you planning to do? Asked Malum. King Nero held out his trident. Watch and learn. Suddenly the trident began to glow golden. Oh ancestors, hear me. Give me the strength to save my people. King Nero's eyes began to glow white with power. Pointing the trident at the missile, a beam of energy shot out of it. RAHH. The beam crashed into the missile, causing it to blow up. The shockwaves from the explosion rocked the palace, but it did no damage. The golden glow of the trident then faded. Contact the Japanese and have them explain to my son why they thought it would be a good idea to fire on us. I will give them one chance and one chance only to explain themselves before I do anything rash. Have some men survey the damage if any. Malum bowed. Yes, your Majesty. He then turned to his men. You heard your king, get going. However, as he had his back turned, Malum was unsatisfied. My king, would it not be better to attack Japan? They did just fire a missile meant to kill you, said Malum. Malum, do not make me repeat myself, King Nero said, glaring. Malum nodded. Yes, of course, I shall take my leave now. As he swam away, Malum gave a loud tisk sound. Damn you, King Nero, you would rather talk than take action. After everything I went through to make this happen, you still failed to act. We'll see how long you can keep that up.
And Izuku vs Nomu coming up in the next chapter. Who will win? What do the initials YTC stand for? If someone guess, I would be very surprised. What will happen between Atlantis and Japan after this incident? Find out next time. 59 Chapter 6. Win.
AN. We are back with another chapter. Thank you all for the support in the last chapter. It means a lot. Some of you even guessed what YTC stands for. Good job. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. When a massive shockwave filled the USJ as Izuku and the Nomu clashed. Izuku, being trained his whole life for combat, easily had the upper hand when it came to hand. However, it was the Nomu's quirks that gave him the advantage overall.
The healing ability was going to prove a challenge. If I can't hurt it, I'll just have to immobilize it. Izuku said, stabbing a sword right under its shoulder blade, effectively disabling its arm. Izuku went in to do the same to the other arm but was shocked when the Nomu reached out and stopped his attack. What? Yes, that's it. Hit him, Nomu, Shigaraki said as the Nomu slammed Izuku into the ground with enough force that it shattered. The Nomu continued his assault by repeatedly punching where Izuku laid. Boom. Izuku felt the weight of its massive fist hit his chest. He needed to do something fast. Any more of this and he would be finished. Reaching for his weapon, Izuku bought his time, and when the Nomu's fist was raised, he pointed the sword straight up. The blade pierced Nomu's fist. Blood splattered across Izuku's face as the monster screeched out in pain. Getting up, Izuku hit the Nomu so hard that he sent him flying up a few feet. Using the 2 water cyclones Izuku conjured up, he managed to make the Nomu get caught up in them. The monster's body was spun around and had its skin slashed by rapidly spinning water. Swimming up the cyclones, Izuku appeared from the wall of water and slammed him back down. The Nomu screamed as it crashed back onto the floor of the USJ, letting the cyclones disappear.
Izuku landed hard beside the fallen Nomu. Grabbing both swords stuck in the Nomu, he began to twist them. Blood splattered as Izuku pulled out the sword. That was for Pearl, and this. Izuku dug his sword into the Nomu's eye. That was for my class. Shigaraki began to panic. Nomu, fight back, he yelled out. Clenching its massive fist, the Nomu hit Izuku across the face before hitting him with a backhand which sent him flying across the plaza. Regaining his composure in mid-air, Izuku slid to a stop. He then felt something warm run down his nose. Wiping it away, Izuku saw it was blood. Interesting, no one besides Pearl has ever made me bleed in a fight. You'll be a worthy opponent, he said, running at the Nomu. With a deafening screech, the Nomu ran at Izuku. Jumping into the air, Izuku readied his sword only to be grabbed by the face. Izuku stabbed his swords in his hands, but it did nothing as the Nomu began to toss him around like a rag doll. Izuku hit the ground with so much force that it broke. Izuku spit out blood with each hit. With one final throw, Nomu slammed him against the ground and stomped on Izuku. However, at the last second, Izuku managed to catch his foot. Blood dripped from Izuku's forehead as he held it back. Yes, that's it, Nomu, kill him. The Nomu raised his razor-sharp claws, and with great speed he threatened to impale Izuku just as he did with Pearl. As the claws were just a few inches away, a layer of ice suddenly appeared, followed by a massive explosion that pushed the Nomu away. Hey Prince, get your ass up, a voice yelled out. Jumping up and out of the way, Izuku landed beside Todoroki and Kirishima. Man, am I glad to see you guys. We figured someone was still fighting here, but I didn't think it would be you. What happened to Pearl? Kirishima asked. She's injured. I had Uraraka take her back to the entrance. I was fighting against this thing before you guys got here, Izuku said, wiping the blood from his mouth. You've been fighting against that? Kirishima asked, surprised. Yeah, but I don't know why, but my punches haven't been working. It's almost as if he's absorbing them. The only thing that seemed to work was my blades, but it always heals, said Izuku. Bakugo returned and stood beside the others. Hey Fish Prince, catch. Izuku reached out and caught his twin blades. Hey, thanks, I thought I lost these. Thank me later, right now we have to deal with these guys, Bakugo said as little explosions rippled in his hands. Look who decided to join in the fun. More bodies for us to leave, All Might, Shigaraki said with a smile. But sir, the student, he would have alerted them by now, said Kurogiri. I don't care, I want him dead for getting in my way. Besides, the way he fights, he will continue to get stronger. If we don't take care of him now, he will prove to be a challenge for us in the future. Nomu, kill those three and make the prince watch, ordered Shigaraki. The Nomu nodded and ran towards the guys. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima didn't have time to react when the Nomu suddenly appeared in front of them. Izuku's eyes widened as he tracked the monster. Using his swords, Izuku blocked the attack. Guys, get out of here. I won't be able to go all out with you guys here, Izuku said, holding back the fist. Like hell we are going to leave, Bakugo said, jumping at the Nomu with the help of his explosions. Closing the gap, Bakugo pointed his hands right in the Nomu's face and fired off a massive blast. Todoroki followed it up by encasing the monster in ice, and having Kirishima running up, shattering the Nomu's arm into pieces. See, we got him, said Kirishima. No you didn't, Izuku said as the Nomu began to regrow its entire arm. All you guys really did was piss it off. *T, what are we going to do now? Bakugo asked. Izuku thought about it. Todoroki, use your ice to close the Nomu and myself off. Kirishima, Bakugo. If that thing tries to escape, you think you can send it back? The two looked at each other and nodded. That won't be a problem, Kirishima said, activating his quirk. We'll make sure he stays in that thing, Bakugo said, letting out small explosions. Izuku ran at the Nomu for the final fight. Using his swords, Izuku slashed at his face, damaging his eyes. Now Todoroki, Izuku yelled out. Placing his hand on the ground, Todoroki created massive pillars of razor-sharp ice all around Izuku and Nomu, effectively trapping them. Do it. Gripping his weapons tight, Izuku waited for the Nomu to stand up. Hidden Atlantean sword dance. The blade itself began to glow green as Izuku ran at the Nomu. Up at the steps of the USJ entrance, Uraraka and Sue made their way with both injured people. They set them down. Guys, you're alright, Mina said, running up to them and giving them a hug. Hey Mina, glad to see you are alright, Uraraka said with a smile. Looking around, she saw that the rest of the class had made it to the entrance as well. That's when Mina saw Pearl and Aizawa. How bad? Bad, very bad. They need medical attention and fast, Ribbit, said Sue. That's when the class noticed Todoroki's eyes. They all rushed to the edge of the steps and saw Izuku running at the Nomu. What is he doing? He's going to get himself killed, Mina said, shocked. No one wanted to see their friend get hurt, but for some strange reason none of them could take their eyes off of him. Just then they heard Nomu screech out in pain. With his right sword, Izuku slashed the Nomu across the torso from left to right. Izuku immediately followed it up with an uppercut from his left sword. He then jumped into the air and slashed at the Nomu from left to right, all while spinning twice. Landing in front of the Nomu, Izuku slashed an X across the body, going from top to bottom, before repeating the process from bottom to top again, making an X. The class was stunned, no, rather amazed. That's amazing. It's like he's gliding through the air, Momo said, watching everything unfold. The Nomu managed to get a shot to Izuku's face, but he ignored the pain and continued his assault by stabbing both swords into its chest. One blade went down and the other went up across the Nomu's body. Roaring, the Nomu punched Izuku in the stomach so hard that he spit out blood and temporarily made him lose grip of his weapons. Blood dripped from his mouth as he gritted his teeth. Izuku then grabbed his weapons and reversed the grips and slashed another X across its body. Come on, fall. If I can't even protect my friends, how am I going to protect all of Atlantis when I take the throne? Izuku began to pick up speed. He was now going so fast that even the students couldn't see him. However, this left him vulnerable to Nomu's fists. With each slash, Nomu would get in 2 hits. Faster, Izuku yelled out, pushing himself. Kill him, Nomu, Shigaraki yelled out from the other side of the ice. Timing it perfectly, Nomu grabbed Izuku's right sword before snapping it in 2. Pieces of his swords flew in every direction, but Izuku didn't care. This is it, he yelled out, thrusting his right sword directly towards the Nomu's heart. The Nomu, now in possession of the broken left blade, gripped the weapon and thrusted it towards Izuku. Ha! Izuku yelled out as his sword pierced the Nomu's heart. The Nomu fell silent as Izuku's sword destroyed its heart. Got you, said Izuku, pulling out the sword. Taking a few steps back, the Nomu collapsed, finally defeated. Izuku breathing was heavy as he looked towards the sky. Ichi did it? Did Midoriya really take that thing down? Momo asked. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, he did. That's when she noticed something. Her eyes widened as she saw what it was. Oh no. With the amount of adrenaline coursing in his veins, Izuku didn't even feel it, at least not yet. But there lodged into his abdomen was the broken piece of sword the Nomu had. Izuku looked down at the puddle of blood forming underneath his feet. Shit. Just then the walls of ice on either side came crumbling down. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima all ran inside to see Izuku with the broken sword stuck in his abdomen. Midoriya, they all yelled out, running to his aid. Izuku fell to his knees as they tried to hold him up. Hey guys, man, this hurts, he said, coughing out blood. On the other side of the ice, Shigaraki and Kurogiri appeared. No, this isn't what was supposed to happen. We were supposed to kill All Might, Shigaraki said frantically, scratching his neck. Sir, we should leave while we have the chance, Kurogiri suggested. Shigaraki stopped his scratching. No, this is perfect actually. Look at him, he looks like he is about to drop dead. We can kill him now, with him out of the way the others won't stand a chance. You're right, now that he's weak we can take him. Very well, let's do this, said Kurogiri. The two villains ran at the students, as a look of horror filled their eyes. Todoroki, ice, now, Bakugo yelled out. Stepping on the ground, Todoroki created ice spikes that rocketed towards the villains. However, Kurogiri created a portal in which the ice went through and came out behind them. Damn it, we can't stop them, Kirishima said. That's when Izuku forced himself to stand. Guys, run, I'll hold them off as long as I can. No, we are staying here. If you're so willing to sacrifice your life for us, then we have to do the same, Kirishima said, facing down the villains. Spiky Hair is right, we ain't leaving. Besides, those henchmen back in the broken building were nothing. These guys might be worth fighting, Bakugo said with a smile. Todoroki simply smiled. Well, at least the 4 of us idiots will go down fighting. Just as they were about to fight, the doors to the USJ exploded open. Fear not, my students, for everything is going to be alright now. Why? Because I am here, All Might said, ripping his tie off. With a shaky grip, Izuku smiled. What took him so long? All Might, the class at the entrance yelled out. Are there any injuries? Asked All Might. Pearl and Aizawa are badly hurt. And there's also Midoriya. He's fighting the villains right now, said Uraraka. Please help them. All Might nodded. Of course, stay with these two, I'll go handle the rest, he said, jumping down the stairs. Landing just a few meters away, All Might's eyes went wide when he saw the sword stuck in Izuku's abdomen. My god. Damn it, now he's here and we don't have a Nomu, Shigaraki said, stepping back in fear. Kurogiri, get us out of here now. Kurogiri nodded and created a portal behind them. Turning around, Shigaraki began to walk away before stopping. Mark my words, Prince. I will make you pay for what you did today. When I do, I'll make you wish you never came out of that ocean. With that, the two villains disappeared. Izuku, seeing that they were gone, dropped his sword before falling to his knees. Midoriya. His vision blurred as Izuku passed out from blood loss. The other heroes soon arrived and checked on everyone. Besides Midoriya, Pearl, and Aizawa, there were no major injuries. The police showed up and took all the henchmen to jail. They even took the corpse of the Nomu with them. After taking statements, the class waited for a bus to come pick them up. That's when they saw both Izuku and Pearl getting taken into an ambulance. Are they going to be alright? Uraraka asked. One of the police officers, Noamasa, turned to the kids. He will be just fine. The sword jammed into him didn't seem to hit anything vital, but we won't know for sure until they examine him more. Pearl, on the other hand, is a different case. She sustained severe injuries to her body. Most notably her sides. She will be in intensive care, but I think she will recover. The class felt relief. Oh, thank goodness. If anything happened to them, how would we explain that to the king? That's when it hit them. How would we explain that? Questions for later. Right now they needed help. After pulling the sword out and some kisses from Recovery Girl, Izuku was now healed and was resting at UA's nurse's office. The class went to go see him and were happy to see him moving and talking. "So how are you feeling, Midoriya?" asked Iida. "Good, actually a bit tired, but that's thanks to Recovery Girl. Other than that, pretty good. Any word on Pearl yet?" Izuku asked. Uraraka shook her head. "Not yet, but we should have some news soon, but she is out of danger now." "That's good, that's really good," said Izuku. Just then Recovery Girl walked into the room. "What did I say? No more than one person at a time." The class laughed nervously. "Fine, we will leave. Well, we'll see you in class, Midoriya, bye." Uraraka was about to leave when Izuku grabbed her hand. "Not you, I'd like to speak with you," he said, surprising everyone. Uraraka looked back towards the class. "Go on without me. I'll catch up." They nodded and closed the door. "So what's up? What did you want to talk about?" "It's just that. I'd like to thank you for staying with Pearl," Izuku said, bowing his head slightly. "Don't worry about it, she's my friend too as much as she says otherwise," Uraraka said, waving her hands up in front of her. "Still, I'd like to thank you for that, so if there's anything I can do for you, anything at all, just tell me and it shall be done," said Izuku. Uraraka had the perfect opportunity. Here was Izuku, Prince of Atlantis, offering her whatever she wanted. After giving it some thought, she had her answer. "Well, if it's not too much trouble, do you think you can train me?" "Train you?" Izuku asked, confused. "Yeah, I was so helpless when the mist guy took me. If I learn from you, I don't think that will happen again," said Uraraka. Izuku then began to laugh. "Here, I thought you would ask for gold coins or something. Alright, I'll train you, but are you sure that's all you want? It seems too little for what you did for me." "Thanks, and yeah, I'm happy just with that," Uraraka said, smiling. "Very well, but if you ever need anything, just let me know, alright?" Uraraka nodded. "Good, now let's get out of here." Getting up, Izuku had his entire abdomen wrapped in bandages. Uraraka waited for him outside while he was changing. Once they were done, they both began to walk away and outside the school. "Midoriya, how did you defeat that Nomu? For what the guys told us, it could regenerate from almost anything?" asked Uraraka. "Oh that," Izuku looked away. "That's a secret, sorry but I can't tell you," said Izuku. Uraraka looked at him puzzled. "Oh, alright then, we'll just say it was brute strength." As the two were walking away from the campus, several black SUVs appeared. Within seconds they were surrounded by men wearing black suits. Izuku did not know what was going on and put his arm up, shielding Uraraka. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked as several men wearing black suits surrounded them. "Prince Izuku, you are to come with us. We have orders to take you to the Parliament building. We have a situation on our hands that involves you in Atlantis," one of the men said. "What? Atlantis? What is going on?" he asked. "We are not at liberty to discuss that at the moment, but if you come with us we will explain everything," said another man. "Midoriya, if this involves Atlantis then you have to go," said Uraraka. Izuku nodded. "Very well, I'll go." He then turned to Uraraka. "Sorry to ask you again, but can you check on Pearl for me?" "Of course, I'll call you if she wakes up." With that, Izuku was escorted into one of the SUVs. After a while, Izuku finally arrived at the Parliament building and was quickly taken into Prime Minister Yui's office. "Ah, Prince Izuku, thank you for coming on such a short notice, and after such an awful event," said Yui standing behind her desk. "It's fine, so what's going on? You wouldn't drag me out here for anything? I'm still recovering, you know," Izuku said, taking a seat. "Before I tell you, please, for both our sakes, listen to everything I am about to say." Izuku could hear the desperation in her voice. "Alright, I will," Izuku said, now feeling a bit anxious. At 2:45 p.m., the Japanese sub known as Typhoon launched an unauthorized ballistic missile at the Atlantean Royal Palace. Izuku's eyes went wide. Izuku stood up. What? The submarine was just outside Atlantis' borders when the crew lost control of all weapon systems. The crew did everything it could to stop the launch, but something didn't let them. Currently the sub sits at the ocean floor. We tried to send a rescue team, but Atlantean forces currently have it surrounded and are stopping from making any sort of rescue. The Prime Minister put her head down. "You claim that it lost control. Do you have any proof of this?" Izuku asked firmly. "And no, not currently. We need to retrieve the sub's black box in order to determine what happened," said Yui. "And you can't because of our forces." "Very well, let me speak to my father for a second. Do you have any water handy?" asked Izuku. "Yes, of course." Yui pulled out a bottle of water and slid it towards Izuku. Taking the bottle, Izuku spilled the water. He then reached and grabbed the shark tooth wristband and placed it in the water. As soon as it made contact with the water, the wristband began to glow, and from the water a beam of light shined. Then the image of King Nero appeared. Izuku kneeled. "Father." The projection then spoke. "Son, are you aware of the situation?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, father, I am with Prime Minister Yui now." "Your Majesty," Yui said, kneeling. "Please stand and explain, both of you," said King Nero. Izuku and Yui stood. "Now, I would like to hear your explanation, Prime Minister Yui." "Yes, as I told the prince. The crew lost control of the sub's weapon system. I know you may not believe me, but we did not fire that ballistic missile on purpose," said Yui. King Nero looked at the Prime Minister. "Do you have any proof?" "Yes, the onboard black box should tell us what really happened. All I'm asking is for the opportunity to grab the sub," said Yui, bowing. King Nero thought about it. "Very well, you may rescue the crew and recover the black box. However, the sub stays until you finish conducting your investigation. Yui's eyes went wide. Your Majesty, with all due respect, that's a nuclear sub. The JSDF will not just simply leave it there. Do not push your luck, Prime Minister. As we speak, my generals are crying out for me to authorize a retaliatory strike. You wish to save the men, fine. You wish to take the black box, fine, but you are to leave the sub. Do I make myself clear? King Nero said, striking his trident on the ground. Prime Minister Yui grunted. Yes, good. You have 2 weeks to collect any and all information that you find. I will personally go see the information myself, said King Nero. Izuku's eyes went wide. Father, you're coming here. Yes, though not for this purpose. Ua is going to have a sports festival in 2 weeks' time and Nezu has invited me and I have accepted, said King Nero. I can't wait for you to meet my friend's father, Izuku said with a smile. That's when King Nero looked around. Wait, where's Pearl? Pearl is injured, father. Some villains attacked the school. Pearl was injured while protecting the class and myself. After this I plan to visit her in the hospital, said Izuku. I see, I will speak to Nezu about this. For now, go and check on her. With that, King Nero turned off the device. Izuku then turned to Yui. Have your rescue team deploy at once. If the investigation finds out that Japan is responsible, the full weight of Atlantis will fall over Japan. Oh, there is another matter I wish to speak to you about. During the attack at the USJ, one of the men who attacked us had Atlantean technology. And if I remember correctly, the treaty we have in place prohibits something like this. You wouldn't know something about this, would you? Sweat began to pour down Yui's forehead, and no, of course not, but I will look into it. Good, we wouldn't want to make things worse, would we? With that, Izuku turned to leave. Now outside the Parliament building, a SUV waited for him. He told the driver to go to the hospital where Pearl was. She knows something and is not telling. I need to get a hold of that weapon. Hospital. Pearl was in the recovery wing of the hospital. Recovery girl had actually gone over and healed her. Waking up, she saw the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. Where? Where am I? She asked, trying to get up. As she did, a sharp pain forced her back down. You're in the hospital, said a voice beside her. Pearl looked to her left to find Uraraka sitting beside her. A hospital? That's when memories of the USJ came rushing in. Izuku, she yelled out, trying to get up again. Stop, you shouldn't move around so much. Midoriya is fine, he saved us, said Uraraka, pushing her back down. If that's true, then why isn't he? Asked Pearl. There was something he had to do, and he told me to check on you, Uraraka said, sitting back down on the chair. Honestly, pushing yourself so much even now that you're injured. Pearl let out a sigh as her head hit the pillow. So how is everyone else? No injuries, besides you and Midoriya, that is. And before you ask, he's fine too. He was up and walking after recovery girl healed him, Uraraka explained. Pearl nodded. Good, good. Hey, can I ask you something? Sure, go for it. Oh, I need to call Midoriya and tell him you're alright. Uraraka reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. Do you like Izuku? Pearl asked bluntly. Uraraka dropped her phone. What? Do you like Izuku? I've seen the way you look at him. Your face says it all. Pearl said with a smirk on her face. So do you? Blushing, Uraraka struggled to get out the words. Aye. Bibbities a. Pearl chuckled. And here I thought you were more composed. It's fine if you don't want to answer. I like him. Pearl turned to Uraraka to find her cheeks still red, but her face was serious. Oh, and here I thought you wouldn't answer, said Pearl. What about you? You like him too, don't you? Asked Uraraka. Pearl was stunned. Don't be ridiculous. Izuku is a prince and I am his bodyguard. Uraraka smiled. Yeah, but you have been friends with him since you were little. In all that time you're telling me you never wished he was something else to you? This time it was Pearl's turn to blush. Shut up. See, you do like him, Uraraka said, teasing Pearl. Well, I can't make fun of you too much. After all, I like him too. However, if I had to say, you have the advantage, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up on him. Look, I don't know what kind of weird fantasy you have in your head, but I am nothing more than Izuku's bodyguard, Pearl said, glaring at Uraraka. Besides, we have much more pressing matters to attend to. Why does the Yaoyorozu Tech Company have Atlantean technology? I had to get to the bottom of this. Fine, whatever you say, but your eyes say otherwise. I should probably let Izuku know you are awake. Uraraka picked up her phone and called Izuku. Hey Midoriya, yeah, I just wanted to let you know Pearl is awake. Yeah, she's fine, we were just talking for a bit. Oh, you're on your way over here. Alright, we'll see you soon. Alright, bye. With that, Uraraka hung up. However, on the other side of the entrance door, Izuku leaned against the door with his phone in his hand. I knew Pearl liked me, but Uraraka? Izuku then felt his heart beat faster. Damn it, what am I going to do? King Nero is coming to the surface. How will Japan respond, or even other world powers? What will become of the Yaoyorozu Tech Company and Momo? Is she involved? I'll level with you all. After the sports festival, things are going to deviate from the canon, so watch out for that. I got big plans. See you all in the next chapter. Stay safe everyone. 59 Chapter 7. Festival. And we are back with another chapter. Thank you all so much for the support on this story. It really means a lot. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Festival. Uo was kind enough to give Class 1A an extended weekend off, but come Monday it would be back to business as usual. Izuku was thinking over the events of the USJ. He couldn't stop thinking about that weapon. He asked for it since it was Atlantean tech, but the police didn't want to give it up, citing that it was evidence. After some arguing and a few threats from Pearl, they agreed to give the weapon over to Ua. It was now Monday and everyone was back in class. Everyone sat around doing nothing as they waited for class to start. "So who's going to teach homeroom?" asked Mina. "That's a good question. Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital, isn't he? I would think another teacher would take his place," Izuku said. Just then the door to the room opened and in walked Aizawa, his head completely covered in bandages. "Alright, let's get class started," he said calmly. The class was shocked. Mr. Aizawa, shouldn't you be resting in the hospital?" asked Sue. "No, I am a teacher and as the name implies I am here to teach. Besides you all have much more pressing matters, your fight is not over yet," said Aizawa. The whole class swallowed nervously. "You have the Ua Sports Festival coming up in a few days." The whole class, minus Izuku and Pearl, all erupted in cheer. "Sports Festival? What's that?" asked Pearl. "The Sports Festival is basically a place where we go up against all the first years. The whole world watches this event. It gives the first-year students a chance to show off what they can do. And if you are good enough after the festival, there are internships you can attend with a wide range of heroes," explained Aizawa.
Interesting, that sounds like it could be some fun, said Pearl.
"And this year is going to be very special. For this year Izuku's father, King Nero, is going to be in attendance." Every jaw in the room hit the floor, this included Pearl. "What? The king himself?" Pearl said, grabbing Izuku and shaking him. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Did I forget to mention that? My bad," Izuku said, scratching the back of his head. "You don't just forget something like that, Izuku," said Pearl, shaking him even more. "Pearl, please let Izuku go. You can scold him all you like later," said Aizawa. Pearl let Izuku go. "Good, now the festival starts in 2 weeks' time. And before you all ask, yes, there will be increased security. Not only for your sakes but since we have a VIP guest coming in also. Nezu wants to show that UA will not back down. Think of it as a show of force for all the villains out there." With that Aizawa got class started. A few hours later the final bell rang. "So Midoriya, when are we going to train?" Uraraka asked. "Eager I see," Izuku said, grabbing his bag. Uraraka nodded. "Yup, I'm going to win this sports festival no matter what," she said, punching the air. Izuku smiled. "I'd better watch out then. However, I can't today. I need to talk to Nezu about some stuff. How about we start tomorrow?" "Sounds great, I'll see you tomorrow then, bye," Uraraka said, waving as she left. Izuku began to walk towards Nezu's office. As he turned the corner he was met by Pearl. "So you're going to train her? Is that a problem?" Izuku asked. Pearl stared at him before turning away. "No, just be careful. You worry too much. Now come on, let's see what we can do about that weapon." The two walked into Nezu's office where they talked about the weapon. Nezu handed the rifle over to them on the condition that they do not take it out of Ua property. They agreed and took the weapon. Pearl asked for a workshop to disassemble it. Ua agreed and allowed her to use the support department's workshops. No one should be there once class was over so they could use it as they pleased. There they found every tool they needed to take apart the weapon. Pearl got to work but quickly found that who made this wanted to make sure it wouldn't get tampered with. As Pearl tried to remove the stock, it emitted a small electrical charge that shocked her. "Damn it," she said, holding her slightly burned hand. "What happened?" asked Izuku. "The rifle has a sort of electrical impulse embedded into it. If I can't get into the core I won't be able to determine if this is actually one of ours," Pearl said, frustrated. "Then why don't you reroute that electricity into a battery?" a voice said. Looking around, Izuku and Pearl didn't know where that voice came from. "You can also ground the weapon." "Who said that?" asked Izuku. "Down here." The two looked down to find a pink-haired, goggles-wearing girl yawning. "What the? When did you get there?" asked Pearl. The girl got up. "Oh, I've always been here. The professor is always trying to kick me out, so I decided to hide down here." "What's your name?" Izuku asked. "Ome Hatsume, I'm part of the support department. Nice to meet you," she said, giving a big smile. Hatsume wore a black tank top and with her workshop coveralls tied around her waist. "Hatsume. Well, do you think you can help Pearl with this?" said Izuku. Pearl was shocked. "Izuku, we can't. If this turns out to be the real deal she could rebuild it." "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, don't worry. This is already a complete baby, and as an inventor it is a mortal sin to steal babies," Hatsume said, going over the weapon. "Babies? What are you talking about?" Pearl asked, confused. That's when Izuku whispered to Pearl, "Come on. I know you are distrusting of the surface worlders, but please at least try. You need the help, don't you? Besides, you never know, she could prove to be an ally later on." Pearl sighed. "Fine, Hatsume was it. Would you like to help me?" Hatsume smiled. "Of course. Let's get right to work." The two girls got to work. Izuku, on the other hand, not knowing what the heck was going on, decided to go home and work out for a bit. As he walked the empty halls of Ua, he walked past the teacher's lounge. "So what are you going to do all night?" Izuku recognized Nezu's voice. "I have to find someone to succeed me. If I don't, All Might stayed silent." Nezu sighed. "I know what you mean. Do you have anyone in mind?" "There is someone. Sir Night Eyes says he has someone in mind. A third year. But the decision is up to me. Truth be told, I was thinking maybe a first year. It would give me the perfect opportunity to help train them," said All Might. Just then the two heard a noise coming from the door. It sounded like the vibration of a phone. All Might quickly got up and opened the door. There he found no one. I could have sworn I heard something out here. As he closed the door, Izuku stood hugging the wall. He activated the cloaking device just in time. I should probably go. I don't want to get caught snooping around. In a rush, Izuku took off. Once home, he deactivated the device. The next day after school, Izuku was never one to break his promises, so as he promised he would train Uraraka. Izuku was given permission to use one of the school's gyms to train her. Pearl wanted to join them, but she still had work to do on the weapon. They were still trying to get to the core. Izuku explained that finding out if that weapon was real was much more important. After some arguing, Pearl relented and went back to the support department.
Now in Gamma Gym, Izuku was blocking punches from Uraraka. Come on Uraraka, keep your elbows up. If you keep them down, you lose power. In your swings, he said, continuing to block.
Uraraka tried to hit Izuku with a hard right jab, but she threw the punch too wide. Izuku sidestepped her and tripped her up. Uraraka fell, but before she did, she managed to catch Izuku by the shirt. Dragging him down with her, they fell to the floor. Uraraka laid on top of Izuku. Her hands were beside his head and her breathing was heavy. Is that a win for me? Izuku chuckled. Sure, that's one for you. Now do you mind getting off of me? This position is, how should I say this, risque. Uraraka blushed as it finally clicked. She quickly got off of him. Sorry.
A slight blush also appeared on Izuku's face as he got up. Don't worry about it, now let's take a break. Water, he said, grabbing 2 bottles of water. Thanks. So why isn't Pearl here? She's usually by your side, Uraraka asked.
Oh, she had other things to do. Anyway, you're doing great for your first day of training, said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. You think so? I thought I was doing rather bad. No, you seem to have a natural talent for martial arts. Given enough time, I'm sure you could be just as good as me or even Pearl, said Izuku. That's not to mention you can do some awesome things with your quirk. Uraraka blushed thanks to all the compliments she was getting. Thanks, so you ready to get back to it? I should be asking you that. Alright, let's go, from the beginning. Izuku put up his hands. 1, 2, 1, 2. If you can master the basics, then we move on to more advanced stuff, said Izuku. Right. Uraraka continued to punch. Unbeknownst to them, Pearl was actually watching them from the roof. She snuck out to check on Izuku. They're getting closer. Pearl's focus turned to Uraraka. I should tell the king about her. With that, Pearl jumped off the roof. As she did, Izuku looked up. Was someone watching us? Izuku would continue to train Uraraka in the days leading up to the sports festival, and every day Pearl noticed the relationship between Izuku and Uraraka growing. At first she thought it was nothing more than friendship or even admiration, but Pearl soon saw that twinkle in Uraraka's eyes. Pearl knew it all too well. Those were the eyes of someone in love. The day before the sports festival, Izuku decided to give Uraraka the day off so she could rest up and get ready for the sports festival. Today was also the day that Pearl and Hatsume finally managed to take apart the weapon to inspect its core. So are we ready? Izuku asked. Pearl nodded. Yes, whoever made this, they wanted to make sure that no one got into it. Hatsume was going to start smashing it to get inside. Well, we were running out of options. I've never seen anything like this. This rifle is complex without belief. One wrong move and we would have short-circuited the whole thing, Hatsume said, removing her goggles. Thanks again for helping, Pearl, Izuku said. Don't worry about it, I got to work with this, which made everything worth it. Now let's finally get to the center of this thing, Hatsume said with a smile. The two nodded. Carefully cutting some wire, Pearl began to lift the cover. What they saw would shock both Atlanteans. There in the center of the rifle was the core. It was a shiny small blue ball of energy, Izuku. Yeah, there's no doubt. Izuku reached in and grabbed the core. This is Atlantean tech. So what exactly is that? Asked Hatsume. Something that will cause trouble. Pearl, did you record everything? Izuku asked. Yes, I have all the evidence we need, said Pearl. Good. Izuku began to squeeze the core. Just then cracks began to appear. Crushing it with all his might, Izuku shattered the core. It crumbled into little shards. The light faded as Izuku let go of the core. Hatsume couldn't believe it. Why? This poor baby, she said, devastated that Izuku would just destroy it. Trust me, this is for the best. Pearl, when my father arrives, show him this evidence. He will decide what we do, Izuku said, turning away. Also, save those pieces, we might find a need for them later. Pearl nodded. Of course. Hatsume, please listen. You can't tell anyone about this. If anyone finds out about this, people's lives will be at stake. Do you understand? Izuku said. His voice was serious and cold. Hatsume nodded. Why, yeah, sure. No problem. Good. Then I suggest we leave this lab and get ready for the sports festival tomorrow. The three left the support department. However, as Izuku and Pearl walked home, the same question played inside their minds. How did YTC get a hold of one of their cores? We need to talk to Momo about this. The day of the sports festival, it was early in the morning when Izuku and Pearl went to the beach to greet King Nero. They were accompanied by Nezu and All Might. The sun was barely starting to rise above the horizon when an Atlantean warship began to rise from the ocean. He's here. Izuku straightened up as he saw the side of the warship open and a long platform began to appear. Just then the door opened and out came King Nero's personal guard. It consisted of the best warriors Atlantis had to offer. This included Malum. The guard set foot on the sand. At ease, men. The beach is secure, I guarantee it, said Pearl. Nodding, they then turned their attention to the ship. Stepping out was King Nero himself. As soon as he stepped out, the winds changed and both All Might and Nezu felt it. Reaching the sand, everyone on it kneeled. Father, welcome. I trust your journey here was pleasing, said Izuku, kneeling. It was. Please all of you stand, he ordered, and everyone obeyed. He then stopped in front of Izuku and smiled. How are you, Izuku?
I'm good, father, busy but good. Izuku said. King Nero nodded. And what about you, Pearl? I hope you've been keeping him out of trouble.
Pearl nodded. I have, your majesty, but there have been times that he's caused some trouble. Pearl, Izuku yelled out, embarrassed. King Nero began to laugh. As always, you've always been a troublemaker. Just like your mother. Nezu, I do hope my son is taking his studies seriously. Of course, your majesty, in fact the prince is one of our top students, said Nezu. He has also displayed great leadership and courage. He is a hero in the making, All Might added. Ah, you must be All Might. I've heard a lot of great things about you, King Nero said, turning to All Might. Thank you, your majesty. Now then, shall we head over to Ua? Or do we visit the Prime Minister first? King Nero asked. First we go to the Prime Minister. All Might here will be following us and providing support if we need it, explained Pearl.
King Nero nodded. Good, off we go then. Raising his trident, King Nero commanded the warship to leave, and it did.
Getting into SUVs, King Nero and Izuku were escorted to the Parliament building. Once they arrived, they were greeted by Prime Minister Yui herself. King Nero, you honor us with your presence, Yui said, bowing. The honor is mine, Prime Minister Yui, said King Nero. Shall we talk inside? We have much to discuss. King Nero nodded and followed Yui inside. Once at her office, King Nero ordered his guards to wait outside. Izuku and the king walked in and sat down. Let's get down to business, Yui. What did you find out about the sub? Yui reached for a cabinet and pulled out a file. This is the report. The sub was hit by some sort of device that gave someone remote control of our sub. We didn't even know there was a way to do that. Regardless, the sub lost control and fired. Well, you know the rest. King Nero grabbed the file and began to read over it. So there is a third party involved? Yui nodded. It seems that way. Who could do something like this? Russia? China? Or maybe even the US? Izuku asked. Maybe. We don't know. What I do know is that whoever did this tried to start a war between us, said Yui, slumping back in her chair. King Nero closed the file. It is apparent that a third party played a role in all this. Therefore I propose we leave it as that. You may now retrieve the vessel. Thank you, King Nero, Yui said, bowing. Don't thank us yet. There is one more matter we like to discuss. Son. Just then Izuku reached into his pocket and slid a file towards Yui. Remember when I asked you if you knew anything about our tech falling into villain hands? Well, as it turns out, that was our tech, and we'd like to know how they got it, said Izuku. Yui's eyes went wide. This shouldn't be possible. Oh, but it is, and it's being done by one of Japan's companies, YTC. I went over some of their records and I found out that they're contracted to the government, your government. Izuku placed the part of the rifle with the YTC logo on the table. Yui looked at the file. We didn't, however, before she could give an excuse, King Nero cut her off. We had a treaty in place with Prime Minister Yui, and in that agreement it said that any tech that showed up as a result of the war would be immediately returned to us. Every last bit. So why does one of your companies have our tech? King Nero asked, raising his voice. Yui was backed into a corner, so she did what any person would do in her situation, lie. I can't speak for the company, but the Japanese government is not responsible for any of this. You expect us to believe you? Asked King Nero. While it is true that YTC is connected to the government, they mostly provide us with security, not weapons, Yui said, putting down the file. King Nero narrowed his eyes. He stood up. Very well, but know this, Yui. If another one of these weapons shows up, I will hold all of Japan responsible. Let's go, son, we have a festival to get to. As they left the room, Yui immediately pressed a button on her desk. Just then a phone popped up. Picking it up, she began to dial a number. After 2 rings, someone answered. Kin, we have a problem. What is it? Asked Kin, head of YTC and Momo's father. The prince has one of your weapons. If he digs any deeper, he's going to uncover the truth. We need to do something, and fast, said Prime Minister Yui. That is problematic. Very well. My daughter informed me that the king and prince are going to be participating in UA's sports festival. My associate and I can take care of him then, Kin said over the phone. Yui's eyes went wide. You're not suggesting what I think you're suggesting, are you? I am. It's best to eliminate the problem rather than beat around the bush. Besides, our mutual friend also wants him gone, Kin said, spinning around in his chair. Yui sighed. Can it be traced back to us? No, all I need is your approval, said Kin. Yui closed her eyes. Very well, go ahead. If this goes south, Kin, we will wash our hands clean of you.
Kin nodded. I understand. Standing up, Kin walked towards a bookshelf he had in his office. Pulling on one of the books, the whole shelf began to move, exposing a hidden room. Walking in the room, there was nothing but a single pillar and a phone on that pillar. Picking the phone, it automatically began to dial a number. After 2 rings, the person picked up. It's me. It's time. The person on the other side of the line smiled. Good, which one?
The prince, if you can't go for the king, said Kin. Very well, after this day His Highness will lose either one of two things, his life or his son. King Nero and Izuku arrived at the school where they informed them that the festival will start in 1 hour. Izuku and Pearl quickly went off to get ready for the festival. King Nero was escorted into the stadium where they had a VIP guest place set up for him. Izuku and the rest of Class 1A were in the waiting room waiting for their class to be called up. Man, too bad we couldn't use our hero costumes, I really wanted to show it off, Mina said, sulking. It wouldn't be fair for the other classes, at least we all got matching gym uniforms. Now we all are on equal footing. Toru said, waving her arms around. The gym uniforms consisted of blue jackets with a giant white U on the top half and U on the bottom half. They were also given blue pants that had one white line going down the front. Izuku sat on a bench thinking about earlier, however that was when Todoroki walked up to him. Izuku looked up, can I help you Todoroki? Midoriya, I don't care if you are a prince. I will defeat you. The class fell silent.
Standing up, Izuku stepped up to Todoroki. I don't know where this came from, but you are welcome to try. That's when Pearl and Kirishima separated them. Alright, that's enough, you two, there's no need to start a rivalry. No, I think they are onto something. Everyone turned to Bakugo. A little bit of rivalry never hurt anyone, not that it will matter because I am going to win this thing. Will Class 1A please make their way towards the stadium? Said a voice through the intercom. The class began to walk to the stadium. As they were walking, Izuku noticed that Uraraka was walking funny. Nervous? He asked.
Uraraka gave him a weak smile. A little bit, yeah.
Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. You'll do great, I just know it.
Uraraka blushed. Thanks Midoriya. Walking behind them was Pearl, who was just staring at them. Someone who also was watching was Mina. As they walked out of the tunnel, the class was met by the roaring cheers of a stadium filled with spectators. And here they are. UA's famous Class 1A. President Mike yelled out in the announcer's booth. King Nero looked down from his VIP suite and spotted Izuku walking beside Uraraka, so that's the girl Pearl was talking about. Whoa, I didn't think there would be this many people, said Izuku looking around. Of course, UA's sports festival is on par with the World Cup for most watched sporting events. Everyone around the world watches this, explained Mina. Walking on stage, Class 1A stood beside Class 1B and the rest of the first-year students. Just then the 18-plus rated hero known as Midnight walked on a platform cracking her whip. Alright everyone, welcome to UA's sports festival. The stadium erupted in cheer. Now settle down everyone. As always, I would like to invite Class 1A's representative Izuku Midoriya for a short speech, said Midnight, pointing her whip at Izuku. Wait, what? Me? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Izuku said, walking up to the stage. Izuku stooped behind the mic. We are gathered here today to show off what we can do. All around campus I've heard that Class 1A and 1B are the best, however I see differently. Every single person in the first-year class has the potential to become heroes. It doesn't matter what class you are in, it doesn't matter if you come from a wealthy family, or even royal lineage, all that matters is if you have the heart to become a hero. Anyone in the school, heck even people watching this at home has that potential. So let's make this festival one that no one will ever forget. The crowd once again erupted into cheer. Walking down the stage, Izuku was given a round of applause by his classmates. That was awesome Midoriya, said Uraraka. Thanks, it's the best I can come up with, Izuku said. He then looked up to where his father was. Looking down at him was King Nero, smiling and giving him an approving nod. Thank you Midoriya for that amazing speech. Now let's kick this party off with the first event. Midnight pointed to the giant jumbotron. On screen were several events on a wheel. With the crack of her whip the wheel began to spin. After a good 10 seconds it stopped. And there you have it. The first event for the UA Sports Festival is the obstacle race. All classes will be competing in this event. But make no mistake, only the first 42 students to cross the finish line will move on to the next round. Now will everyone please make your way towards the starting line, instructed Midnight. All the classes lined up in a corridor that led outside the stadium. Izuku turned to Pearl. No holding back Pearl, right now we are competing. Pearl nodded, I wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku then turned to Uraraka. You ready? Always, she said, her face filled with determination. Ready, set, go, present, Mike yelled out. As everyone was about to take off, a giant wall of ice appeared in front of them. Sorry everyone, but I got something to prove, said Todoroki, running ahead of the pack. It looks like Shoto Todoroki has decided to sabotage his classmates in order to gain an advantage, President Mike commentated. As he was running, Todoroki began to hear cracks. Looking back, he saw his ice shatter into pieces. What? From the ice shards out jumped Izuku and Pearl. Those two just punched through the ice like it was nothing. The stadium erupted in cheer. This is going to be more difficult than I thought, said Todoroki, facing down a massive robot. And so begins the sports festival. Things are starting to build up. Who is Kin talking to? What are they planning? Find out next time. 59 Chapter 8, Challenge. And we are back with another chapter. Sorry for not posting last week, got a bit distracted. Anyway, thank you all for the support on the last chapter. So without further ado, let's just jump into it. Challenge. Izuku and Pearl had broken through the ice and landed looking up towards Todoroki. What do you say, Pearl? Want to see who gets across the finish line first? Asked Izuku.
You're on. Ready. Go. The two Atlanteans launched themselves forward with so much force that they broke the ground beneath them.
Look at them go. Present Mike yelled out. Those two look unstoppable, but how will they fare against the giant robots? After running for a few seconds, the two stopped in front of several massive robots. Todoroki was already there, freezing over one of them. Robots, huh? Alright, this should be easy, Izuku said, running up to one of them and lifting it off the ground. The stadium was in awe as Izuku lifted the giant robot and then threw it several hundred feet into the air. The whole first-year class stopped as they saw the giant robot fall back toward the ground. We should get out of here, Kirishima said as the robot threatened to crush them. However, before it could, Pearl appeared and caught the robot. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Izuku? Pearl asked, holding up the giant robot. Izuku looked back, smiling. I knew you would catch it. Besides, this is a competition and you need to do anything and everything to win, he said, taking off past the giant robots. The whole first-year class glared at Izuku. Cheater. Pearl grunted as she tossed the robot towards the others, breaking them. Get back here, Izuku, she yelled out, running after him. Izuku ran toward the second obstacle, which was a giant pitfall that had tall stone towers and ropes going across them. What should I do? I could jump over it, but if I overshoot it I could fall? Maybe the ropes? You think too much, Izuku. A voice yelled out behind him. Before he could turn around, Pearl ran up and used Izuku's back as a launch pad to reach one of the pillars. Izuku went face first into the dirt. Looking up, he saw Pearl jumping from pillar to pillar. Reaching the other side, Pearl looked back and stuck her tongue out. Catch me if you can. So that's how you want to play it, Izuku said with a smirk. Reaching down, he grabbed one end of the ropes and jumped. What is Izuku thinking, jumping off the edge like that? Present Mike yelled out. Aizawa, who was in the booth with him, narrowed his eyes. Watch and see. Just then Izuku appeared from within the pitfall. He used the rope as a swing and launched himself over the second obstacle. And there he is. But will he be able to catch up to Pearl, who is almost at the final obstacle? Fair warning, everyone. Things might get explosive, Present Mike yelled out as the crowd roared. Pearl ran towards the third and final obstacle, but in her moment of rush she missed the signs that said explosives ahead. She wasn't paying attention when she stepped on a mine. The explosion was massive, sending her flying back. Landing on her feet, she looked up to see the ground in front of her with circles of dark dirt. I was careless. I was too caught up on winning to see my surroundings. And that explosion. It dried up my skin. Was this designed for me and Izuku in mind? Pearl asked, looking down at her arm. Why are you just standing around for Pearl? You're wasting time, Izuku said, coming up beside Pearl. However, before he touched any of the mines, Pearl grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him down. Izuku hit the floor. OWW. What the heck was that for Pearl? These explosions can dry up our skin, making us weaker. So running in there and setting them off will most likely injure you. We need to think of a way around them, said Pearl. Izuku picked himself up. Then what do you suggest we do? First we could, before Pearl could finish, her battle instincts kicked in. Turning around, she put her arms up as an explosion hit her face. First you can get out of my way, Bakugo yelled out, appearing out of nowhere. Pearl, Izuku yelled out as he reached out to help Pearl. However, before he could help, his feet began to freeze over. Looks like you have cold feet, Todoroki said, stepping on the ground and allowing his ice to cover Izuku. Izuku and Pearl were now completely covered in a thick layer of ice. Nice work, Elsa. Now it's only me and you, Bakugo yelled out, using his explosions to go over the mines. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. I worried this might help the others, but that doesn't matter anymore. Only winning does, he said, covering the ground with a layer of ice and gliding over it. As the two ran back, the two Atlanteans were frozen in place. This has taken a turn for the worst for these two Atlanteans. How will they break out of this? King Nero sighed as his son and most powerful female warrior were trapped. Something wrong, King Nero? Asked Nezu, sitting beside the king. No, it's just, they always do this, said King Nero, placing his hand on his head. Do what? Asked Nezu, confused. Show off, just wait and see, said King Nero. Nezu turned back to the screen and saw cracks on the ice appear. Oh. Back at the third obstacle, the green glow of Izuku's eyes was seen coming out of the ice. Within seconds Izuku broke free. Man, that was uncalled for, he said, stepping on pieces of ice. He then walked over to the frozen Pearl and tapped on the ice. Alright Pearl, you can come out now. I think we've given them enough of a head start. The cracking of ice was heard. Flexing her muscles, Pearl bursted out of the ice refreshed. That was quite enjoyable, you know. It moisturized my skin. Yeah, now come on, they're already more than halfway through the last obstacle, Izuku said, pointing down the lane. Hey Izuku. Why don't we shake things up a bit? Pearl said with a smirk. Izuku smiled back. Tectonic? Tectonic. The two Atlanteans nodded and stood side by side. They jumped into the air and stomped on the ground with so much force that it broke. Cracks started to appear in front of them and spread over the minefield, uprooting the mines and leaving the ground shattered. Bakugo and Todoroki were neck and neck as they ran down the lane. I am going to win this, Elsa, so stay out of my way, Bakugo said, firing off explosions. Todoroki stayed silent as he continued to glide over the ice. Just then they heard a loud boom. Stopping, they turned around to find the ground breaking apart and heading straight for them. With no time to react, the two students fell into the broken earth. Those two just broke the very ground just by stomping it, Present Mike yelled out. Bakugo and Todoroki laid on the broken ground with bruises on their body. What the heck was that? Bakugo yelled out. As they looked up, they saw Izuku and Pearl jumping from side to side over the broken ground. Looking down in mid-air, Izuku gave a peace sign before disappearing from sight. Bakugo was pissed. "Wyu, get back here," he yelled, using his explosion to get out of the broken earth. Todoroki used his ice to push himself up and out, however by the time they got up, Izuku and Pearl were already in the final stretch of the race. The two ran side by side as they entered the last 50 meters. "Who's going to win? It's too close to call, folks," Present Mike said, yelling as the crowd watched the screen. Izuku looked at Pearl and smiled. "Looks like I'm going to win." "Is that what you think?" "Not if I have something to say about it," Pearl said, reaching out and attacking Izuku. Izuku's eyes went wide as he blocked her attack. "Sneaky Pearl. If that's how you want to play." The two went back and forth trying to attack each other, hoping that the other would trip up or land a hit. In the final 10 meters, Izuku turned to see the finish line. Grabbing her fist, he pulled her close. Pearl was now a few inches away from his face. "What are you?" she said, blushing. Izuku leaned in and whispered, "I heard what you and Uraraka talked about." Pearl's eyes went wide, and in that moment of surprise she slowed down. What? Izuku took this chance to pass Pearl and cross the finish line. Pearl was close behind but ultimately finished second. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he looked around at the crowd. "And Midoriya has won the first stage of the UA Sports Festival," Present Mike yelled out. Izuku smiled as he waved at the crowd. He then looked up to where his father was. King Nero gave a small smile and nodded. "Izuku." Pearl called out to him. "Did you really hear what me and Uraraka talked about?" she asked in a serious voice.
He didn't even turn around. "Oh, that, I made it up. I honestly have no idea what you two talked about."
"Why you? Did you really not hear anything?" Pearl asked, slightly blushing. Izuku saw the blush. "Really, I didn't hear anything. But whatever it was, you clearly want to keep it a secret, so I won't pry." He then looked up at the scoreboard to see others crossing the finish line. "Midoriya, you got first place, congratulations," Uraraka said, walking up to him out of breath. He smiled. "Thanks, you didn't do too bad. 17th? Why yeah, but it's still pretty bad," Uraraka said, rubbing the back of her head. 17 out of 42. That's nothing to be discouraged about. "Come on, let's find out what the next event is going to be," he said, walking over to where Midnight was. King Nero looked down at the girl with the brown hazelnut-colored hair. "So she's the one Pearl was talking about. I want to meet her." Back on the field, the 42 that crossed the finish line were now standing in front of Midnight and her podium. "Congratulations everyone for making it to the second round. I know the crowd is ready for more, so why don't we find out what you will be doing," she said, cracking her whip. On the screen the wheel once again turned and after a few seconds it stopped. Midnight smiled. "And for the next event we have the cavalry battle. This is a team-based event. You are allowed up to 4 people, but your team should have at least 2 people. Each student will be given a point value depending on where they placed on the last event. The higher you scored, the higher points you get." Izuku nodded. "Makes sense. So how many points will I be worth? 500? Or maybe 1000? "This time around first place will be worth 10 million points," Midnight announced. Izuku's eyes went wide. What? That's when he could feel it. Turning around he found everyone glaring at him and his 10 million points. This is going to be bad, isn't it? "You have 15 minutes to form teams. Good luck everyone," Midnight said, cracking her whip. The 42 students went straight to finding their teams, however Izuku was having trouble finding team members. The huge amount of points on his back made him less desirable since everyone would be targeting him. "Don't worry about it, Izuku. I'll be on your team," Pearl said, patting his back. Izuku sighed. "Thanks, Pearl. Let's see if we can find at least one more person." Just then someone tapped on Izuku's shoulder. Turning around he found Uraraka. "Hey Midoriya, let's team up," she said with a smile. Izuku grabbed her hands. Really? You know I have a huge target on my back, right?" Uraraka blushed. "I know. Besides it's better to team up with people you like, right?" "Thanks Uraraka, with the 3 of us I know we will win easily," Izuku said, smiling. "Hey, got room for one more?" asked Hatsume, appearing out of nowhere. Izuku jumped at her sudden appearance. "Jesus, where did you come from? And yeah, we got room. You want in?" Hatsume nodded. "Yeah, I even got some of my babies we can use to get us out of a tight spot." She pulled out a jetpack and a few small smoke pellet bombs. "Oh, this can actually help us. Good work Hatsume," said Pearl. "Cool, so we got our 4. Let's kick some ass everyone," Izuku said, cracking his knuckles. After the 15 minutes were done they got into formation. Izuku was on top while Pearl took the vanguard spot while Uraraka and Hatsume were the rearguard. Each person on top was given headbands with the total amount of points they were worth. The way you win is by holding on to your points or stealing your opponent's points. The top 4 with the most points will move on to the final round. But don't worry if you lose your points early, you always steal them back. This event will be 15 minutes, so are we ready to get started? Asked Midnight. Every competitor nodded. Good, then the second event, begin. A loud buzzer sound was heard. As soon as it started everyone began to run at Izuku and his team. "Hey Fish Prince. Those points are mine. Bakugo yelled out atop of his team. "Get ready everyone," Izuku said as he saw everyone running towards them. The teams were getting in close and they still weren't moving. Hey Midoriya, shouldn't we move? Uraraka asked as Bakugo let out explosions. Izuku narrowed his eyes, not yet. Now Pearl was starting to get nervous. Izuku.
Let them get a bit closer. Don't move yet, he said as the others were now a few meters away.
Midoriya, those points are mine. I have to prove to him that I can win without using his power, Todoroki said, as his teammate Momo created a spear for him to throw. Now, Hatsume, Izuku yelled out. Nodding, Hatsume threw the smoke pellets up. Izuku caught them and scattered them around the arena, completely covering it in black smoke. Every inch of the area was now covered in a thick smoke. Bakugo's team stopped. Cheap tricks. But I still remember where you were, he said, reaching out and fired a massive explosion into the smoke. The explosion pushed the smoke away and it was revealed that Izuku was gone. What? You should really look behind you, Izuku said, appearing from the black smoke behind Bakugo. Reaching out, Izuku tried to go for the headband but stopped when he saw Mina's acid appear. Izuku, fall back. They're on guard now. As long as we keep your points we should be fine, Pearl suggested. Izuku nodded. Fine, another time then. Best of luck Bakugo. His team then slipped back into the smoke. Bakugo gritted his teeth. After them, he yelled out. In the smoke Izuku couldn't see where they were going. We can't see a thing, said Hatsume. That's good, if we can't see them then they can't see us, Pearl said, leading the pack. Yeah, but what do we do once the smoke clears? Asked Uraraka.
Izuku thought about it. Uraraka, how long can you use your quirk?
If I use it on everyone here, maybe 10 minutes, said Uraraka. That still leaves us with 5 minutes. Think we can hold them off for that long? Asked Hatsume. My jetpack is still a prototype, so it might not work. Only one way to find out. Uraraka, use your quirk on us. If you start to feel nauseous let us know and we'll land, instructed Izuku. Uraraka nodded. Right. She then began to touch everyone, making them float. The crowd looked at the black smoke when all of a sudden Izuku's team emerged. And there we have Mr. 10 Million himself, Present Mike said. It looks like they are taking advantage of Uraraka's quirk and Hatsume's inventions to help them. However, none of those will last forever, Aizawa commented. The smoke cleared and Izuku's team was nowhere to be found. Where are they? Bakugo growled out. That's when Mina saw a shadow. Looking up she saw Izuku's team in the air. Up there, she yelled out. Bakugo looked up. Damn you. Stay here and get ready to catch me, he said, using his explosions to fly into the air. Get over here. Looking down, Izuku smirked. Look who decided to join us. Unfortunately for you, we aren't taking any guests at the moment. Come back later. Bakugo was suddenly kicked down back to the ground by Pearl. All bark, no bite. Bakugo's team caught him before he hit the ground. Damn it. He was about to jump back up when Kirishima stopped him. No, don't. We should concentrate on getting other people's points, said Kirishima. He's right, we can focus on them when they come down. For now let's go after the others, suggested Mina. Tisk, fine. Let's go, but once they come down we'll get them, Bakugo said, turning away. Above the ground Izuku saw the other teams looking for someone else to take the points from. Looks like they are leaving us alone, for now at least. Just wait until we land, then it will be a free-for-all, Uraraka said. I agree, but for now, we need to think of a game plan for when we land, said Pearl. Izuku nodded. Don't worry, we'll be just fine. Pearl, remember what we did during the obstacle race? Yeah. Oh, I get what you're trying to do, Pearl said with a smile. Exactly, Uraraka, when you are at your limit stop your quirk. Hatsume, once you feel is falling, turn off the jetpack. And Pearl, smash, Izuku said. 12 minutes later Uraraka was on the edge of throwing up. Midoriya, I think that's it for me. Izuku nodded. Got it. Thanks Uraraka, you did great keeping it up for this long. Pearl, are you ready? Always, she said with a smile. Hatsume, now, Izuku yelled out. And we are falling, Hatsume said, turning the jetpack off. As they fell from the sky, Bakugo and the other teams took notice. Bakugo, they are coming down, Kirishima yelled out. Bakugo smiled. Good, I was getting tired of taking these extras headbands. Get us close, I am going straight for those points. Momo was busy making shields when she looked up to see Izuku's team falling. Todoroki, they're coming. Todoroki looked up. Perfect, once they land we attack. We need to get close. Leave that to me, said Iida. I have a special move I've been saving up. However, it's only a one-time thing, so make sure to grab that headband. Izuku's team began to pick up speed as they fell to the earth. Get ready, Pearl. On the ground Bakugo's team watched as Izuku was now a few meters off the ground. He's mine, he yelled out as an explosion fired off from his hand. Iida revved his engines. Once I use this I'll be basically useless, so make sure you get it, Todoroki. Right. Ready when you are. Iida waited as Izuku was a few feet off the ground. Now, Recipro burst. Pearl now, Izuku yelled out. Pearl tightened the muscles in her leg and with all the momentum behind her she stomped on the ground. The tiles lining the floor of the arena were upended as the ground began to ripple and break like an earthquake. Iida was in mid-run when he noticed the ground ripple and break apart. Oh no. Bakugo's team was also running at Izuku when the ground began to break apart. What? This looks like the same move those two did during the obstacle course, Present Mike yelled out. Aizawa smiled underneath all the bandages, smart. They knew they would be at a disadvantage when they landed, so they decided to reshape the battlefield. At the epicenter, Izuku's team emerged. Everyone alright? He asked. I'm good, said Hatsume. Be barely hanging in there, Uraraka said, holding back the urge to throw up. I could have held back just a bit. Oh well, it got the job done regardless, Pearl said, looking around at the damage she did. Nah, this is fine. Now that everyone is disoriented, we should be fine now. However, Izuku spoke too soon. Suddenly there was a crackle in the air. Turning around, Izuku blocked a lightning attack. The attack hit his forearm and was enough to leave a small burn mark. This is. Just then multiple bolts of lightning began to rain down. We need to move, he yelled out. The girls quickly jumped around and dodged the bolts of lightning. Where are these coming from? Asked Hatsume. Midoriya, up there, Uraraka said, pointing up. Izuku looked up to see a pillar of ice, Todoroki. Atop the pillar, Kaminari pointed his fingers at Izuku's team. This is the perfect sniper spot. At the very last second, Todoroki saw the attack coming and used his ice. However, Iida was no longer able to fight thanks to his engines overheating. We need to get down there. Time's about to run out, he said as ice began to appear around his body. On the ground, Izuku's team continued to dodge. However, it wasn't just Todoroki's team that survived the attack. Fish face, Bakugo yelled out as his team ran through the debris. What, him too? How? Asked Hatsume. Because of me, said Mina. I knew you were up to something, so I used my acid at the last second at max power, she said with a smirk. Acid, not bad, said Izuku. There are only 2 minutes left, so make sure to grab those points. Or keep the ones you already have, Present Mike announced. You're mine, Prince, Bakugo yelled out as he fired a blast at point-blank range, right in Izuku's face. From the smoke, Izuku's hand appeared. Grabbing Bakugo's face, he began to squeeze. Nice try, but you're no match for me. Oh, that's right, I think I'll take your points. Bakugo began to fire multiple explosions, but Izuku kept pushing through them. He was just about to grab the headband when Kirishima and Mina activated their quirks. Pearl saw this and quickly kicked them away. Tisk, be more careful, Izuku. Sorry, got caught up in it. Let's fall back, we just need to hold out for 1 more minute, said Izuku. However, as they were backing away, Izuku's team was suddenly hit by ice shards. Looks like Todoroki is back, said Uraraka. Making their move, Todoroki created a slide from atop the pillar. Those points are ours. Izuku looked up to see Todoroki's team sliding down the ice. Oh, this is fun, Izuku said with a smile. The two teams crashed into each other. Izuku and Todoroki caught each other's fists. Looks like you got me right where you want me, Todoroki. What's your next move? Now, you freeze, Todoroki said as he began to freeze Izuku's arm. Oh, but don't you remember? Izuku's eyes then turned green. I can control water, and guess what ice is made of? The ice on Izuku's arm began to fall off. Say, why don't you use your fire? It would certainly work on me. Todoroki gritted his teeth. I refuse, I will never use his power. Shame, if you used your fire, this might have been more of a fight, Izuku said as he began to overpower Todoroki. Momo saw that he was losing and quickly made a metal pole, with the intention to use it against Izuku. However, before she could, Pearl managed to kick the pole right out of her hands. For a split second, Todoroki considered using his fire. He even conjured small flames but quickly stopped. Not today. Our score will be settled some other time, and right now, you're all out of it, Pearl said as a buzzer rang out. Time's up, Present Mike yelled out. Izuku quickly got off. Midoriya, we won, Uraraka said, wrapping him in a hug. For a second, Izuku stood shocked. Why, yeah, we did, and it was all thanks to you three. Uraraka finally saw what she was doing and let Izuku go. Sorry about that, I got a little excited. Don't be, we worked hard to move on to the final event, said Izuku. Come on, let's go find out what the last event is going to be. The group nodded and began to walk over to where Midnight was, and there you have it, the top 4 teams will move on to the final event, which will be. Midnight pointed to the Jumbotron. Then the words Battle Tournament appeared. A fan favorite returns. This will be a series of one-on-one fights. You win by knocking your opponents out, rendering them unable to move, or getting them to step out of bounds, surrender. We will have a short intermission to give you guys a chance to rest. While you do, we will be deciding who fights who via lottery. The students all went over to the stands where they were separated into their classes. Above in the VIP lounge, King Nero watched his son disappear. He then turned to some of the guards. After my son's fight, go fetch him. Tell him I need to have a word with him. Oh, and tell him to bring the girl, the one with the brown hair. On a tall building about 5 miles away, a task force made of men in black tactical armor made it to the roof to see the stadium where the sports festival was taking place. This is Alpha, we are in position. We will need 10 minutes to get everything set up, over. The commander said into his radio. Roger that, Alpha, just make sure you don't miss, you'll only get 1 shot at this. I never do. Alpha's men then put a modified Barrett M82 down in front of him. Besides, with something this rare and expensive, there's no way I will. He then reached into his bag and pulled out a small metal box. Opening it up, a bullet made out of Atlantean steel was seen inside. Oh, something is going to happen in the next chapter. Find out what, next time on Son of the Sea, 59 Chapter 9, Fight. And we are back with another chapter. Sorry for the delay, but I'm starting to apply to transfer out of my college, so that's taking a lot of my time. Anyway, without further ado, let's just jump into it. Fight. As Izuku was walking toward the stand, someone tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he found Todoroki. Midoriya, a word please. Pearl and Uraraka, who were walking beside him, stopped and turned. Sure, let's go somewhere else. That's when Pearl tried to intervene. Izuku, I'll go with you. No, this is between me and Todoroki. Go up to the stands, I'll join you shortly, said Izuku. Pearl nodded. Very well. Come on Uraraka, let's leave them to it. With that, the two girls went up towards the stands. Izuku and Todoroki turned the corner and found an empty hallway that led outside. So what do you want to talk about? You almost made me use it, said Todoroki. Use what? Asked Izuku, confused. Todoroki looked down at his arm. My other side, his quirk, his fire. I swore I'd never use his quirk. Why not? If you had used it, you could have won easily, said Izuku, crossing his arms. Because of what he did to my mother. You see, my father's obsession had always been to beat All Might. But he knew he couldn't do it, so he had to make someone who could, explained Todoroki. Izuku's eyes went wide. He paid off a family with an ice quirk and forced her to bear his children. My mother, after years of abuse, finally snapped, resulting in this. Todoroki touched his scarred face. I see. Well, for what it's worth, I am sorry you had to go through that. But that doesn't excuse your behavior, and quite honestly, it's pathetic, said Izuku. Todoroki was surprised. What? You're only using half of your power, half-assing it, while your classmates and other students are giving it their all. You're selfish, Todoroki. You think the world revolves around you, but it doesn't. The world won't wait for you to work out your personal grudges. Either give it your all or get out the way, Izuku said, glaring at Todoroki. Todoroki scoffed. I wouldn't expect a prince to understand. Why would you? You've been handed everything up to this point. You've never experienced pain or loss like I have. Izuku snapped. Throwing a punch, he cracked the wall just behind Todoroki's face. Listen, Todoroki, don't you ever assume you know me, cause you don't. You don't know what I've been through. You say I never experienced pain like yours, but I bet you have at least one good memory with your mother. While I don't, my mother died while I was still a baby. So don't you ever talk about pain or loss, cause you don't know what it's like. Removing his fist from the wall, Izuku turned his back on Todoroki. You don't want to use your fire, fine, not that I really care, but know this. If you give it half your effort, you'll only get half the reward. I'll see you in the rain. Todoroki stood stunned. Izuku, on the other hand, kept his head down as he walked through the halls. After composing himself, he walked towards the bleachers, where he found Uraraka and Pearl sitting apart from each other with a space in between them for him. Hey Midoriya, over here, Uraraka called out. Making his way down, he sat in between the two. Everything alright, Izuku? You seem a bit tense, asked Pearl. Izuku gave her a smile. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Have they drawn the matches yet? No, they are about to though. Look, check out the board, Pearl said, motioning to the brackets. Each student's name began to show up, showing who they would be fighting. Izuku was going to fight Shinso. Who the heck is that? Izuku asked. Must be someone from one of the other classes, deduced Uraraka. Then it was Pearl's name to show up, and to her surprise she was fighting Momo. This should be interesting. Last but not least, Uraraka was fighting Bakugo. Ah hell, well, there goes my chances of winning, Uraraka said, slumping her shoulders. Just use what I've taught you and you'll be fine, said Izuku, trying to cheer her up. Thanks Midoriya, I'll try, but Bakugo is strong, said Uraraka. Yes, but strength isn't everything. You must also use your head when in battle, said Pearl. That is also true, you're smart, I'm sure you'll figure something out, Izuku said, making Uraraka blush slightly. Alright, let's not keep everyone waiting, let's get this final event started, yelled out Present Mike. The crowd erupted in cheer. That's what I like to hear. So will Izuku and Shinso please make your way down to the field? Izuku got up from his seat. Well, that's me, wish me luck guys. His class wished him luck, but as he was leaving he was stopped by Ojiro. Midoriya, a word of warning, careful with his quirk. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you, whatever it is, I can't remember what I did during the cavalry battle. That's why I chose to withdraw. Interesting, thanks for the heads up, but I should be just fine, trust me. And with that Izuku walked away from Ojiro. As Izuku walked into the field he was welcomed by the sound of cheering. And there he is folks. The prince from another land. Izuku Kaito Midoriya. vs. Hiroshi Shinso from General Ed. The fighting arena was big, and each fighter stood across each other. Alright boys, you know the rules. I want a clean, fair fight. Remember this is a no-holds-bar fight, so give it your all. Ready? Midnight asked, pointing to each of them. They both nodded. Go? Izuku wasted no time and rushed at Shinso. However, to his surprise Shinso didn't move. Must be nice, being a prince and all. Having everything handed to you, not having to work for anything. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. You heard me, fish boy. You, the prince of a nation, has never lifted a finger to get what he wants. What did you say? Izuku yelled out, stomping angrily towards Shinso. However, before he could reach him Shinso smiled. Idiot. Izuku stopped as his eyes went wide. Good, you're now under the influence of my quirk. Turn around and walk off the edge, ordered Shinso. And to the surprise of everyone, Izuku obeyed. Pearl got up from her seat. Izuku. Damn it, I tried to warn him, that quirk, he has the power to control people's minds, said Ojiro.
The crowd watched as Izuku began to walk towards the edge. No, Midoriya, snap out of it. Uraraka yelled out.
Even with his class yelling at him, Izuku was still walking towards the edge of the arena. King Nero looked on at his son. How are you going to get out of this one, Izuku? Izuku was now a few steps away from the edge of the arena and he showed no signs of slowing down. Damn it, Ojiro tried to warn me but I didn't listen. This is what I get for not listening. Oh well, time to stop messing around. Just as he was about to cross over the arena, Izuku stopped. Shinso was shocked. What? I told you to walk off the edge. Izuku didn't move. Didn't you hear me? I ordered you to walk off the edge.
Oh, I heard you, I just don't want to do it. Izuku said, turning around with his eyes glowing green. It took me a while there to break free of your mind control. Lucky for me, I've had extensive mental training. Not for this, but it works nonetheless.
Shinso took a step back. Impossible. Now, as long as I keep this up, your quirk won't be able to work on me, Izuku said, running at Shinso.
Shinso tried to fight back but he proved no match for Izuku's extensive training. Shinso threw a punch only to have Izuku duck under it and spring up with a hard uppercut. The hit managed to send Shinso flying into the air, while in mid-air Izuku appeared and spin-kicked Shinso out of the arena. Izuku landed back on the arena to the sound of roaring applause. He let the green glow of his eyes die out. And the winner via ring out is Izuku Kaito Midoriya, Midnight announced. However, instead of walking off the stage, Izuku walked over to where Shinso was. Need a hand? Shinso looked up to see Izuku standing in front of him. Smiling, he grabbed his hand and pushed himself up. Thanks, sorry about what I said earlier. Don't worry about it. My guess is that your quirk needs the other person to answer in order for it to work. Insulting me was a good strategy. Say, why aren't you in the hero course? With that quirk you can definitely be a hero, said Izuku. Shinso's eyes went wide. Why, you really think so? Izuku nodded. Of course. You'd be amazing with crowd control, not to mention capturing villains. I appreciate that, but the entrance exam was tailored to those with strong physical quirks, Shinso said, looking down. Yeah, that's kind of messed up. A hero's worth shouldn't be determined by how strong their quirk is. Keep working hard and I'm sure you'll be able to be an amazing hero someday, Izuku said with a smile. Shinso nodded. Now come on, let's get out of here. The other fighters are going to be here soon. Izuku went back up to where his class was. Hey Midoriya, awesome work out there, Uraraka said. Thanks, not going to lie, he almost got me there, Izuku said, embarrassed. Just then Izuku was hit on the head. Looking up he saw Pearl. That was pathetic, Izuku. You should have been able to fight off his mind control faster than that. Izuku hid behind Uraraka. But I wanted to let things play out. You almost lost. She yelled out. Do you know how embarrassing that would have been for Atlantis? That's when Uraraka spoke up. See, come on Pearl, in the end he won, right? I'm sure Midoriya won't make the same mistake again, right? From behind Uraraka, Izuku appeared, nodding his head. Yes, never again. Pearl narrowed her eyes, then sighed. Fine, anyway I got to get ready for my match. Good luck Pearl, said Uraraka. Thanks, but I won't need it, said Pearl as she made her way down towards the arena. Izuku and Uraraka sat on the benches as Pearl emerged from the tunnel. So Pearl versus Momo? This seems a bit unfair, don't you think? Asked Kaminari. Pearl is strong, that much is for sure, but she does one fatal flaw. The same goes for me actually, said Izuku as the two girls readied themselves for the fight. Really? Do you think Momo knows this weakness? Asked Jiro. Izuku nodded. Maybe, there's always the possibility, but that's not the only thing that has me worried. If her company knows about Atlantean steel, can she replicate it with her quirk? Down in the arena Pearl and Momo readied themselves. Ready, go, Midnight yelled out. Pearl ran at Momo. This took Momo by surprise. With little time to react she created a shield and put it up. Pearl jumped into the air and punched down right at the shield, denting it. Quick thinking, but how long can you keep it up? Asked Pearl as she twisted her body and kicked the shield right out of Momo's hands. Pearl then landed and took a swipe at Momo's legs. Falling back, Momo managed to put her arm out and use it as a stand to kick upward towards Pearl. This took Pearl by surprise. Whoa, I didn't think you knew martial arts. Momo slid to a stop. It was part of my training. I didn't get into UA by recommendation for nothing. Good, I thought this would be a boring fight. Let's see just how good you are. The two girls ran at each other once again, but this time Momo had a plan. As she ran at Pearl she managed to create a sword and swing it down right at Pearl. Pearl put up her arm and blocked the attack. The sword shattered as it made contact. But this is what Momo wanted. She continued to create swords, and every time Pearl would let the swords hit her, knowing full well that they would shatter. What is Momo doing? She's doing the same attack over and over again. Can't she see it's not working? Said Jiro from the stands. Izuku thought about it. What is she doing? There's no point to this. At this rate she's going to overuse her quirk and tire out. Unless. Back with the fight, Pearl was getting tired of the repetitiveness. This is getting boring, she said, punching and shattering one of the swords. However, this time Pearl put more power behind her punch.
She shattered the sword, but she also managed to tag Momo in the stomach, sending her back.
Momo was pushed back several meters. She finally came to a stop just inches from the edge of the arena. Holding onto her stomach, Momo looked up at Pearl. Alright, it's time.
Clapping her hands together, Momo began to create another sword. Pearl rolled her eyes. Not this again. Come on Momo, can't you think of something better? She said, standing there not moving.
Momo smirked as she raised the sword and began to bring it down towards Pearl. From the stands, Izuku narrowed his eyes. Something about that sword gave him a weird impression. That's when he put two and two together. Izuku suddenly got up from his seat. Pearl. Dodge. Pearl heard Izuku and dodged out of the way, but the sword still managed to scratch her. Jumping back, Pearl had a cut across her cheek. Pearl placed her fingers on the cut and noticed blood running down it. Midoriya, what's wrong? Asked Uraraka. Izuku gritted his teeth. That sword, it's made of Atlantean steel. It's one of the few metals that could cut our skin. Uraraka's eyes went wide. Then that means Pearl is in trouble. They had to stop the match. No, Pearl is a warrior. And as such she is ready to die at a moment's notice. Besides, she won't lose. Did you forget? She's Atlantis' best female warrior. She won't lose, Izuku said, looking back at Pearl. Pearl smiled as she wiped the blood off of her face. I knew it. This confirms everything. Since you know the atomic configuration of our metal, it must mean your company has some of our weapons. Momo gripped the weapon. And what of it? You do know that you having that weapon, our metal, is a clear violation of the treaty we put into place, said Pearl. Momo was shocked. What? Pearl's voice then turned serious. That's not all. Now that we have proof of this, Atlantis can now legally declare war on Japan for violation of the treaty. And no, my father said this was just a rare earth metal. I had no idea this was Atlantean, honestly. Momo's hands began to shake. We will deal with that later. Right now we have an event to finish. Now come on, show me what you got, Pearl said, running at Momo. Momo swung the sword around, but Pearl dodged with ease. If Momo wanted any hope of winning, she had to change things up. And change things up she did. With her free hand she began to create a canister. She then proceeded to throw the canister at Pearl, which exploded on impact, causing a white foam-like substance to appear around her, which hardened with contact with the air. I've heard stories of you Atlanteans, and in each story they say you are prone to drying out. Sodium hydroxide, it basically sucks the moisture out of the air. Pearl was completely covered in the substance, however from the foam cracks began to form. Suddenly the hardened foam exploded outwards and out came Pearl. What? It didn't work. Momo yelled out, surprised, as Pearl ran at her. Momo thrusted the sword forward. Pearl didn't even move as she caught the blade with her bare hand. Blood began to run down the blade as Pearl gripped it. Nice trick with the chemical bomb. It definitely did some damage. Pearl then brought her non-injured hand down right on the blade, with so much force that it shattered. While it is true this metal can hurt us, it doesn't mean we can't break it. Momo watched as the pieces of metal hit the floor. Looking up, she was met by Pearl's fist hitting her square in the nose. Momo's body flew out of bounds as blood trailed down Momo's now injured nose. And the winner is Pearl, announced Midnight. The crowd erupted in cheer. Pearl looked up to see Izuku clapping for her. She nodded and walked over to Momo to help her. We have a lot to talk about, but for now, let's get you patched up, she said, picking Momo up and helping her towards Recovery Girl. King Nero and Malum watched as Pearl exited the arena. Your Majesty, that weapon. I know, it seems our suspicions were correct. The surface world knows of our metal and weapons, said King Nero. Shall I inform the war fleet? Asked Malum. Not yet, we shall try to talk this out first, but that's when Malum snapped. But Your Majesty, they have openly broken our treaties, we can't allow this. That's when the king snapped. Malum, I have spoken, you dare defy me. Nezu was shocked at the king's demeanor. Malum quickly backed away and kneeled. No, Your Majesty, please forgive me. King Nero waved his hand. Get back to your post. If I need you or want your opinion, I will ask for it. Malum went back to his post without saying another word. King Nero then turned to Nezu. Sorry you had to see me snap like that, Principal Nezu. Nezu waved his little paw. Please don't apologize. Running a high school is hard enough. I can only imagine running a whole country. Down at the arena, the rest of the students were battling it out. Izuku was predicting who would win correctly every time. Now however it was Uraraka's turn to fight Bakugo. Izuku tried to give her some pointers, but she refused, saying that she wanted to do this on her own. Izuku sat with Pearl as they watched their two classmates walk onto the arena. So, do you think she has a chance? Asked Pearl. Maybe, if she plays her cards right, said Izuku. She better have a plan or this is going to get ugly fast, Pearl thought. And here they're, the final battle in the elimination round. The hero that defies gravity and the bad man with the explosive temper, announced Present Mike. The crowd cheered. Are both fighters ready? Asked Midnight. They both nodded. Ready? Begin. With a crack of her whip the fight was on. I need to get in close, thought Uraraka as she ran at Bakugo. Bakugo stood in place as Uraraka closed the distance. You never stood a chance, he said, pointing his hand at her and firing off an explosion. The blast knocked Uraraka back, but managed to stay standing. Uraraka slid to a stop and looked up at Bakugo. With that one blast, her gym uniform began to show signs of being burned. Damn it. Hey round cheeks, give it up. You don't stand a chance against me.
Bakugo said, letting explosions ripple on his hands. Uraraka took a deep breath and stood up straight. Sorry but no, but if you'd like to make me give up, then you're going to have to get over here. Bakugo's face turned to one of rage. Fine, but you asked for this. With the help of his explosions he rocketed towards Uraraka at a high rate of speed. Die! He yelled out, firing off a massive blast at point-blank range. The explosion covered the area where Uraraka stood. Pearl watched on in disappointment. Well, this fight is over. Shame really, I thought she would put up more of a fight. Izuku smirked. Pearl, since when have your battle senses dwindled? Pearl quickly looked at Izuku and then backed down towards the fight. Through the smoke she saw movement. Well, I stand corrected. From within the smoke Uraraka appeared and ran around Bakugo to try and hit him from the side. Uraraka reached out but Bakugo twisted his body. Nice try but you're too slow. Just as he was about to use his quirk Uraraka closed her eyes and lifted her hands. In that split second it was as if her hands were like waves flowing in the air. Grabbing his forearm she lightly pushed off and spun around to his side, dodging his blast. Bakugo was in shock. How did you do that? Pearl's eyes went wide. Izuku, you didn't. Izuku smirked. Oh but I did. I was surprised how fast she managed to learn it. She has a natural talent for martial arts. Granted I could only teach her basic stuff but given time I do believe she can be the first ever human to master it. Not only that but I also taught her our breathing technique too. Pearl couldn't believe it. Izuku, that breathing technique is only meant for underwater use. Who knows what it will do if it's used on the surface. Especially for someone who's not Atlantean. The king leaned forward in his chair. Izuku, you taught her our martial arts? From behind Malum gripped his weapon as he saw Uraraka pull off the move. How dare she, a surface worlder, use our techniques? This will not stand. At the arena Uraraka opened her eyes and smiled. A little trick I learned, thanks to Midoriya's training. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Midoriya this, Midoriya that, it's all everyone talks about. Just because he's a prince he is suddenly better than everyone, better than me. To hell with that, I am going to show everyone that I am better. I'll do that by beating the crap out of you. Bakugo once again launched himself towards Uraraka, however this time she used her quirk on herself and jumped up. Bakugo completely missed. Looking up he was surprised to see Uraraka touch her fingertips together and use gravity to fall at a greater speed. Uraraka went in for a drop kick but Bakugo was quick enough to dodge, landing. Uraraka barely had time to react when Bakugo's hand appeared in front of her face. Without saying a word Bakugo fired off an explosion that sent Uraraka back. Her screams of pain were heard throughout the arena but somehow she managed to stop herself just inches from the edge. Her clothes were now a burned mess. She also had burn marks across her body and face. I can't lose, not after Midoriya trained me, she said wiping the blood off of her lip. Uraraka once again charged in. Bakugo rolled his eyes. This stupid move again? How dumb do you think I am? He asked, pointing his hand towards her. Bakugo lunged forward in an effort to tag Uraraka. However, at the last second Uraraka used her gym jacket as a distraction. Bakugo missed and in the smoke Uraraka began to enact her plan. This smoke won't save you, he said pushing the smoke away. As it cleared he looked to his right to see Uraraka standing there. There you are. This fight is over. He yelled out rocketing towards her, ready to finish the fight. However as he got closer he saw a smirk appear on her face. Got you, she said touching her fingertips together. Bakugo's eyes went wide, as he looked around in a panic. What did you do? He asked. Look as he might he did not find what she used her quirk for. That is until he heard a rumbling coming from above him. Looking up he saw several tons of rock and debris he created thanks to his quirk. As they fell they threatened to bury Bakugo. From the stands Izuku smiled. Good plan, it would have worked on anyone else but Bakugo. Uraraka watched as Bakugo raised both his hands up and fired a massive wide-range blast towards the rocks, completely destroying them. Uraraka's breathing suddenly became erratic. She fell to one knee and began to gasp for air. This must be the effects of the breathing technique Midoriya warned me about. However as she looked up Bakugo appeared in front of her with his hands pointed right at her. This is over, he said, firing a blast. This time Uraraka didn't have time to react as the blast burned her body. However even after the direct hit Bakugo wasn't done. He then began to let out several smaller blasts right at Uraraka. Each blast that hit burned her body, uniform, and bruised her body. Bakugo paused for a moment. From the smoke Uraraka appeared barely conscious. It's done, throw yourself off the edge. Uraraka stood on wobbly legs, and never, I can't let him down. Tisk, fine then die like the rest of them. Bakugo yelled out rocketing towards Uraraka one final time. Pearl sighed, well that's that, come on Izuku you should get ready for your next match, she said, turning to Izuku. However he wasn't there. Izuku. Uraraka didn't even put up her hands to block. Bakugo's explosion hit its target. Uraraka was sent flying out of the arena and towards the wall. I'm sorry mom, dad, Midoriya, I failed. However before she hit the wall someone caught her bridal style. With her eyes half open Uraraka saw Izuku's face. Midoriya? He looked down and smiled. It's alright Uraraka, you did your best. This is a fight you can be proud of. You showed everyone that you can go toe to toe with the best of them. A tear fell from Uraraka's face as she drifted off to sleep. Izuku then began to turn and walk away from the arena to get Uraraka the medical attention she needed. Bakugo watched them leave, and the winner is Bakugo. Congratulations to everyone who moved on to the next round. But don't get too comfortable. The next round kicks off with two of the most explosive fighters this year. Izuku Kaito Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted in cheer as they heard the next fight coming up. Arriving at the nurse's office, Izuku placed Uraraka on one of the beds per recovery girl's instructions. My word, that Bakugo kid really did a number on her. How could he be so cruel? Asked recovery girl as she began to inspect Uraraka. Izuku gritted his teeth. He'll pay for what he did to her. Will you take care of her? Recovery girl nodded. Of course, you have my word that she will be well taken care of. Izuku nodded. Thank you. Now off you go. You have another match in a few minutes, said recovery girl, pointing her cane at him. Right, thank you again. With that, Izuku walked out of the nurse's office. As Izuku was walking through the halls, the announcement of his fight with Todoroki played. However, as he turned a corner to get to the arena, Izuku was stopped by the number 2 hero Endeavor. Prince, I think it's time we have a chat. Roof of the tall building. Sir, the rifle is ready, one of the men said, saluting. Good. The commander then pressed a button on his radio. Alpha to base, final preparations are ready. Requesting final go ahead, over. Base to Alpha, you have the green light. You're clear to engage at your own discretion, over. Copy that, base. Wind conditions are not right yet. Going to give it a couple of minutes, over. Alpha then went over to the rifle and began to load the gun. Alpha then looked through the scope. Target spotted, has heavy security detail but they won't pose a problem. AN. Done. Someone is going to die, but who is the main question? Find out in the next chapter, 59 Chapter 10, Emergency. AN. And we are back with another chapter. Thanks for all the support, it really means a lot. No messing around this time, so without further ado, let's just jump into it. Emergency. Izuku was now face to face with the number 2 hero, the Flame Hero. Endeavor. Izuku had read about him. His flames made him a powerful opponent if he ever had to fight him. Prince Izuku, it's time we have a talk, said Endeavor, towering over Izuku. Oh yeah, sorry to disappoint but I got a match right now. So if you'd excuse me. Izuku tried to walk past Endeavor but was stopped. This actually concerns your fight with my son, besides, this won't take long, said Endeavor. Izuku sighed and decided to humor him. Fine, what is it? It's about my son Shoto. You see, I made him to be the number 1 hero, for he has both the powers of fire and ice. He has so much potential, yet he refuses to use my fire. Izuku interrupted, your fire. But it's Todoroki's power. Endeavor glared at Izuku. Right, his fire. He is like a child. What I ask from you is that you force him to use it. That way he will realize how foolish he is being and come to his senses. Do that for me and I can help you establish a connection with the surface world. So what do you say? Izuku thought about it. As enticing as that proposition is, I will have to refuse. However, I'll make him use his fire, but not for your reason. I'll make him use it because he won't have a choice. With that, Izuku turned his back on Endeavor and began to walk toward the arena. As Izuku walked out of the tunnel, he was met by cheers, and here he is, the underwater prince. Izuku Kaito Midoriya, announced Midnight. Izuku walked into the fighting stage to see Todoroki already on the other side. This fight is sure to blow us away, everyone, so don't blink, yelled out Present Mike. Midnight pointed at the two. Are both fighters ready? They both nodded. Begin. Todoroki wasted little time and created a wave of ice and launched it at Izuku. Izuku saw it coming and quickly jumped out of the way. However, as he landed, he was met by several flying ice spikes. The spikes hit but shattered on impact. With pieces of broken ice around him, Izuku smiled. Tickles. Izuku rushed at Todoroki. Faster than Todoroki could react, Izuku stomped on the ground, causing the large stone tiles that layered the arena to fly up. Izuku quickly jumped up as well and began to kick the stone tiles at Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened as he created a wall of ice in front of him, stopping several of the stone tiles, but not all of them. After the 6th tile, Todoroki's ice began to weaken. Then came the 7th, the tile smashed into the ice, completely shattering it. Damn it. However, that was the least of his problems. From the shattered ice, Izuku appeared jumping through the falling ice. You're weak, Todoroki. Izuku yelled out as he kicked Todoroki in the chest, sending him back towards the edge of the arena. Fortunately, Todoroki managed to create a wall behind him which prevented him from falling out of the arena. Todoroki grabbed at his chest as he tried to regain his composure, but Izuku wouldn't let him get the chance. Izuku appeared in front of Todoroki. Did you think I would let you take a breather? With his fist pulled back, Izuku delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki's stomach, so hard in fact that the ice he created to stop himself that was behind him shattered. Todoroki spit out blood as he fell to the ground on his knees. See, like I said, weak. Slowly Todoroki glared up at Izuku. Weak am I? We'll just see about that, he yelled out, slamming his hand to the ground. Izuku looked down only to have a pillar of ice shoot up and hit his chest. Izuku's body was sent back, but Todoroki didn't end his attack there. He stood up and opened his hand before throwing it up towards Izuku. This caused a massive ice shell to completely encase Izuku. Let's see you get out of that. Pearl looked down at the massive iceberg Todoroki created, she then looked up to see Izuku in the middle of the ice. Idiot, why couldn't you just end this fight faster? You of all people should know why, Pearl, said Uraraka walking down the steps. She had bandages all over her body thanks to her fight with Bakugo.
Pearl looked back at Uraraka before turning back to Izuku. Yeah, I know, but still, does he have to show off like that?
Uraraka smiled as she stood beside Pearl. I admit, he could be difficult sometimes, but that's just part of his charm. Back with the fight, Midnight was about to call the fight for Todoroki. Looks like Izuku can no longer fight, so that makes Todoroki the. However, before she could finish, she heard the sound of ice breaking. Looking up, she saw the green glow of Izuku's eyes through the ice. The crowd watched as Izuku held out his hands, then slammed them together with so much force that it sent the ice flying in every direction. Izuku landed on the ground with a bit of frost on his jacket, but that was it. Looks like this fight is not over yet, folks. Man, that felt nice, not as cold as the ocean but still pretty cold. Todoroki gritted his teeth. You know, if you used your fire you may actually have a chance of winning. Never, I will never use his fire. I will show him that I can win without his fire, Todoroki yelled out as he sent ice spikes towards Izuku. With glowing green eyes, Izuku lifted his hand and stopped the ice just as the spikes were inches from his neck. Did you forget, Todoroki? I can control water. And like I said during the cavalry battle, ice is just another form of water. How about I show you what it's like to be on the receiving end of your ice? Flicking his finger, Izuku pushed the ice spikes back at Todoroki. Thinking fast, Todoroki created a wall and stopped all the spikes. However, he didn't notice Izuku had used this to his advantage to sneak up on him. Izuku appeared and delivered a hard right to Todoroki's ribs. Todoroki was sent rolling on the ground. Before he even had the chance to look up, Izuku was already there picking him up by the neck. Come on, use it, said Izuku as he held Todoroki. And never, I rather die than use his fire. I will become a hero without using it, said Todoroki. That's when Izuku punched Todoroki in the stomach. Selfish, you say you want to become a hero but you're only giving it half the effort. While your classmates are giving it their all, you stand before them with this half-assed bullshit. Izuku continued to punch Todoroki over and over again. This scared his classmates, even Pearl. What is Midoriya doing? Asked Uraraka. Pearl looked on as Izuku's eyes burned green. I don't know, I've never seen Izuku like this. He's never been this brutal. King Nero got up from his seat. Malum appeared. Yes, my king. If Izuku crosses that line it will spell disaster for us. Before he gets to that point, stop him by any means necessary, ordered King Nero. Malum nodded. Yes, my king. He then walked over to the edge of the observation room. Rifle. One of the other soldiers handed over his rifle. Positioning himself, Malum looked through the scope and set the gun to stun. Back on the arena, Izuku stopped his attacks and let Todoroki fall to the ground. With blood running down his mouth, Todoroki looked up at Izuku. Why do you even care? Izuku bent down. I care because you are kidding yourself, Todoroki. Look at yourself. Your body is covered in ice from overuse. Some hero you'll be. Todoroki could feel his anger growing. I can be a hero. I will show you, I'll show him, he yelled out, getting up and punching Izuku across the face. Izuku's face went to the side. I never said you couldn't, you've kept saying that it's his power. That's where you're wrong, Todoroki. It's your power, always has been, always will be. That's when images of Todoroki's mother played in his mind. You may have his fire, but that doesn't make you anything like him. It's okay for you to become what you want to be. With his fist still on Izuku's face, Todoroki let out a yell before flames appeared from his left side, including his fist. Izuku quickly jumped back as the flames grew. He also noticed a cinder mark on his face where the fist was. Like a raging inferno, Todoroki let out his fire. The entire stadium was in awe. This is why you did everything, isn't it? You wanted me to see that this fire wasn't his, but mine. Izuku smiled. Yeah, and I wanted to see how strong you really are.
Todoroki chuckled. Then I hope I don't disappoint. He yelled out, letting his fire burn brighter.
Izuku charged at Todoroki, but this time he was ready. Lifting his left arm up, Todoroki let his fire burn. The fire completely engulfed Izuku, but he pushed through it. From the flames he appeared, throwing a punch, but this time Todoroki dodged. It seems fire really is your weakness. That punch was a lot slower than last time, said Todoroki as Izuku appeared with no shirt. Izuku looked down at his skin and noticed that it was starting to dry out, effectively making him slower and vulnerable. I knew this was going to happen, but I didn't think your flames were this hot. Guess I had to end this fight now. Something we can agree on, but I am going to be the one to win, said Todoroki, slamming his left hand on the ground and covering the entire arena in fire. Izuku was completely engulfed in fire. He looked around for an escape but found nothing. To make matters worse, he could feel his strength leaving his body. Falling to one knee, Izuku had to think of something fast. I need to hydrate. But how? There's no water. That's when Izuku had an idea, a very stupid idea. Blood is 55% plasma and of that, 90% is water. Izuku lifted his hand and punched himself in the nose, breaking it and causing blood to run down. And not enough, he then began to bash his face onto the cement floor. With blood running down his forehead and nose, he began to collect it and smother it on his face and arms. And somehow it worked. His body began to absorb the water from the blood. This won't last, I have to end this now. With what little strength he had left, Izuku jumped into the air and punched the ground, causing it to break apart. Todoroki watched as his flames were pushed away. This trick won't work again. From the fire and debris, Izuku appeared jumping from tile to tile, heading straight towards Todoroki. Seeing him coming, Todoroki created several ice spikes and launched them at Izuku. However, this time Izuku wasn't playing around. With glowing green eyes, Izuku slashed downwards with his arms, doing so causing the ice to split apart. Todoroki's eyes widened as he saw Izuku head his direction covered in blood. He tried to use his fire once again but didn't have enough time to activate it. Izuku dived as Todoroki's face was slammed into the ground. As everything calmed down and the dust cleared, Izuku was seen pinning Todoroki on the ground and breathing heavily. Midnight was in disbelief, and the winner is Izuku Kaito Midoriya. The crowd roared as they celebrated Izuku's victory. Izuku let go of Todoroki, allowing them both to stand. "That was stupid, Midoriya," said Todoroki. "Why yeah, but it worked, didn't it? Now come on, let's go." Before Izuku could finish his sentence, he fell to the floor unconscious. From the stands, Uraraka and Pearl watched him fall. "Midoriya," yelled out Uraraka in a bit of worry. "Idiot, he's fine, Uraraka, he's just dry. He needs to be dunked into some seawater fast. I got to tell Recovery Girl about this." Pearl turned to go to the nurse's office but stopped at the door. "You coming?" Uraraka was surprised. "You sure?" Pearl nodded. "Yeah, besides I know Izuku would like to see how you were doing." Izuku was taken to Recovery Girl. She kissed him and his wounds were healed up, but he wasn't waking up. That's when Pearl and Uraraka walked in and explained what needed to be done. After securing a tank and some salt, they placed Izuku into the tank and almost immediately he woke up. "Huh, where am I?" "You are with Recovery Girl," said Pearl with an angry look on her face. Oh, looks like I overdid it," said Izuku, rubbing the back of his neck. "No shit, if you weren't injured right now I would have smacked you by now," said Pearl, hitting the tank he was in. "Lucky for you. Recovery Girl has already warned me against that." "How are you feeling, Midoriya?" asked Uraraka. "Oh Uraraka, I see you're all good now." "And I'm alright. I just need some time in this tank and I should be good to go for the final round," said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. "That's good to hear." However, that's when Malum walked through the door followed by 2 guards. "Prince Izuku, I bring a message from your father," he said, kneeling before the tank. Izuku nodded. "Speak. Given your current condition and the nature of these fights, the king asks for you to withdraw from this event," said Malum. Izuku sighed. "Yeah, I kind of guessed that's what he wanted. Alright, I'll forfeit." He then turned to Pearl. "Pearl, sorry to leave it up to you, but it looks like you'll have to win it for us."
"Yes, of course," said Pearl, bowing. "There is also one other thing, Prince. The king wishes to speak to you and her," said Malum, pointing at Uraraka. Me?" asked Uraraka, pointing at herself. "Did he say why?" asked Izuku. "No, all he said was when you are able, that he wishes to speak with the both of you," explained Malum. "I'll go, but Uraraka has a right to choose if she wishes to join or not," said Izuku, turning to Uraraka. I guess if the king says so I have to go," said Uraraka. Izuku nodded, and turned to the guards. "Very well, wait outside until I am ready," ordered Izuku. Malum and his guards bowed before leaving the room. "Sorry about this, Uraraka."
Uraraka waved her hands in front of her. "Don't be, although I am curious as to why the king would want to talk to me. Guess we'll find that soon enough. Alright, I think it's time for me to get out of this. I'm not at 100% but I should be fine," said Izuku, jumping out of the tank. Uraraka turned around, blushing at the sight of Izuku's body. She knew he was muscular, but this took her by surprise. Izuku had the body of a Greek god. His six-pack and chest muscles gleamed thanks to the water. After changing, Izuku and Uraraka were escorted to where the king was. Pearl was there too, but she had to leave to fight her battle with Bakugo. The two were taken to the VIP section of the stadium. Outside one of the doors were several of King Nero's guards. Opening the door, they went inside to see the king standing up holding his trident and looking down at the arena.
Izuku and the guards kneeled. Uraraka was surprised at first but quickly followed suit. Turning around, King Nero saw his son and Uraraka had arrived. "My king, I have brought them as per your instruction," said Malum.
"Good, now leave us. I wish to speak to them alone," commanded King Nero. "Yes, as you command." Malum got up and ushered his guards to leave the room. King Nero then walked towards Izuku and Uraraka. "Please stand, you two." They both got up. Uraraka was nervous as hell. She's never met a real-life king before. The closest she's gotten to meeting a king was at a Burger King. "Father, why did you?" Izuku tried to speak but was instead backhanded across the face by his father. Izuku fell to one knee as blood dripped down his lip. "Midoriya," Uraraka yelled out, rushing to his side. "Izuku, stand," King Nero ordered. With shaky legs, Izuku stood up straight, only to be backhanded again. Uraraka was in shock. Why is the king doing this? "Izuku, stand," ordered the king once again. Once again Izuku stood up, only to repeat the process. After the fourth backhand, Izuku's face was now bruised and bloody, and Uraraka couldn't take it anymore. As the king was going for the next backhand, she jumped in front of Izuku, protecting him. "That's enough," yelled out Uraraka. King Nero saw this and raised an eyebrow. "You Uraraka, don't," said Izuku. Uraraka could feel the king's immense pressure crash over her. She could feel it trying to push her down. However, she gritted her teeth and pushed back. King Nero was taken aback by this. At the same time, flashbacks of his late wife began to play in his mind. "I mean, please stop, your majesty," Uraraka said, bowing, seeing that she stepped up to the king of Atlantis. King Nero looked back at Izuku. "You know why I did this, right, Izuku?" Izuku nodded as he wiped the blood from his lip. "Why, yes, sir. What you did could have ended our relationship with the surface world. Whatever the reason may have been, beating him to that extent is inexcusable," explained King Nero. Izuku looked away in shame. "Yes, sir, and you," he said, directed at Uraraka. Uraraka jumped back. "Why, yes, your majesty. Never in my long life has anyone spoken to me in such a manner. Not even my closest friends would speak to me in that manner." Uraraka swallowed a lump in her throat. "Yet you stood up to me, for Izuku's sake." Father, she was," Izuku tried to explain but was stopped by King Nero. King Nero smiled. "Pearl was right, you really are something else." Uraraka's eyes went wide. "Huh? Pearl has told me that you are a bit of a klutz, but that you are also extremely determined, focused, and have a somewhat intimidating aura. It seems like she was right, you didn't even falter when I let out my aura, most impressive," said King Nero. Thanks," said Uraraka, a bit confused. King Nero laughed. "Don't worry about it, dear, you passed." "Passed? Was this a test?" asked Uraraka. "That's when Izuku put it together. Father, don't tell me." King Nero nodded. "Yes, I wanted to see if this person Pearl had spoken highly of was actually the real deal. Turns out she is." "Please, father, don't do that again," said Izuku, letting out a sigh. "I was only looking out for your well-being, Izuku," said King Nero. Uraraka couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. Sorry, I just never expected the king of Atlantis to be such a doting father. He is my only son after all. Now that that's out of the way, how are you, Izuku?" asked King Nero. "Better, father, I just need to rehydrate," explained Izuku. "Good, and you, Ochako, was it? I hope you were doing well also. That fight you had was pretty rough," asked the king. Uraraka nodded. "I am good, your majesty, just a couple of cuts and bruises. Nothing that can't be healed." King Nero nodded. "That's good. I also saw you use some of our martial arts. Most impressive. No one on the surface has ever learned it, yet you did. Granted, it was the basics, but still, I assume Izuku taught you?" "Yes, he did. I hope that's not a problem," said Uraraka. "No, no problem at all. Besides, if the surface world can adopt more of our teaching, it would be for the better," explained King Nero. "Father, if I may, why did you ask for us?" asked Izuku. King Nero sighed. "That. I wanted to ask you two a question. Pearl has reported back something that has concerned me. She says you two have feelings for each other. Is this true?" It took a second for the question to register, but once it did, they both turned bright red. What? I mean, she and I. We aren't, but," the two were a stuttering mess. King Nero couldn't help but laugh at their expense. "See that? That tells me everything I need to know. So I'll ask you first, Izuku. Do you have feelings for her?" asked King Nero. Izuku paused and collected himself. "Why, yes, father, I do have feelings for her," said Izuku, blushing. King Nero nodded. "And you, Ochako, do you have feelings for my son?" Uraraka couldn't get the words out, but finally managed to speak. "Why, yes, your majesty, if I'm speaking honestly, I do." "I see, and have you too? Done it yet?" asked King Nero. The two turned a deeper shade of red. "No, we haven't," yelled Izuku. "Really?" asked King Nero to Uraraka. "Yes, sir, really, we haven't done anything," said Uraraka, embarrassed. "Ah, young love. I'm honestly surprised the two of you haven't. When I was your age, Izuku, I was having the time of my life," said King Nero. "That was until I met your mother. Oh boy, did she whip me into shape. She helped me become the king I am today. She also made a fine queen." "Speaking of the queen, where is she?" asked Uraraka. The king turned around. "No longer with us, she died at childbirth." Uraraka gasped. I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It's fine, Testa was her name. She was a very proud warrior, but she also had a soft side," said the king, taking a seat. "Testa, she sounds like someone I would have liked to meet," Uraraka said with a smile. King Nero returned the smile. "She also would have liked to meet you. Come here, Ochako." Uraraka did as she was told and walked over to the king. "All these people, your world." She lived the surface world and hoped that one day our two worlds can live in peace. What do you think? Uraraka thought about it. "I also believe our two worlds can coexist in peace. It would benefit us both if we learn from each other." "Good answer, you remind me a lot of the queen. I see the same spark in your eyes. Continue to work diligently and I know you will be rewarded," said the king, placing a hand on Uraraka's shoulder. Izuku walked over to them. "So is this the reason you called us here for? To test Uraraka?" King Nero turned his back on the stadium. "Yes, Izuku, you already know how fragile our relationship with the surface world is. So if I can make it even a bit better, I would. I also believe that you two are the reason that will soon be possible," said King Nero. "Now, go back to your friends. I do believe Pearl is about to fight." Izuku and Uraraka blushed. "Thank you, father, we shall see each other after the final." Without warning, Izuku went over and hugged his father. King Nero returned the hug. "You've made me proud, my son." Nearby roof Alpha was waiting for the perfect time to fire, when all of a sudden, he headed Alpha to ground base. Mission is a go. Looking through the scope, Alpha saw Izuku about to hug King Nero. Must be my lucky day, 2 for the price of 1. Alpha's index finger rested on the trigger. Taking a deep breath, he focused. Target locked, the rifle began to light up, firing. From the barrel of the gun a white flash was seen. Lightning crackled around Alpha as the bullet left the barrel. Back with Izuku, Uraraka smiled as father and son hugged. However, off in the distance she saw the white flash of the gun. She didn't know it at the time what it was, but something told her it was dangerous. Her eyes widened as the object approached. Maybe it was her training with Izuku, or maybe the immense pressure the king placed on her. Regardless, Uraraka's senses were heightened. Midoriya! Look out, she yelled out, reaching for Izuku and the king. Having heard the yelling, Malum rushed into the room. Your Majesty. Thanks to having his back turned, King Nero didn't know what was going on, but Izuku could see what Uraraka yelled out about. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw what it was. Oh no, father. Izuku tried to twist his father off to the side and out of the way, but he was too slow. Instead he turned his father and decided that whatever it was going to hit him and not the king. Closing his eyes, Izuku braced for impact. However, at the last second he felt someone push him from the side. Izuku assumed it was Malum, but as he and the king fell to the ground he noticed that it wasn't. Where they stood was Uraraka. Midoriya, you alright? She asked as she coughed out blood. To Izuku's horror, Uraraka had a bullet hole above her abdomen. Blood poured down the wound as she fell to her knees before falling on her face in a pool of her own blood. No, Ochako. Boom. What a way to end the chapter, huh? Like I said before, things are going to deviate from the manga, anime drastically. And honestly I think it would be better, but it should be really awesome. Will Uraraka be alright? Will she? Or can she be saved? I wouldn't kill off a main character, would I? Or would I? 59 Chapter 11. Save her. And we are back with another chapter. This one is a bit longer than the other one since something happens. That's all I'll say. Anyway, thank you all for the support, and without future ado let's just jump into it. Save her. A few moments ago Pearl was walking onto the stage ready for her fight against Bakugo. The crowd cheered as she walked onto the stage.
And there she is, the most fearsome female fighter this year, Pearl. Announced Present Mike.
Pearl stood proud. Looking over to the other side of the ring she saw Bakugo standing there. This is it. My chance to prove to Izuku how much better I've gotten. Are both fighters ready? Asked Midnight, cracking her whip. They both nodded. Begin. Bakugo wasted little time and used his explosions to close the distance between them. Your mind, fish face. Pearl stood firm and waited for him to get in close, but that's when she saw something coming into her view. Whatever it was, Pearl could see lightning crackle around it. What is that? Focusing hard she saw the familiar glow of the metal. Her eyes widened. That's Atlantean steel. Seeing the height at which it was coming at, she deduced where it was going to hit. That's when it clicked. Your Majesty. At the last second Pearl turned around to see the bullet shoot into the king's VIP room. She tried to jump towards the room but was suddenly blasted on the back.
Where do you think you're looking? Your fight is right here. Bakugo yelled out as he lifted his other hand.
However, Pearl was done playing games. As Bakugo raised his arm, Pearl grabbed it and punched his forearm with so much force that she broke it. Bakugo's eyes widened. She had done it so fast that the pain hadn't even registered yet. Huh? Is all he could say before Pearl yelled. Out of my way. Spinning around, Pearl delivered a powerful kick to Bakugo's stomach, sending him sliding on the ground. Before Midnight could call the fight, Pearl jumped towards the VIP room. With Izuku yelled as Uraraka's body hit the floor. Blood began to come out from under her, forming a pool. Izuku quickly got up and turned her around. No, please. As he did, he saw the bullet hole. The bullet had pierced her skin, ripped through the small intestines and was now stuck inside her. Malum, give me the first aid, now, ordered Izuku. Malum quickly got the medkit and tossed it to Izuku. Reaching inside he found the same blue-like substance he used on Uraraka during the entrance exam. Pouring it on the open wound, Izuku thought it would work, but to his shock it didn't. What? Why isn't the wound healing? That's when King Nero approached. Izuku, the bullet. It had to be made of Atlantean steel. If a surface worlder gets cut by it, it causes the body to slowly deteriorate. We need to get her to the hospital. She won't make it. She's losing too much blood. Izuku quickly took off his jacket and placed it on the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Use your power, control her blood. It should buy us the time we need to get her to the hospital, said King Nero. I have never done something like that. I don't know if I can, said Izuku on the verge of tears. You must try. In order to have a chance to save her you must try, said King Nero. Okay, I'll do it. Izuku's eyes glowed green as he removed the jacket. Izuku focused on Uraraka. He could feel it, every blood cell within her body. Then he found the damaged area and found the destroyed veins. Blood was bleeding internally as well. Waving his hand, Izuku began to control her blood, helping it pass from the damaged area. I got it. Someone call recovery girl, ordered Izuku. One of the guards nodded and ran out the room to find her. That's when Pearl landed into the room to find Izuku kneeling in a puddle of Uraraka's blood. Oh no, Izuku, are you? Not now, Pearl, Izuku said through his teeth. Leave him, Pearl. He needs to focus. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could mean she dies, said the king. Izuku's hands and clothes were covered in blood, but he didn't care. All that mattered right now was Uraraka. A few seconds later the guard returned with Recovery Girl. All Might followed along with Nezu and Aizawa. My god, said All Might in disbelief. Recovery Girl pushed her way past the heroes and went to help Izuku. Hold on, I'll use my quirk. She quickly kissed Uraraka but found the wound wasn't closing. What's wrong? Why didn't it work? Asked Izuku. Something is blocking my quirk, said Recovery Girl. The bullet. We need to remove the bullet, said Izuku. We can't, at least not here. We need to get her to the hospital as soon as we can, said Recovery Girl. Where's the nearest hospital? Asked Izuku. It's not that far, 5 minutes tops, said Aizawa. Izuku nodded. I'll get there in 1 inch. That won't work either, Izuku. The surface hospitals don't have the tools to handle Atlantean steel, but Atlantis does, said King Nero. Malam's eyes went wide. You can't be suggesting what I think you are. I am. It's the only way, said the king. Enough talk, we are going to Atlantis. How far is the ocean? Asked Izuku. 20 kilometers south, said Pearl pointing towards the south. Let's go, I will not let her die. That I swear. Izuku picked up Uraraka and kept maintaining his concentration. Izuku then looked at Pearl. Pearl, escort us to the sea. If anyone gets in our way you deal with them. Do I make myself clear? Pearl nodded. Yes, Prince Izuku. Jumping from the VIP room the Atlanteans left the stadium and jumped from roof to roof towards the sea. Follow them to the sea, All Might, ordered Nezu. Right, All Might quickly jumped after them. Cancel the sports festival and get in contact with Uraraka's parents. They need to be informed of what's going on, said Nezu to Aizawa. Way ahead of you. With that Nezu was alone with Recovery Girl as they watched Uraraka be taken away. As they jumped through the city Izuku kept looking down at Uraraka. Her pulse was getting weaker by the second. Please Uraraka, please hold on for a bit longer. Just as they were about 1 kilometer from the sea Izuku turned to one of the guards. Give it now. The guard tossed Izuku a small circular device. Placing it on Uraraka's chest it began to form a suit-like layer around Uraraka. It was meant to help her breathe underwater. Izuku, the sea, yelled out Pearl ahead of them. All Might was right behind them but quickly found they were going to outrun him. So fast, I can't keep up. Is this Midoriya when he's not holding back? Izuku looked up to see the harbor. With one final powerful jump the Atlanteans all dived into the water. Go son, we'll catch up to you, said the king. With Uraraka in his arms Izuku swam as fast as he could towards Atlantis. As he took off, an underwater sonic boom was heard as Izuku pushed himself through the water. Izuku was a fast swimmer but he always had to limit himself so others could keep up, but this time he wasn't holding back. Izuku reached the city of Atlantis within seconds thanks to his supersonic speed. Once there he kicked in the doors to the royal palace and went straight to their doctors. Save her, ordered Izuku with Uraraka in his arms. With nothing left for him to do Izuku was asked to wait outside while they tried to save Uraraka. Within a few minutes the king and Pearl arrived at the palace. They swam over to Izuku who was sitting down on a chair, his hands still covered in her blood. How is she? Asked King Nero. Izuku looked up. I don't know, they won't let me in. Pearl swam over to Izuku and hugged him from the front. It's okay Izuku, they will save her. We need to get in contact with her parents, Pearl. King Nero turned to her. Pearl broke away from the hug and bowed. Yes, my king? Return to Ua and tell Nezu that you need to contact Uraraka's parents. Pearl nodded and went off to do as she was ordered. Son, go get cleaned up. Uraraka wouldn't want to see you like this. King Nero had a point, his clothes and hands were covered in blood. Okay, but if anything happens I want to be the first to know. After leaving and coming back Izuku waited for another 2 hours, then one of the doctors walked out of the operating room. Izuku's eyes widened. Doc, how is she? She was hit in her abdomen with an Atlantean steel bullet. The bullet severely injured her small intestines and the impact of the bullet ruptured many of her organs. We removed the bullet and repaired most of the damage but there is another problem. Her blood, she's lost too much and what little she has been tainted by the steel, explained the doctor. Then give her blood, we have some, said Izuku. Yes we do, blood meant for Atlanteans. Our blood is much more oxygen rich, if we give her some of ours it will do more damage than good, said the doctor. Izuku then remembered something, her parents, they should be arriving soon. Unless they show up in the next 15 minutes there's nothing we can do. Unless of course someone with a much lower oxygen level shows up. Wait, what about me? I spent a very long time on the surface, so my blood shouldn't be as oxygenated. Could that work? Asked Izuku. The doctor thought about it. Yes, that should work. Your blood is O as well, quickly come with me. Dragging Izuku into the operating room the doctor began to set up the blood transfusion. Izuku was placed on a bed next to Uraraka. He could see her face had turned snow white and the pink of her cheeks was gone. Not long after the doctor connected the two and the transfusion was underway. After giving enough blood Izuku was once again told to wait outside. A few minutes later Pearl arrived at the palace with Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka in tow. Izuku, they're here. Izuku got up and walked towards her parents. They wore the same device that allowed them to breathe underwater. As Izuku got close he suddenly fell to his knees and bowed before them. I am so sorry, said Izuku as tears began to well up in his eyes. Uraraka's parents were surprised. Here was Izuku, Prince of Atlantis, bowing before them. I'm sorry, I couldn't prevent this from happening. Mrs. Uraraka then swam up to Izuku. Please lift your head, son, I'm sure you did what you could. But that doesn't matter right now. What does matter is my little girl. Izuku lifted his head. She'd lost a lot of blood, so I had to give her some of mine. But she's been there almost 3 hours. That's when Uraraka's father stepped up. Our daughter is a fighter, son. She will make it through this. You just got to believe. Izuku got up and nodded. The four of them continued to wait for another 45 minutes. Then the sound Izuku both feared and hoped he'd hear again. The doors to the operating room opened and out walked the doctor. Uraraka's parents were the first ones up. Doctor, how's our daughter? Asked Mrs. Uraraka. The doctor smiled. She pulled through. The damage has been repaired and we removed all of the toxin out of her system. We are sending her to a room to recover. Izuku felt the pressure off his heart relieved. Can we see her? Asked Izuku. Of course, although she might still be asleep thanks to the anesthetic gas. So it will be a couple of hours before she wakes up, but please follow me. The doctor led the group to a room in the palace. The room was large and was outfitted with a surface world environment. That meant no water, but it provided a full view of the city below. You can remove the devices. The air should be the same as on the surface, said the doctor. Mr. and Mrs. Uraraka pressed on the device and deactivated it. Uraraka laid asleep on the bed with a respirator and bandages around her midsection. Her parents approached her and smiled, seeing that their daughter was alive. Izuku and Pearl watched from the door entrance. They didn't want to disturb them. Come on, Izuku. Let's leave them be, said Pearl, tapping Izuku on the shoulder. They were about to leave when Mrs. Uraraka called out to them. Wait, they turned. Thank you for saving her. Izuku nodded and without saying a word he left the room. As they were walking away, Izuku's face turned to one of rage. Pearl could feel the anger coming off of Izuku. Yes. Who did this? Asked Izuku. His voice was cold and dark. We do not know, but if our steel was used, then that leaves only two possibilities, said Pearl. Either someone from Atlantis gave them the steel or it was the government, explained Pearl. Izuku threw his fist against the wall with so much force that it broke. When I get my hands on whoever did this. Izuku, calm yourself. You won't be able to think rationally with rage in your mind, said Pearl, trying to calm him down. Oh, don't worry, Pearl. I'm thinking very rationally, said Izuku. Maybe this was an attack aimed at All Might or another hero, maybe. Izuku, you know who they were aiming for, said Pearl. Izuku didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to accept the fact, but he had to. Pulling his fist off the wall, he hung his head. They were aiming for my father. Where's the king now? Asked Izuku. He is in the throne room with Malum, said Pearl. Then I shall go. Pearl, you are to guard Uraraka until my return. If anyone besides her parents, myself, the king, or the doctors tries to enter, deal with them, ordered Izuku. Pearl nodded. Of course, Prince Izuku. Izuku quickly went off to meet with his father. He didn't even knock, he just opened the doors to the throne room. There he found Malum at the steps of the throne. Please, your majesty, rethink this. The surface world tried to assassinate you. We have to retaliate, pleaded Malum. We do not know for certain that it was the surface world. Until we have the proper information, we will stand down. Need I remind you that a surface worlder was the one to save not only my life but of the prince as well? We will give them the benefit of the doubt, said King Nero. Your majesty. The people will not accept this. They will call for retribution, said Malum. Then I suggest you calm them. Enough, leave me. I need to speak with my son, ordered the king. Malum kneeled and swam out of the throne room. Sir, what shall we do? Asked one of his guards. Malum smiled. It seems that fate has played in our favor. It's time we overthrow this weak king and his son. Inform the others, have them stand by. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small communication device. Daughter, it's time. You know what to do. Malum closed the device and swam off. Back in the throne room, Izuku approached the king, who sighed. Things are getting more complicated by the second. Tell me about it. I hate to admit it, but Malum is right. Once the people find out about this, they will want retribution, said Izuku. I know, but let's not worry about that now. How is Uraraka? Asked the king. She's doing better. The doctors say it's going to be a few hours before she wakes up, said Izuku. The king got off his throne and swam towards Izuku. That's good to hear. How are you, son? I'm fine, but I'm worried, said Izuku. About Uraraka? Asked the king. Yeah, but that's not all. That bullet, it was aiming for you, father, said Izuku as the king turned around. I know, but they tried and failed. I know we wanted a friendly relationship with the surface, but if we find out Japan had a foot in this plot, we will strike back, said King Nero. Izuku looked down. I know. When are you going to talk to Prime Minister Yui? Now actually, care to join me? Izuku nodded. The two went up to the throne. The king took a seat and Izuku stood behind him. Suddenly a monitor came down. Begin transmission. The screen suddenly turned on. After a few seconds of it being black, the face of Prime Minister Yui appeared. King Nero. Prime Minister Yui, I assume you know what happened? Asked King Nero. She nodded. I do. It's good to see that you are alive and well. Yes, unfortunately one of your own was struck by the bullet that was meant for me. She is a brave individual, said King Nero. I've heard, she is a hero in training. How is she? Asked Yui. Better, it will take a couple of hours before she wakes up, but she will recover fully. However, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. The king narrowed his eyes. The bullet that was used was made of Atlantean steel. Izuku saw the Prime Minister flinch slightly. Atlantean steel, seems to me that one of your own is trying to kill you. Yes, that would be a possibility, if it wasn't for the fact that only the noble bloodline can breathe on the surface and all of them were still in Atlantis at the time. That just leaves one other option, said the king. Prime Minister Yui locked her hands. You're trying to point the finger at us, aren't you? These are some wild accusations, your majesty. I already told you that we don't have your technology or your steel. Yes, we would be inclined to believe you, if it wasn't for the fact that the one called Momo Yaoyorozu used Atlantean steel during her fight with Pearl. She, as it turns out, is the daughter of the CEO of YTC. The king's stare became cold. You lie, ask her yourself. In order to prove all this, we will need to catch whoever shot the bullet, said the king. I agree, I will have my best people on it. However, before she could finish, the king cut her off. No, we will send our own people up. Prime Minister Yui was surprised. Are you asking that we allow your police jurisdiction on the surface? That is something we cannot allow. Something to hide, Prime Minister? Asked the king. No, of course not. If we allow you jurisdiction, then that will open up the doors for other countries to do the same. Our own sovereignty will mean nothing. Our own people will laugh at us. That's when Izuku stepped forward. With all due respect, Prime Minister Yui, someone just tried to assassinate the king of a country. If the situations were reversed, we would allow you to conduct your own investigation. And with all due respect, Prince Izuku, we cannot and will not allow that. We will conduct our own investigation and present the information to you. As of now, no one from Atlantis is to step foot on Japanese soil. Are we clear? Said Yui, standing up. King Nero stood up as well. Are you threatening me, Prime Minister? No, I'm sending you a warning. If you choose to ignore it, you'd better be ready for the consequences. Good day, your majesty. With that, Prime Minister Yui ended the transmission. King Nero gripped his trident. Father, I know Izuku. It seems as if the Japanese government is behind this, said King Nero. What are we going to do? Asked Izuku. We prepare. I don't wish to start a war, but it seems that door might be opening soon. For now, go to Uraraka's side. She will be happy to see you when she wakes up. King Nero said as he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Yes, father, if you need anything, you know where to find me. With that, Izuku swam away. The king sat down on his throne to think. Oh Testa, why did you have to leave me? I could have used your wisdom right about now. Izuku went back with Uraraka and her parents. Any changes? Asked Izuku. No, she's still sound asleep. But I do see the color of her cheeks returning, so that's a good sign, said her mother. We have rooms set up for you. As we said before, it will be a few hours before she wakes up. We will provide you with whatever you need. I owe her that much, said Izuku as he ran his hand across Uraraka's face. Uraraka's father took notice of this. She means a lot to you, doesn't she? Izuku looked up and nodded. She was the first friend I ever made on the surface. Even when she found out who I really was, she didn't treat me any differently. She also saved my life and that of the king's. She hasn't graduated from UA yet, but she's already a hero. Uraraka's parents stayed by her side until the late hours of the night. Izuku assured them that nothing would happen to her. But they still had their doubts. Can you stay with her? Said Uraraka's mother. Izuku nodded. Of course. Pearl will show you to your room. If you need anything, just ask one of the guards. The two were shown to their room. Izuku stayed behind and sat by Uraraka's side. A couple of minutes later, Pearl walked into the room. I showed them to their room for your instruction. Thank you, Pearl, said Izuku holding onto Uraraka's hand. There's no need, I'm just doing my job, said Pearl with a smile. Izuku let out a small laugh. So it seems. How did it go with Prime Minister Yui? Asked Pearl. Not very good. She blocked all Atlanteans from stepping foot on Japanese soil. That means we can't even conduct our investigation. Pearl was shocked. That's not fair. With all the proof we have, they're just not going to allow us to investigate. Yes, plus, our suspicions of the government being involved has been basically confirmed. Pearl clenched her fist. Easy, Pearl. I know what you're thinking and I feel the same way. But it's as you said earlier. We have to think rationally. Pearl calmed down. I know, but still, enough. We can worry about that later. Right now all I care about is making sure Uraraka gets better, said Izuku. Yeah, I know. I'm going to guard the halls or something. Pearl walked over to the door and looked back to see Izuku still holding Uraraka's hand. Damn it. It was now around 4 a.m. and Izuku had fallen asleep while sitting down on the chair, but his head was resting on the bed. It was around this time Uraraka began to wake up. She opened her eyes and noticed she was in an unfamiliar place. Huh? Where am I? She asked herself as she tried to get up. However, before she could, her body gave out on her. Man. Why does my abdomen hurt so much? She pulled the cover off of her and noticed she was wearing a green gown and had bandages wrapped around her midsection. She thought back and remembered jumping in front of something, then nothing. Midoriya, I need to see if Midoriya is alright. That's when she felt something warm. Looking down, she saw Izuku holding her hand asleep. Oh, thank goodness, he's safe. Uraraka tried to twist her body, but the pain forced her to stop. She let out a small grunt, but it was enough to wake up Izuku. Who's there? Asked Izuku, looking around the room. He then looked at the bed and at Uraraka, who was now awake. She smiled, "Hey." Without saying a word, Izuku hugged Uraraka. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry," is all he could say. Uraraka returned the hug. "Hey now, it's alright. I'm fine now."
I thought I lost you, said Izuku as he broke away from the hug.
"Midoriya, look at me," Uraraka said as he slowly looked up. "I'm fine now and I'm not going anywhere." Izuku nodded. Alright, so where am I?" asked Uraraka. Izuku smiled. "Take a look for yourself," he said, motioning towards the window. Uraraka looked out of the window to see the city lights and fish swimming by. "Am I?" Izuku nodded. "Welcome to Atlantis, it's amazing. I wish my parents could see this," said Uraraka. "They did see it, we brought them here. Atlantis was the only place where we could heal you," said Izuku. "Thank you Midoriya for saving me," said Uraraka. "I don't deserve your thanks," said Izuku looking down. Uraraka smiled and lifted his head. "Hey, thank you really." The light of the city shined through the window and hid Uraraka's face. The two looked into each other's eyes. Then they drew closer and so did their lips, and Midoriya. Uraraka, they both leaned in and shared a kiss. After a few seconds they pulled away from each other. Uraraka blushed. "We just," Izuku nodded. "Yeah we did you like it?" Uraraka didn't answer him, instead she leaned in again and kissed him. "What do you think?" Izuku smiled. "I think you should lie back down and rest up. I'll have Pearl call your parents so they can see you." "Alright." Uraraka laid back down and breathed a sigh of relief. Izuku walked out of the room and saw Pearl standing against the wall. "Hey Pearl, she's awake," said Izuku. Pearl pushed off the wall. "That's good, I'm guessing you want me to tell her parents?" Izuku nodded. "If you will." Pearl quickly went to Uraraka's parents' room to inform them. They quickly got up and followed Pearl. The whole family shared an embrace and a few tears were shed. Izuku had also called over the doctor to check on Uraraka. It was now around 8 a.m. and thanks to Atlantean technology and medicine, Uraraka would be able to leave that afternoon. She was even up and walking around in the royal palace. Nezu was notified about her recovery and time she would go back to Ua with her parents. In the meantime however, Izuku was showing Uraraka around the royal palace. She of course, had the specialized device that allowed her to breathe and move underwater. "This place is amazing," she said walking down the halls. "Glad you like it, sorry about not being able to show you outside," said Izuku, slightly disappointed. Uraraka shook her head. "No it's fine. I get where that Malum guy is coming from, even though he was a bit mean."
"Yeah he's always like that, but he really is a trusted advisor of ours. He only wants what's best for Atlantis," said Izuku, swimming beside Uraraka. "I get it so don't worry about it," said Uraraka. "So, where off to next?"
We can check out the gardens, or even the Grand Library." However before Izuku could finish, Pearl came up from behind. "Izuku, Uraraka. Your parents are calling for you, it's time," said Pearl in her armor. "Ah, I wanted to see the gardens," Uraraka said, pouting just a bit. Izuku laughed. "Next time I promise." Pearl escorted the two to the throne room where they found Uraraka's parents and the king all standing around. "Mom, Dad. There you are Ochako, so did you enjoy looking around?" asked her mother. Uraraka nodded. "Yeah, Midoriya showed me around." "Thank you for that son, not only for that but for everything," said Mr. Uraraka.
Izuku smiled. "Of course, maybe next time I can drop by your place."
Mr. Uraraka extended out his hand. "You are always welcome." Izuku took his hand and shook it. That's when the king stepped forward. "Although our time together was brief, I do hope you come visit us again." "Of course, now are you ready to head back Ochako?" asked Mrs. Uraraka. She nodded. "Yeah, I'm all set. There is a transport ship that will take you to the surface. Izuku and Pearl will escort you to the surface," said King Nero, tapping his trident on the floor. Uraraka and her parents were taken aboard a ship and taken to the surface. The craft breached the waterline and let out the stairs. "Normally we would escort you back to Ua but things have changed," said Izuku. "It's fine, you've done more than enough for us. Besides, it seems we have a crowd," said Uraraka looking out of the door. There they found All Might and Nezu waiting for them. "Give All Might my regards, and tell Nezu I'll be back soon enough. Just have to work out some stuff down here before heading back up," said Izuku. "Thank you once again, we won't forget this," said Mr. Uraraka. Izuku nodded. "Take care Uraraka. Oh right before you go, here take this." He then handed her a oyster shell necklace. Uraraka took the necklace. "Thanks, I love it, thought you would, but it's also a two-way video communicator. If you ever need someone to talk to just press the shell," explained Izuku. Uraraka said nothing as she hugged Izuku. "Thank you. Oh and I'll tell everyone you said hi." With that they disembarked. Uraraka turned around and waved Izuku goodbye. Izuku waved back. "Come on Izuku, we should head back," said Pearl. "Alright let's go," said Izuku. The doors to the ship closed and it slowly began to sink under the waves. With King Nero was going over the evidence when Malum swam in. Malum, what news do you bring?"
Malum kneeled. "I'm just here to inform you that the surface worlders are now back on the surface."
"Good, any word from the Prime Minister yet?" asked the king.
"No not yet. Your Majesty, are you certain that doing nothing is the best choice?" asked Malum.
The king sighed. "Yes Malum, we are to do nothing. We wait and try to take this diplomatically. Malum stood up. Very well, then you leave me no choice. Malum then drew his sword. Malum, what are you doing? You dare show your weapon to me? Said King Nero standing up from his throne. I'm sorry, your majesty, but this is for the good of Atlantis, said Malum, and right now what's good for it is you not being here. King Nero's eyes burned with rage. You dare, guards, guards. Within seconds the Atlantean royal guards all surrounded Malum, yield or face death. Malum smiled. I should be saying that to you. The guards all suddenly turned their weapons towards the king. It's treason then. King Nero gripped his trident. Very well, but don't think for even a second that you can take me down so easily. Oh, I know, that's why I asked the War Department to develop a new weapon. One of the guards behind Malum suddenly pulled out what seemed to be a rocket launcher. The weapon fired a net made of pure Atlantean steel. You think this can hold me? I am king? King Nero began to snap some of the netting. But that's when Nero clicked a button and a powerful electrical current coursed through the net, shocking the king. What you are feeling is 1 billion volts coursing through your body. You won't be able to move, said Malum, walking over to the king, sword in hand. King Nero grunted as he looked up. Is that right? We'll just have to see about that. Suddenly the king's eyes began to glow white with power. That's when the water around them began to swirl. Quickly, kill him. The guards all swam at the king, ready to kill him, but the king broke out of the netting and swung his trident. You think he's powerless? Never. The king began to knock the guards away with his trident, all the while using his powers to take their weapons. As he was doing this, Malum used it as a chance to sneak up on the king. As several guards readied their swords, Malum dropped from the roof, die. At the last second King Nero lifted his trident, but it was too late. Malum's sword stabbed the king in the chest. Why, you bastard. King Nero spit out blood as Malum pulled out his sword. Your time is done. The people will never accept you. My son is still alive, said King Nero as he fell to the floor. Oh, don't worry about the prince. My daughter will take care of him. King Nero's eyes widened as he knew what this meant. Malum smiled. Long live the king. With Izuku, the ship they were in was now in deep water. Man, it sucks that we have to stay. I would have liked to see the end of the sports festival. Pearl said nothing. Pearl? Huh? Oh yeah, the sports festival. Izuku noticed Pearl's demeanor. She was shaking almost as if she was nervous. Pearl, are you alright? You're shaking? Asked Izuku, concerned. I'm fine, just a bit tired, that's all, said Pearl, almost brushing Izuku off. Izuku pressed on. Hey, what's wrong? You've been like this since we got aboard? Pearl sighed. You kissed Uraraka last night, didn't you? Izuku blushed. Were you spying on us? No, I just happened to open the door and saw you two kissing, said Pearl. So, I'm guessing she told you she liked you? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I see. Well, I'm happy for you. Pearl got up and walked to the other side of the ship. Izuku got up and followed her, but before he could say anything, Pearl got a transmission. The job is done on our end, daughter. It's time to do yours. It was Malum. Pearl looked back at Izuku, then back to Malum. Yes, father. Hey Pearl, what was that? Asked Izuku, taking a step back. Pearl reached for her sword. I am so sorry, Izuku. Pulling it free, she turned to Izuku and pointed the tip of the blade right at him. Pearl, what are you doing? Asked Izuku. However, before she could answer, she thrusted her sword forward. Izuku dodged out of the way. Pearl. He then felt something warm run down his face. Touching the area, he noticed it was blood. I'm sorry, Izuku. I didn't want to do this, but I had no other choice. Pearl then jumped at Izuku with her sword at the ready. Izuku jumped back as her sword hit the hull of the ship. As he looked up, Pearl managed to kick him in the chest. Izuku slid to a stop on the other side of the ship. Don't make me do this, Pearl, said Izuku. Doing and wanting are two different things, Izuku. You of all people should know that. Pearl once again ran at Izuku, but this time would be different. Reaching behind his back, Izuku called upon his twin blades. Lifting them up, he managed to stop Pearl's attack. Sparks flew as both weapons locked. Seems like you are betraying Atlantis? Pearl jumped back. No, not Atlantis. I'm helping Atlantis become a better place, one where we aren't laughed at by the surface world. That plan doesn't include you or the king. Izuku's eyes widened. What have you done to my father? Me, nothing, but Malum is eliminating a problem, Pearl said, glaring at Izuku. Izuku gripped his weapons. Why you? Just tell me one more thing. I've known you my whole life, Pearl. You stuck with me when I was little. Was that all an act? Were you just pretending to be my friend, or were we even friends in the first place? Pearl looked away. That doesn't matter. It matters to me. I overheard you saying to Uraraka once that you loved me. Was that a lie as well? Asked Izuku, but Pearl didn't answer. Answer me. Pearl's eyes widened. So you did hear, she then chuckled. You want the truth? Fine, this is the truth. I did think of you as a friend, and yes, I still love you. So that's why I'm giving you one chance to surrender. Izuku's eyes softened before they sharpened again. You know I won't do that. Pearl's heart squeezed. I knew you would say that. It's one of the things I love about you. You never give up. I see, then I'm sorry too. The two then ran at each other, ready to take each other's lives. Plot twist. Bet you didn't see that coming. Pearl has now betrayed Izuku and the king. What will happen next? Find out next time. 59 Chapter 12. Traitor. Surprise Christmas or Christmas Eve chapter. Usually it would be another week, but I had some time before I start making some tamales. Thank you all for the support on the last chapter. It looks like you liked the plot twist with Pearl. Keep reading is all I will say. So without future ado, let's just jump into it. Traitor. The sound of metal was heard as the two Atlanteans clashed. Izuku didn't want to do this. He didn't want to kill his longtime childhood friend. But she wasn't just going to stop anytime soon. Using his two swords, Izuku forced Pearl to stab into the side of the ship. With her weapon stuck, Izuku slashed down. At the last second, Pearl managed to punch Izuku away. Sliding to the end of the ship, Izuku stabbed his swords into the floor, stopping himself. Izuku got up as Pearl pulled her sword free. You say this is for the good of Atlantis. Yet you've never showed signs of betraying me, Pearl. Why now? What happened? Asked Izuku. Pearl pointed her sword at Izuku. That's none of your concern. All you have to know is that I have a job to do. Pearl rushed and began to slash downwards. Izuku countered by hitting his two swords together and causing a high-pitched screech. Pearl stopped mid-stride and covered her ears. Izuku, however, pushed through the pain and managed to kick Pearl in the stomach. She hunched over in pain but quickly recovered and attacked Izuku. Jumping forward, Pearl slashed at Izuku's side and managed to cut him. Izuku looked down at the wound. Guess I'll have to actually try. Izuku turned his weapons. The tips of them now pointed down as the blade pointed at Pearl. He then ran at Pearl. With his sudden change in movements, she had a hard time predicting his next move. Slash marks began to appear around Pearl's arms and legs. But Pearl didn't just rely on swordsmanship. With a powerful swing, she knocked one of Izuku's swords out of his hand. The blade hit the ceiling. Both fighters looked up before they faced each other once again. The two locked weapons once again. This is idiotic, Pearl. We are equal in power. What makes you think this would be any different? Asked Izuku. Those were only practice matches. Pearl jumped and spinned in the air with her sword. Izuku tried to react, but the blade slashed him across the chest and broke the bracelet Izuku got from his father. This time, I'm going all out. Izuku stumbled back. That's so? Fine, then come at me with everything you got. As blood ran down Izuku's chest, Pearl's speed increased. Faster than Izuku could track, she had disappeared. However, Izuku was no pushover. Turning around, he raised his blade and blocked Pearl's attack. You may be faster, Pearl, but we've trained together since we were kids. I know everything about you. Izuku pushed Pearl into the hull of the ship. Give up, Pearl.
Or else what? You'll kill me. We both know you won't do that. Izuku looked away. That's what I thought, but on the other hand. Managing to pull her head back, Pearl delivered a powerful headbutt.
Izuku was dazed. As he tried to regain his bearings, Pearl came up and tackled him to the floor. Straddling him, Pearl pinned him to the ground and pressed her sword up to his neck. Izuku stared into Pearl's eyes. What's wrong? Aren't you going to finish the job?
Pearl narrowed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy. It isn't like you to hesitate, Pearl. Do it, come on. Izuku then pressed his neck deeper into the blade, enough to draw blood. All you have to do is slash my neck.
Pearl's hands began to tremble. Yield. Maybe I can convince Malum to keep you around. And what? Become a puppet? I would rather die than lose my honor, said Izuku. Damn it, Izuku. Izuku then noticed tears appear in Pearl's eyes. Why you don't want to do this, do you? Pearl stayed silent, before getting up and throwing Izuku across the ship.
Slamming into the side of the ship, Izuku fell to his knees. He then looked up to see Pearl wipe the tears. Pick up your weapon, I'll give you a warrior's death.
Izuku picked himself up and picked up his weapon. He then faced Pearl. Come on then, let's get this over with. One last time Pearl ran at Izuku, but Izuku didn't move. Pearl's eyes widened, but she continued. Jumping towards him, she readied to take his life. However, just as she was feet away, she suddenly fell to the ground. Hitting the floor, she looked up to see Izuku's eyes glowing green. Did you forget, Pearl? I can control water, that includes blood. Right now your blood from your brain is being drained out, and I'm forcing the blood from your body to flow backwards, said Izuku as he walked over to the fallen Pearl.
You said I wouldn't kill you, but that strike really was meant to kill me. Pearl began to grab at her chest as her heart was now failing.
However, as Izuku was controlling her blood, he noticed something in her brain. What is that? Focusing, Izuku saw what appeared to be coral surrounding her brain. Fast-growing coral. But we give this to prisoners on death row. Why do you have this? Izuku stopped and restored her blood circulation. Pearl began to calm down. Izuku then ran to her side, dropping his weapon. Pearl, who did this to you? However, before she could answer, the communicator turned on. That was me, said the image of Malum. Malum, what did you do to Pearl? Asked Izuku. Oh, nothing. I just made it so she could never disobey me, said Malum calmly. She is your daughter, yelled Izuku. Malum snapped back. That thing is not my daughter. She never told you, did she? Pearl struggled to get the words out. And no, please, don't. Tell me what? Asked Izuku, confused. She is not my biological daughter. No, rather she is some common girl I picked off the street. She was on the verge of death when I found her, but I took her in and molded her into a weapon to do my bidding, said Malum. She probably told you that she always considered you a friend and whatnot, but that can't be further than the truth. In reality, it was all a ploy to make you drop your guard around her. Izuku turned to Pearl. She could only look at him with sadness. When I get my hands on you, Malum, I will rip you limb from limb. No, you won't. Do you know why? 'Cause I have all of Atlantis following me now. Malum then reached and showed Izuku his father's trident. Izuku's eyes widened. My father's trident, it's quite impressive actually. I'm sure he would have wanted you to have it but unfortunately you won't be around much longer, said Malum. You want the trident then fine, you want the throne fine, you want to kill me fine. But all I ask is that you release Pearl. She doesn't deserve to live like this, said Izuku, much to Pearl's surprise. Malum seemed to ponder Izuku's proposal. Yeah no, she is the perfect weapon. Why would I lose something that valuable? Besides in the end you won't be around to see the end of it all. Enough of this, Pearl. Fail to kill Izuku and your life is forfeit, said Malum ending the transmission. Izuku crushed the communicator. Why you? Izuku began to turn to Pearl. Pearl, listen, however before he could finish a sword stabbed into his chest and came out his back. Looking down Izuku saw blood running down the sword, his clothes and hands began to get stained with his blood. I am so sorry Izuku, but it's how things are meant to be. Pulling the sword free Pearl watched as Izuku began to bleed out. He reached out to her but Pearl let him stumble past her. Izuku fell to the floor and began to pull himself to the back of the ship, almost as he was trying to run away. He reached the end and turned to Pearl who was walking over to him. I didn't think you would actually do it, he said as blood poured out his wound. With a heavy heart Pearl stopped in front of him. It was either me or you, and I chose to live. Coughing out blood Izuku laughed. So it seems, man this hurts. With her sword Pearl lifted Izuku's face. Why did you do it? Did you do what? Asked Izuku. Why did you let me live? You could have killed me multiple times while we were trading swords. Why didn't you kill me? Asked Pearl. Izuku smiled. It was your sword, it was crying. You never fight with emotions but this time I could feel it, sadness, regret, and suffering. Well what is done is done. Just promise me one thing Pearl. Live your life to its fullest, don't let Malum control you. Goodbye, my little angel fish. Pearl was about to say something but stopped when the entire ship began to rattle. Suddenly the wall behind Izuku began to crumble before suddenly it was ripped right off the hull. Water rushed in and knocked Pearl back. Izuku, she yelled out. With all the strength he had left Izuku managed to escape the ship. Exiting the ship Pearl looked around for Izuku's body. Damn it, he got away. No, his injuries are too severe, he won't last. The broken bracelet that Izuku had on floated in front of Pearl. She reached out and grabbed it. Izuku is as good as dead. I should head back and report to Malum. With that Pearl took off towards Atlantis. Royal Palace Malum sat on the throne with King Nero's trident. From the doors in swam Pearl. Ah there you are Pearl, so is the job done? Asked Malum. Yes, said Pearl presenting the wristband. Good, now where is the body? Asked Malum. Pearl flinched. It's gone, lost to the sea. Malum got up. Are you saying you don't have it? Pearl nodded. So there is a chance he might be alive? No father, I made sure there was no way. Before she could finish explaining Malum swam up to her and hit her with the trident. You dare come back without his body? I want proof of his death. Go out and look for his body and don't come back until you have it, ordered Malum. Pearl kneeled. Yes. Father, good, now leave. Oh that's right, it's best if you find him by tomorrow. For the day after that we declare war on Japan and the surface world, said Malum. With Uraraka and her parents were escorted to Ua. Their recovery girl insisted on checking Uraraka for anything and everything. She felt fine but after some back and forth Uraraka gave up and allowed her to examine her. Uraraka's parents went back home. They knew their daughter was alright now so there was nothing to worry about. Amazing, just yesterday you were on the verge of death and now, you are even healthier than ever before. Atlantean medicine is amazing. I wish I could see it for myself, said recovery girl. Uraraka put her shirt back on. I know right, I feel amazing. Although it looks like it might still leave a small scar. Good thing no one is going to see my stomach that often. True, alright you are free to go dear, said recovery girl. Uraraka nodded and took her leave. She was given the day off. Going to her little apartment Uraraka decided to take it easy for the day. It was now early the next morning and Uraraka was getting ready for school. She put on her uniform, grabbed her backpack, and put on the necklace Izuku gave her. However as she was about to leave there was a thud at her door. Huh, what was that? Uraraka walked over to the door and looked through the peephole to find no one standing there. She then went to open the door. Hello. Just as she opened the door something came flopping down from the side. Taken by surprise Uraraka dropped her bag and caught whatever it was that came flopping down. Hey, are you alright? She asked, holding the person up. That's when she noticed who it was, Midoriya. She then felt something warm on her hands. Lifting her hand she noticed it was blood. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh my god. Midoriya. She quickly put Izuku down on the couch. His face was pale and it looked like he was in a lot of pain. That's when she saw the main source of the blood. Right below his heart was a large stab wound. Hold on. Uraraka quickly went to the bathroom and got bandage wraps. Grabbing them she placed pressure on the wound. Izuku winced in pain. I know it hurts. Who did this to you? He tried to speak but couldn't. You need recovery girl, but we are too far away from the school. Wait. Sue, she's probably already at UA. Reaching into her pocket Uraraka began to call Sue. The phone began to ring. Come on, pick up. Hello? The voice of Sue was heard. Sue, are you at the school? Asked Uraraka in a panic. Yeah, I just got here. Why? Everything alright? Asked Sue. And no, it's Midoriya. He's hurt real bad. I need you to find Recovery Girl and All Might. Have them come to my apartment. The school should have my address, pleaded Uraraka. Whoa Uraraka, slow down, Uraraka snapped. Hurry Sue. There isn't much time. She then hung up and focused on solely stopping the bleeding. Come on Izuku. 2 minutes later All Might with Recovery Girl on her shoulders showed up. Uraraka, we got your message. Oh no. Recovery Girl jumped off and went straight to Izuku. You stopped the bleeding good. Step aside, I'll use my quirk. Leaning down she kissed Izuku. But the wound only slightly closed. It's as I thought. My quirk is having little effect on him. We need to move him to Ua, there I can properly treat him. All Might nodded. Let's go then. Uraraka helped Recovery Girl carry him and hold on. Uraraka nodded and used her quirk to make him lighter. They then grabbed onto All Might who quickly ran out of the apartment at full speed towards Ua. Ua as quick as they left All Might returned within 2 minutes. He quickly went straight to the nurse's office. Normally a nurse's office would be no place for this but it was Ua. They spent top dollar for the best medical equipment. Clearing a bed Uraraka cancelled her quirk and placed Izuku on a bed. Multiple stab wounds across his body, multiple bruising, I can assume he has internal bleeding, and a massive stab wound underneath his heart. If his life wasn't in danger I would be impressed he is still alive. Alright, let me work my magic, said Recovery Girl, putting on her surgical mask and gloves. She then turned to All Might and Uraraka, you two leave, I won't be able to work like this. Uraraka didn't want to leave, just the other day Izuku saved her life and yet here he was dying. Come now, trust in Recovery Girl, said All Might escorting Uraraka out. Now in the halls Uraraka kept looking back at the door. Tell me, what happened? Asked All Might. Uraraka took a seat on a bench. I was getting ready for school when there was a thud at the door. I opened it and Midoriya just fell into my arms. I noticed the blood. All Might could see this was making Uraraka uncomfortable. It's alright, you can tell me later. Right now you should go to class. No, I'll wait here. He waited for me when I was like this. It's only fair I do the same, said Uraraka. All Might could see the determination on her face. Very well, I will go talk to Aizawa for you. The number 1 hero went off to find her homeroom teacher. Uraraka sat and waited for any news on Izuku but she also wondered how he got like this. Pearl is his bodyguard, she wouldn't let anything happen to Midoriya. Even if they managed to get past Pearl, Midoriya is not a pushover. It was now the end of the school day and word got around that Izuku was here at UA and gravely injured. Class 1A all went to check on him but stopped when they saw Uraraka standing outside the nurse's office. How's he? Asked Sue. I don't know, Recovery Girl still hasn't come out. But more doctors have entered. I can't tell if that's a good thing or not, said Uraraka. The class all stood there with worried looks on their faces, then suddenly the door to the nurse's office opened and out walked Recovery Girl. The class all rushed her. Before anyone could ask she smiled. He's fine, at first everything we did wouldn't work. That is until we put him in water, salt water to be exact. As soon as we dropped him in there he began to heal, still I used my quirk to help him. Still that has to be a new record for me. I might have kissed him about 50 times to heal him well enough. Regardless he's fine, just asleep and floating in a tank of water. Can we see him? Asked Uraraka. Recovery Girl looked at her. You can but try to keep it down, he is recovering. Letting them in class 1A all saw Izuku asleep floating in the tank with wires attached to his body and bandage wrapped around his chest. Who could have done this to him? Asked Iida. That's what I'm thinking, he's the strongest Atlantean right? And what about Pearl? Why did she let this happen? Asked Mina. I don't know, we can ask him when he wakes up, said Uraraka placing her hand on the glass. We just got you back and Midoriya shows up like this, ribbit, said Sue looking at Uraraka. Uraraka clenched her fist. I swear when I find out who did this, I'll make them pay. Uraraka didn't notice it but her eyes flashed pink for a split second. Inside Izuku's mind the fight between him and Pearl kept playing. Then the memory of when they first met. Izuku was 5 years old and lonely. Everyone in the palace kept on looking at him strangely. They would play with him when he asked but not because they wanted to, it was because he was the prince. One day Izuku was in the training ground practicing his swordplay. He stopped when he saw someone looking at him from behind a sea tree. I know you're there, said Izuku. The person flinched and hid. Izuku sighed. Just come on out, I won't do anything. The figure came out from behind the tree. Izuku saw that it was a girl around his age. She had awkward teal-colored hair and eyes. The girl stayed silent. So, who are you? I've never seen you before. The girl flinched. My name is Pearl. Izuku swam up to Pearl and smiled. Pearl. That's an awesome name. My name is Izuku Kaito Midoriya, but call me Izuku. Pearl nodded. Oh okay. So, do you want to look around? I know this place really well, said Izuku. Pearl was hesitant, that is until Izuku grabbed her hand and began to swim off. Come on, it will be fun. The two kids spent the entire day going around the royal palace and just having fun. It was getting dark but Izuku still had one place he wanted to show Pearl. Swimming up to the highest point of the palace the two looked down to see the city below. Wait for it, as almost on cue the city lit up. Pearl's eyes widened. Wow. Yeah wow, this is my secret spot, so don't tell anyone about it, said Izuku looking at Pearl. Pearl nodded. I won't say a word. Just then a voice called out for Izuku. Izuku. Where are you, Izuku? Come on, Izuku. It was King Nero. Oh, that sounds like my dad. Come on, we'll come back another day, said Izuku. Pearl nodded.
The two swam down in front of the king. There you are. Do you know how long we've been looking for you?
Izuku looked down. I was showing Pearl around the palace. The king was confused. Pearl? Pearl was hiding behind Izuku. She's my new friend. Oh, I know you. You're Malam's daughter. Well, if you were with Izuku, then it's fine. But I'd like to ask you for something, Pearl. Would you mind staying friends with Izuku from here on out? Asked the king with a friendly smile. Why, yes, said Pearl, nodding. From that day on, Pearl would be Izuku's friend, always sticking by his side. They trained, played, studied, and grew up together. Neither would go anywhere without the other, and on the day Pearl would be assigned as Izuku's bodyguard, he went to the deepest ocean trench to retrieve a special gem that only appeared under extreme pressure. It was the green gem Pearl hadn't always wore. It was meant to be a symbol of their friendship, but now it became something else. Izuku felt his entire memory of Pearl shatter. His beloved childhood friend was now trying to kill him. The memory of Pearl stabbing him in the chest played in his mind. As it did, his emotions began to take over. Outside, the class was still standing in front of the injured Izuku when all of a sudden he opened his eyes. The class stumbled back in surprise. He's awake, said Uraraka, happy to see him awake, but something was wrong. Izuku's eyes were glowing green. Suddenly the glass tube shattered as Izuku controlled the water around him. Landing on the ground, he looked around. His breathing was heavy. Where am I? You're at UA Midoriya, are you alright? Asked Hiroshima. That's when Izuku walked over to him and grabbed him by the shirt. What day is it? The 19th. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh no, it's been 2 days, I need to get back. I have to stop them. I have to. Before Izuku could say anything, he suddenly felt lightheaded and began to fall backwards. That is until Uraraka caught him. You Uraraka. Easy Midoriya, sit down and take a breath. Uraraka walked him over to one of the beds. Sitting down, Izuku began to calm down. Now, tell us what happened. Who did this to you? Just then Aizawa, All Might and Nezu walked through the door. We would like to hear that too, said Nezu. Izuku looked at his hands. It was Pearl. Pearl did this to me. The whole class gasped at the news. What? Why? That doesn't matter. Izuku got up. I had to go back to Atlantis before it's too late. As he tried to get up, pain began to radiate from the stab wound on his chest. You are in no condition to move, young man, said Recovery Girl. You will rest. Recovery Girl is right. You need to rest. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait, said Uraraka, trying to help him. But Izuku just snapped. No, I can't rest. I have to go or you'll all be in danger. I think it's time for you to explain, Midoriya, said All Might, stepping forward. However, before he could explain, the TV suddenly turned on and the image of Prime Minister Yui appeared. My fellow citizens of Japan, as you know, the Kingdom of Atlantis has recently tried to establish friendly relations with us. However, it seems that it was all a farce. 3 hours ago, the SDF Navy was suddenly attacked by the Kingdom of Atlantis. This was an unprecedented and unprovoked attack on Japan. After conveying with the generals, I have decided that we have to strike back. As of now, Japan is at war with Atlantis. Izuku's eyes widened. No. We also have reason to believe that the Prince of Atlantis is here in Japan. More specifically, Ua. He is now the enemy. If you encounter him, notify your local heroes. He is to be captured, dead or alive, said Prime Minister Yui. Izuku narrowed his eyes. We tried to establish peace, but it seems that Atlantis did not share our ideas. Let me assure everyone we will win this war, and we will establish peace once again. With that, the image went dark. Gritting his teeth, Izuku then turned to the door. I have to go. He pushed his way through his classmates but was suddenly stopped as he reached for the door by a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, son, but I can't let you do that. Let me go, All Might, said Izuku. You can't leave, said All Might, holding onto Izuku's shoulder.
Izuku looked back. I can't leave. I am a prince. Turning around, Izuku swung both of his fists at All Might and cracked him across the face, sending him flying into a wall and onto the Ua entrance. The class was pushed back thanks to the impact of the hit. Walking over to the hole in the wall, Izuku watched as All Might picked himself up. Blood ran down All Might's nose as he stood up, so strong. All Might then saw Izuku jump from the building. Seeing the chance, All Might jumped at him and managed to grab him by the arms. Izuku was slammed into the wall, causing the whole building to shake. I won't stand down, let me help. Izuku grunted as he kicked All Might in the chest, sending him sliding on the ground. Why? So you could just hand me over to the military. So you can betray me just like Pearl. Catching up to All Might, Izuku began to punch him over and over in the face. All Might countered with a hard strike to Izuku's ribs. The two went back and forth. Blood began to stain the bandage wrap around Izuku's chest as the wound began to reopen. As for All Might, he was having trouble keeping up. Damn it. Even if he's weaker, Midoriya is a fearsome opponent. If I don't go all out, he might kill me. Izuku raised his fist, but All Might saw this and dug his hands into the ground and ripped off 2 slabs of cement and punched Izuku with them. Izuku put up his arms to defend himself, but in his weakened state he became dazed. Now with the perfect opportunity, All Might created a fist and yelled, Texas Smash. All Might's fist hit Izuku square in the stomach.
The hit sent Izuku crashing into the school, breaking several walls before ultimately coming out on the other side of the school. Izuku got up but immediately fell to his knees, coughing out blood. Damn it, alright if that's how you want to play it. With burning green eyes, Izuku ran through the school. All Might was about to jump into the hole in the wall he created when Izuku appeared and kicked him in the chest. Sliding to a stop, Izuku was seen with eyes glowing green. Raising his hands, Izuku began to command the water. All Might suddenly felt the ground shake, and from it water suddenly appeared shooting into the air. Izuku was controlling the water from the pipes. Last warning, All Might, stand aside. Sticking out his chest, All Might stood firm. Sorry, but I won't do that. You're a warrior, Midoriya, just like me, but I fight to save others. What do you fight for?
Izuku thought about it. I fight for those who can't. As prince, those are the words my father burned into me.
All Might smiled. Good answer. Come then, let's finish this. The two ran at each other, ready to end this. The ground shook from the sheer power the two were giving off. Then they pulled back their fists, and just as they were going to hit, someone yelled out to them, "No." The two suddenly felt the gravity around them increase dramatically. All Might was taken to the ground. Izuku, on the other hand, only fell to one knee. The ground beneath them broke thanks to the increase in pressure. That's when Uraraka landed in between them with her arms pointed at them both. Her hands pulsated and her eyes burned pink with energy. "Stop this, both of you," she yelled out. Izuku struggled to lift his head. "You Uraraka? How?" Before she could answer, a shadow fell over them. Looking up, Uraraka saw a military helicopter hovering over them. "Izuku Kaito Midoriya, you are hereby under arrest. Surrender or we will open fire," said a soldier on the loudspeaker. The gunner then cloaked back the turret and readied himself to fire. "An. Boom, did you like Izuku's fight with Pearl? What about Izuku's fight with All Might? Remember, he fought All Might in a weakened state. Japan is now at war with Atlantis. What will happen? What will happen to Pearl?" Uraraka unlocked a new power. But where did it come from? Find out next time. Thank you all for the support. 59 Chapter 13. Will you help me? An. We are back with another chapter. Thank you all for the support on the last chapter. It means a lot. Anyway, without further ado, let's just jump into it. Will you help me? The military helicopter hovered above Ua. Final warning, Izuku. Surrender or die. Uraraka let her newfound power die out. I think it's better if you surrender, Midoriya. Maybe you can convince them to help you, said Uraraka. Izuku stood up. No, I can't trust anyone right now. Not even me? Asked Uraraka. Izuku stopped and looked at her. However, before he could answer, the helicopter opened fire. Izuku quickly jumped at Uraraka and got her out of harm's way. Landing on the roof, he put her down. I trust you, but the others I can't. Stay here, he said, standing up to leave. Izuku, wait! Yelled out Uraraka. With that, Izuku quickly jumped down again. He then grabbed a piece of the broken wall and threw it at the helicopter. The piece of wall hit the rotor mast, causing it to blow up and caused the helicopter to spin out of control. Mayday, 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 we've been hit and are going down. I repeat, we are going down. The pilot tried to regain control of the helicopter but couldn't. The helicopter began to fall to the ground. All Might tried to catch it, but he was still injured thanks to Izuku. I won't reach it in time. Just as the helicopter was about to hit the ground, Izuku came in and caught it by its nose. Setting it down, he looked at the pilots and saw that they were all right. Atlantis may be at war, but I have no quarrel with you. Just as Izuku was about to leave, someone called out to him. Midoriya, wait, please let us help you, said All Might. Izuku turned to the number one hero. As I said before, you can't help. I have to do this, only I can fix this. However, as he was distracted, more members of the military arrived. As soon as they got out, they began to open fire. But these weren't your conventional weapons, these were weapons that could kill Izuku. They fired bullets that had Atlantean steel tips. As Izuku dodged one, he saw this and quickly realized he needed to leave. One company could have supplied these bullets. However, as he jumped away, an electric force field shocked him, which sent him crashing to the ground. The military had enlisted the help of a pro hero that could use and control lightning. I saw the way he fought during the sports festival, guess it was all a fluke, said the hero, landing and firing a bolt of lightning at Izuku, keeping him on the ground. Izuku grunted in pain as electricity coursed through his body, but slowly Izuku began to rise. Pushing his way up, Izuku began to walk towards the hero. I am possible. Reaching the hero, Izuku grabbed her hands and broke them. The hero yelled out in pain as their hands were now bent backwards. Izuku towered over the fallen hero. I could kill you right now if I wanted to, but I'm not. Grabbing the hero, Izuku threw them across the quad area. With the hero out of the way, the military began to fire on Izuku once again. Idiots, they are firing inside a school. Did they not care for the people they are meant to protect? Thought Izuku as he ran towards the exit. I need to get out of here. However, just as he was about to exit the school, a wall of fire engulfed Izuku completely. The class watched as the inferno devoured their friend. What? Who did that? Asked Iida. Todoroki immediately knew who it was. He's here. As the fire disappeared, Izuku stood with burn marks all over his body. Give it up, Prince. You don't stand a chance against me, said Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Now it was Izuku's turn to be towered over. Ha, I thought you were a hero of the people, Endeavor. Not a dog for the military, said Izuku.
Endeavor shrugged. What could I say? The money was too good to pass up.
Izuku smiled. Always the Ashla. Oh well, that just means I don't have to feel bad for doing this. Izuku threw a punch, but to his surprise Endeavor caught it. I already know your weakness, Atlantean. Dry up and you become weak, and you are messing with the hottest hero in terms of temperature. That's when Endeavor's hand began to burn Izuku. He was drying up his skin fast. Izuku needed to think of something. Izuku struggled to get up, his voice strained as he clenched his free hand and delivered a powerful punch to Endeavor's leg. This caused the number 2 hero to fall to one knee. Izuku saw his chance and with an equally powerful punch he sent the flaming hero crashing down the street. With his breathing heavy Izuku looked at his knuckles to find them bleeding. And not good, that's when he heard the sound of stomping.
Looking up he saw Endeavor running down the street towards him. That's even worse. Endeavor raised his massive fist, prominence burn. Izuku could do nothing but watch as the flames came ever so closer, however just as they were about to hit a wall of ice appeared, saving him.
Looking back Izuku found Todoroki with his arm pointed at him. What's wrong Midoriya, feeling weak? Izuku smiled. Why yeah just a bit, think you can help me out?
Nodding Todoroki created ice around Izuku, he then used his fire to melt it and make water. Reaching out his hand Izuku called on the water, it then began to collect around his body.
Shoto, yelled out Endeavor, you dare get in my way? Todoroki narrowed his eyes towards his father, yes. Endeavor's eyes burned with rage. This is your final warning son. The flames around his body began to erupt. Get out of my way. With one half of his body on fire and his other half freezing, Todoroki stood up to his father, no and for the record, I'm not your son, not anymore. You lost that right when you drove my mother mad. So be it then, melting the ice wall beside him Endeavor ran towards his son. Todoroki tried to use his ice but every time Endeavor's heat would just melt it away, he's not slowing down. Izuku stood up, then let's try something else. Getting in front of Todoroki, Izuku slammed his foot into the ground with so much force that it broke. The shockwave knocked the number 2 hero on his back. Using this opportunity Todoroki used everything to freeze his father in place. Not even the mighty flames of Endeavor could resist the sub-zero temperatures. Todoroki fell to the ground, his body half frozen. Izuku ran over to help but Todoroki waved him off, you need to leave. I won't leave you like this, said Izuku. Just then Izuku heard the clicking of guns, turning around he saw the military had gotten back up. However before they could fire something came crashing behind them. From the dust Kirishima appeared crashing through a vehicle. We got your back Midoriya, he said cracking his knuckles. Just then the rest of Class 1A, except Momo, jumped down to help. Taking on the military they tried to buy the time for Izuku to leave. You guys, thank you, but I won't let you fight alone. Running towards them he knocked out a soldier that had a gun pointed at them. The class fought side by side with the prince and for a time it looked like they were winning. Uraraka was on the rooftop using her newfound powers to save Izuku when they got too close. However they couldn't last forever, just then more helicopters, trucks, and personnel arrived. Now outnumbered and outgunned they gave the class an ultimatum. Surrender all of you, or you will all perish alongside him. Prince Izuku may be able to dodge bullets but you can't. The class stopped and looked at the weapons trained on them. What do we do guys? Questioned Jiro. Izuku looked around at his class and sighed, alright, I'll surrender. But I need your word, nothing will happen to them. The class was surprised, all we want is you prince. Izuku nodded, very well, everyone thank you, but it's time to give up. No we can still fight, said Uraraka. Yeah that's right, we won't let these guys touch you, said Kaminari. Izuku smiled, thank you everyone, but if any one of you got seriously hurt or worse, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Besides, you all have lives in front of you, hero careers to fulfill, don't throw it away for someone like me. The class all deactivated their quirks, Uraraka's pink glowing eyes faded, Midoriya. Turning to the military Izuku put his arms up and walked towards them, you have me. The men began to move in, however just as they were about to touch Izuku an earthquake shook the ground. Everyone was thrown off balance, earthquake. But this was no ordinary quake, Izuku knew what this was, oh no. Turning towards the direction of the sea Izuku saw it, a massive wave of water heading straight for them. The military dropped their weapons, it's too late, they already enacted the plans. On the coast the waves came crashing down and swept away everything and anyone in sight. Buildings were destroyed, people by the thousands were drowning, and this massive wave was heading straight to Ua.
Izuku looked back at his class, get inside now.
Everyone quickly went inside, even the military did so. Only Uraraka stayed behind, can you do anything about it?
Maybe, I never tried to control that much water before, said Izuku. At the best I can stop UA from getting washed away.
Uraraka nodded, need a better view? Izuku nodded, yeah, make me float. Touching his back, Uraraka caused Izuku to float in mid-air and using her new power, she kept him there. Taking a deep breath Izuku focused, I can do this. I can do this. With glowing green eyes Izuku raised his hands. G-A-H-H-H-H-H-H. Giving it everything he had Izuku began to control the water and stopped it dead in its tracks. Uraraka looked on in amazement, He's doing it, he's actually doing it. However, only 5 seconds in and the strain on Izuku's mind began to affect him. Blood began to run down his nose as he pushed himself far beyond his normal limits. For 30 long excruciating seconds Izuku held back the water. Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't keep it up, it was just too much water.
The veins around his body bulged and the ones in his eyes bursted as a result of the pressure on his body. Can't hold on anymore.
The green glow of Izuku's eyes began to flicker as he couldn't use it forever. With blood running down his nose Izuku's power finally died out, and the water came crashing down. Uraraka brought Izuku back down. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop it.
Uraraka hugged him. It's okay, you did what you could. Just as the water was about to hit, a massive blast of wind came crashing against the wall, creating a split. Izuku looked back to see All Might standing there. You can't give up just yet Midoriya, you have to go plus ultra.
Pulling his arm back All Might yelled out, Texas Smash. All Might was using one for all to push back the water with multiple strikes. Seeing this Uraraka got up with glowing pink eyes. Raising her hands she began to manipulate the gravity and use it to hold the water back. Izuku then stood up. This is going to suck but it's the only way now. Closing his eyes Izuku focused. As he did Atlantean markings began to appear around his body.
Aizawa recognized this. Those markings, they are just like pearls when she fought the Nomu.
The markings began to glow the same green color as his eyes. He then began to walk over to the wall of water. I am Izuku Kaito Midoriya, Prince of Atlantis and future ruler of the Seven Seas. You will obey me. Raising his hands Izuku pushed with everything he had. Every fiber in his body Izuku screamed. You will obey, be gone. Throwing his hands forward the water began to get pushed back into the sea. Izuku took a step forward as he did so the water moved back. It was 20 kilometers to the sea and Izuku had to push it all back. He then began to take more steps forward, getting faster and faster by the second. He was now about 2 blocks away when he began to run. With the ruins glowing in his muscles straining Izuku yelled out running down the city. All Might saw this and turned to everyone at UA. Follow him, help anyone you see on the way. Everyone, no matter what class they were in ran out of the school and went to help anyone they could. Those who survived the flood had nowhere to go but Ua, and Nezu welcomed them. After a few minutes Izuku finally reached the shore and with a final push he threw the water back into its rightful place. Falling to his knees Izuku hit the wet sand, the marking around his body fading. As this was happening blood began pouring down his nose and eyes as the strain on his body was finally catching up to him. Izuku fell back but stopped when someone caught him. With tired eyes he saw Uraraka. I am so sorry, this is all my fault. Uraraka shook her head, and no, this isn't your fault. Don't say that, not now, not ever. Why you don't understand, this is my fault. They're using the battle plans I made years ago, first as a flood, a ground assault, and then they sink it all. Uraraka's eyes widened, but, we need to get to Prime Minister Yui first. This was only a distraction, so that a black ops group could reach the leaders and assassinate them.
Izuku pushed himself up, much to Uraraka's worry. You can't do this alone, let me come with you, said Uraraka holding him up.
Izuku smiled, alright, but if things get dangerous you get out of there, promise me that. Uraraka nodded, I promise. Just then All Might appeared. All Might, I know you have doubts about trusting me. But please, one more time, trust me. All Might looked at the young prince, what's the plan? Explaining the plan, Izuku, Uraraka, and All Might all took off towards the parliament building. I just hope we aren't too late. And I hope she isn't there, thought Izuku as he was being carried by All Might. Parliament building Prime Minister Yui was given a few seconds of warning. In that little time she was evacuated down to a bunker with her advisors. What's the situation? One of her advisors stood up. The entire city of Tokyo and Musutafu is underwater. We estimate casualties in the thousands. The heroes did what they could and those with strong enough quirks managed to save parts of the cities. Yui's head hung low. We need to strike back, and we need to do it now. What are our options? We have a Navy task force returning from a mission that is ready to attack Atlantis, with nukes if you give the order. Also the US Navy is also ready to give us aid if we ask for it, said one of the advisors. Yui thought about it. We cannot let this go unanswered. Prepare the troops, we will attack Atlantis. Just then a loud thunk was heard from outside the door. Yui and her cabinet all stood up. What was that? The guards all pulled out their guns and aimed for the door. Suddenly the doors to the bunker were blown open. Everyone in the room was blown back. From the smoke Atlantean soldiers came in. Rifles and swords at the ready. They came in and cut down the guards. The 4 then secured the room. Clear.
That's when someone walked through the door. Prime Minister Yui looked up to see Pearl walking in. You two, guard the hall, ordered Pearl before turning to Yui. Long time no see, Prime Minister Yui.
You, if you're here, does this mean the prince is as well? Asked Yui sitting down on her chair. Pearl shook her head. The prince is dead, and so is the king. Atlantis is under the rule of Malum now. Yui was shocked. The king and prince are dead, yes, and you shall be next. Taking out her sword Pearl pointed it right at the prime minister. Wait, can we negotiate? Asked Yui. Pearl narrowed her eyes. No, we are going to show the world what happens when you mess with Atlantis. The wave was the first phase, next we'll take over this land block by block, and finally we are going to sink it to the seafloor. And maybe in a few years, the world will forget that Japan ever existed. But first, we had to get rid of Japan's leaders. Raising her sword, Pearl was about to jump at Yui but stopped when she heard a commotion outside of the bunker. Pearl turned to the other Black Ops members, "Go check it out." The soldiers nodded and opened the door to the bunker, only to be stabbed through the stomach. Pearl flinched as she saw this, pulling the sword free. The person threw the body to the side. Standing at the entrance was Izuku, along with All Might and Uraraka. Izuku, looking over at Pearl, said nothing to her. "Uraraka, hold them down, will you?" Uraraka nodded. With pleasure, Pearl watched as Uraraka's eyes turned pink in color. Raising her hands, Uraraka controlled the gravity below Pearl and the Black Ops group, causing them to crash into the ceiling. Pearl struggled against the gravity. "I thought I killed you." "You almost did, but lucky for me, I made it to Uraraka's apartment." "Call off the attack against the Prime Minister," ordered Izuku. Pearl smirked. "You no longer hold any power, Izuku. Besides, you should know me, Izuku. I won't stop until the job is finished." "Then you leave me no choice." Izuku grabbed one of the fallen soldier's guns and pointed it right at Pearl. "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry, Izuku." "Now," yelled out Pearl. Izuku looked at one of the soldiers that Uraraka had pinned and watched as he pulled out a grenade. "Shit, get down," yelled out Izuku as he tackled Uraraka to the ground and got on top of her. All Might jumped at the Prime Minister to shield her as well, but it was too late. For the glory of Atlantis, the grenade exploded, which resulted in a massive fireball. All Might was slammed against the wall as a result of the explosion. The Prime Minister was also sent to the wall. Uraraka lost her concentration on her powers. This allowed Pearl to land on the ground. The explosion did hurt her, but it didn't do much damage. From the smoke, Pearl found a sword and went over to the barely conscious Prime Minister. Izuku was dazed by the blast but still knew what Pearl was about to do. Getting off of Uraraka, Izuku jumped over the now shattered table. Pearl had her sword pointed at Yui. "For the glory of Atlantis," she yelled out as the sword was thrusted forward. However, before it could stab into her, Izuku came in and punched Pearl away. "No." Pearl looked back at Izuku. "That punch was weak, Izuku. You aren't at full strength." Izuku's breathing was heavy, still enough to take you down. Izuku was bluffing. "Then, how about we continue our fight? I was tasked to kill you. I still have to finish the job," said Pearl. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku readied himself but was surprised to see All Might appear and slam Pearl against the wall. "So eager to fight, Pearl. How about fighting me for a change?" Pearl's head slammed against the wall. All Might, the #1 hero, said to be unbeatable, but everyone has a weakness. Using her flexibility, Pearl managed to kick All Might on the side of his ribs. Right where his injury was, All Might coughed out blood as a result. Letting go of Pearl, he stumbled back, only to have her slice upward across his chest, cutting him. "Leave him alone," yelled out Izuku, as he kicked the sword out of her hands. The two then locked hands and began a power struggle. "I should have known that you'd betray me," said Izuku. The ground around the two began to crack. "Are you still hung up on that? Get over it, Izuku. Not everything is about you. I never cared for you anyway." Leaning her head back, Pearl delivered a powerful headbutt. Blood ran down Izuku's nose as he stumbled back. Seeing a chance, Pearl swiped Izuku's legs, causing him to fall backwards. She then went back to grab her sword. Now with Izuku out of the way, Pearl was now free to kill the Prime Minister. Yui looked up to see Pearl in front of her. She could only give a half smile as blood ran down the side of her face. "Well, I could think of worse ways to die." Without saying a word, Pearl stabbed the Prime Minister in the chest, killing her instantly. Izuku got up to see the sword lodged into Yui's chest. "Pearl, what have you done?" Pearl pulled the sword free and wiped the blood off. "I have completed my mission. Atlantis will suffer thanks to your actions. What you just did can't be undone," said Izuku. "I am aware, but history will judge me, not you." With that, Pearl pulled out a small pellet. Throwing it to the ground, smoke suddenly appeared, covering the entire room in a thick black smoke. As it cleared, Izuku looked around to see Pearl had vanished. "Pearl, this won't be the last time we meet. I promise you that." Just then more armed guards appeared. They saw Izuku standing beside the body of the Prime Minister and assumed that he had killed her. "Hands up now." All Might got up and tried to explain that it wasn't him. "Wait, it wasn't him. Someone else killed the Prime Minister." However, his words didn't reach them. There was just too much shouting and too much confusion. And in the confusion, one of the men fired. The bullet ricocheted off of Izuku's forehead. Blood ran down Izuku's face as he just stood there. The men were in shock. "Fire." That's when the rest of the men fired and emptied their guns. Izuku quickly jumped away. Knocking some of them over, he made his escape, leaving behind All Might and Uraraka. As Izuku escaped, he couldn't help but think if there was something he could do. "God, I'm so useless. Do I fight alongside Japan? Or do I side with Atlantis? In every scenario I lose." Landing on a nearby roof, Izuku sat down on the ledge. After about 30 minutes, All Might and Uraraka arrived. "How are you holding up, Midoriya?" asked All Might. "Terrible. Pearl just assassinated the Prime Minister. Now all of Japan will rally against Atlantis," said Izuku, looking down at the destroyed city below. Maybe there's something we can do. We can stop this from happening. We can stop war from breaking out," said Uraraka. Izuku shook his head. "No, it's already too late. In less than 4 hours the Atlantean army will rise from the sea and slaughter everyone on the surface. All Might, Uraraka, I don't know if you two plan to fight or not, but you should say your goodbyes now. What about you? What are you going to do? Asked Uraraka. There is only one thing I can do now. I'll fight. Malum will lead the army himself, that's when I will challenge him. A battle to the death for the throne of Atlantis. Said Izuku standing up. This is the only way I can save both worlds.
Uraraka's eyes widened. You can't. You're not at full strength, and if he's even close to your skill level he will kill you.
Izuku nodded. I know, he most likely will, but I don't have a choice. That's when All Might spoke up. Then let's get you to 100%. We can go back to Ua and have Recovery Girl heal you. If you can really take the throne then this will all be over. We can try, but there's no telling when the Atlantean army will arrive. We have a 4-hour window, but they could realistically attack now, said Izuku. Then we draw a line in the sand and hold them off as long as we can. At least until you are back to fighting strength, said Uraraka. It's not much of a plan, but it's a plan. Let's go. With that All Might carried the two back to Ua.
What they didn't know was that Pearl was watching them from another rooftop. Father, Izuku is still alive. Shall I kill him now? Asked Pearl, sword at the ready.
From the communicator Malum's voice was heard. Not yet. If he really does intend to fight me then let him. He will lose and all of Japan will soon be several hundred miles underneath the sea. However, it's always nice to have some sort of security. I think you know what I mean. Pearl's eyes widened. Father, are you sure about this? Asked Pearl.
Are you questioning my orders, Pearl? You know, I can just press this button and the coral around your brain will grow until your head explodes. Do you want me to do that? Asked Malum.
And no, said Pearl defeated. Good, you know his weakness. Take it and I win. Do your part and I will free you, said Malum, ending the transmission. Pearl looked at the group leaving, but especially at Uraraka. Just one more thing, just one more and I'm free. And boom, the fight for the crown will soon be at hand. Will Izuku win and stop this war before any more lives are lost? Find out next time.